Good morning and welcome to the beautiful Queen's Park Oval here in Port of Spain, Trinidad and Tobago. As you can see, the ground is fully bright, sunlit ground today, and from all indications, it would seem that we're in for a good day's play. The ground staff have done a fantastic job to bring this up to mark. There's still a bit moisture in the ground because of the heavy rainfalls 2 days ago, again yesterday, but the sun this morning out in its full force, and I'm sure that the players would have been so happy. We had the toss already. The news is that Trinidad and Tobago won the toss and they have elected to bowl first. So Leeward Islands, the opposing team, they will take first strike. We had the toss was taken. My fellow commentator today, Liam Mamchan, was there for the toss, and we will bring it to you now.
With Joshua Da Silva, the Red Force captain, Kareem Abor, and the match referee, and Josh, you're going to have the point.
Heads the call, and tails it is, sir.
Tails it is. Josh, won the toss. What are you going to do?
Yeah, we'll have a ball first.
Any reason for that?
Just weather around, been under the covers, you don't know what's happening, so let's see how it's going. And oval is normally a pitch that gets better second to bat, so hopefully we get them out for a decent total and chase it down.
You guys are in a position now where you can, if you win today, get to the final, and it looks to be against Barbados. Obviously, Noki or not be today, he's out, but a big replacement in Armin Jungle.
Yeah, it's unfortunate Keon's back is injured, so it's nice to have the experience of Henry coming back from West Indies duty. So yeah, he's given us that boost in the battle lineup.
All the best to you.
Thank you.
Kiji, you lost the toss and you're going to have to bat first. What would you have done if you won?
We would have a ball. I think the pitch has been on the covers for a little while. There's a lot of rain that's been coming in.
Not the tournament that you would have hoped for, 2 no results, 2 losses, but some good performances throughout. So what do you think you guys need to be a little bit different today?
Just take the chances when they come. I think that's where we're lacking so far. We picked up a good amount of catches. I think that the bowlers have been putting in good effort, and the batsmen, just 2 displays we had, and one was good and one was really bad. I think that the guys are confident and we're playing as a team.
Good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
So you heard it here first. Joshua Da Silva has won the toss and Trinidad and Tobago will bowl first.
Okay, well now we have Liam Mamchan will bring us up to date the starting lineup for both teams. The umpires are making their way out to the middle. I understand it's Leslie River Jr. With Dayton Butler, Leslie River from Barbados, Dayton Butler from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. These 2 are very experienced umpires. Will do the honors study out in the middle. We'll get the 2 teams from Liam.
Good morning to you and good morning to all of our viewers. And 2 action-packed lineups here. You look at the Trinidad and Tobago lineup. First, Joshua Da Silva, the captain. Cephas Cooper, who's been in good form. The veteran Jason Mohammed, Jed Gooley, who played a match-winning innings against the Windward Islands. In fact, against Guyana a couple of games ago. Amir Django, who's back into the team after returning from West Indies duty. Yannick Carrier, who picked up a hat-trick in that first game for the Red Force. Terence Hinds, Tion Webster, Ricky Jaipaul, Abdul Rahim Toppin, and the big fast bowler Joshua James. So the Trinidad and Tobago team looking to be quite strong. And for the Leeward Islands, Mikhail Louis, Kofi James, Kareem Agor, the skipper, Jewel Andrew, Jamal Hamilton, Nathan Edward, the big man Rakeem Cornwall, Chimiko Landefort, O'Shane Thomas, the big fast bowler Daniel Durham, and the wicketkeeper and vice captain Carlton Bowen Tuckett. So both teams quite strong, a lot of experience mixed with some good youth in the both lineups. So it's going to be interesting to see how things go this morning. Obviously, Joshua Da Silva would have indicated at the toss that the wicket has been covered because of the weather for the past few days. So there is going to be some moisture, and there's always a better track to bat second on here at the Queen's Park Oval.
Well, it's always good to take the advantage, whether the moisture is there or not, especially with the rainy conditions yesterday and the previous year. So I'm sure the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers will look to exploit the conditions and to see how to put the batsmen under pressure. The 2 openers for the Leeward Islands, can you pick them up there? Mikhail Louis?
It's going to be Mikhail Louis most definitely, and the other seems to be
Is it
Kofi
Kofi James?
Yeah, it should be.
Yeah, it
and
looked
it
like
is. So it's going to be both aggressive. They're both pretty aggressive players. Mikhail Louis especially likes to play his shots early on. And Kofi James is no slouch at the bat. He's going to take on these Red Force fast bowlers. They've got 4 fast bowlers in the lineup today. You've got Webster, you've got Toppin, you've got James, and the man with the ball in hand at the moment is Terence Hinds.
So you're about to see the first ball. Hinds comes in, passes umpire Butler and balls outside the off stump. Good lifting delivery there. 2 slips in possession. Gully, and backward point on the boundary. Cover, extra cover, mid off on the outside, mid on, and I'm a man on the backward square leg boundary. So a very attacking field outside the off stump. Terence Hinds, we have seen him over the years, very aggressive, but he has the ability to swing the ball both sides.
Yeah, definitely. With that slinging action, his stock ball tends to be the one that goes away from the right-hander, but he does have the ability to bring one back in, and that's where he's pretty dangerous.
He's coming in again, passes Butler, and bowls to the batsman. This got to be 4. 1 bounce over the ropes. So what an aggressive stroke here by the opening batsman. This is Louis opening his account. And this is the way you want to see the cricket being played. The ball is up for the drive. He got into position very quickly and using that wrist to put it away in commanding fashion. So 4 runs to Leeward Islands. What a way to start.
Yeah, most definitely. And it already seems that Terence Hinds is going to make a change in his field. So he's going to take the man out of second slip. That's Theon Webster. He's going to go to fine leg. And Jaipaul, who was at fine leg, is going to be moved square to deep backward square. So with this field, it's a bit less aggressive. You've still got that nice ring on the offside, but he's got the opportunity to get him out there on the leg side with the short ball.
Hinds down the leg side, wide signal by umpire Butler. Very experienced umpire, has been around a long time, played at the youth level, West Indies youth level, and at the senior level. And over the years, we have seen Butler and even the young Reefer. These guys have done a fantastic job to maintain their position and be able to stay in the game. With 1 slip in position, the second slip has been moved to a deepish gully position. There's the backward square has come into a square on the outside. Extra cover made off on the outside. This is Hinds, passes the umpire and bowls. Good lifting delivery. The batsman watching it very carefully, lifting, and you can see that Louis is watching the line of the delivery and even the bounce off the pitch.
Yeah, just that angle away again from Terence Hinds. That's where he's strong, and I think with that, you're seeing a bit of swing on offer early on already. I don't like Karaya there at short third man. I think he'll be better suited into a second slip or even a gully. At the moment, it's just a bit defensive with him there, especially after that first ball. They took the 2 slips out. I don't agree with that.
This is Hinds and bowls to far outside the off stump, not to tempt the batsman into a stroke. It's 4 without loss. This is the opening over of this, the final rung match of the round robin level competition in this Super50 Cup, and I'm sure that Trinidad and Tobago in second position would want to win today. Whereas Leeward Islands, they have to work very hard to win this game because they're way down in 4th position. Only 8 points. It's difficult for them to get there because Barbados Prize is at the top on 29 points, the Red Force on 22, Windward Islands Volcanoes on 17. Hinds a good delivery onto the front foot. The batsman plays respectfully to mid-off, no chance of a run. That's the end of the over.
Just one more. There was a wide earlier on.
Okay, yes, that's correct.
Hinds will have 1 delivery to finish. But that was the delivery. That's where you want to be. He started on and around middle and leg and got that ball to just move across a bit. Forced Louis on the front foot. And if Terence Hinds could stay there for a bit longer, he could really create some problems. You want the batsman playing as much as possible early on.
This is Hinds bowls to Louis, gets on the front foot, pushes it to mid-wicket, not looking for the single, playing it very safely, playing defensively on the onside. That's the end of I would say, a very good comeback over by Terence Hinds after being struck for the boundary. He has been able to shift his line and length, and he has been able to two times the batsman didn't have to play, but he forced him to play defensively rather than the attacking shot, 4 without loss at the end of the first over.
And it is going to be Ricky Jaipaul to take over from the media centre end, and Jaipaul has been excellent with the new ball in hand. He's been a dominant figure in Trinidad and Tobago local cricket for the past however many years, and it's good to see him back into the Red Force setup. Made his first class debut all the way back in 2014 and has now 11 years later, has now making his list day debut. And, well, his first season, I should say. And he's been excellent with the ball in hand for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And he's not doing an easy job. He's at the very beginning of the game. There's a new ball in his hand. He's bowling with just two fielders outside. And it's not going to be easy for him here either, because both Kofi James and Mikhail Louis, as we've already seen from Louis, they are very aggressive players.
Joshua De Silva, the captain, is making adjustments to the field. There's only one slip, and the slip is almost 2 yards higher than normal. This is outside the off stump, and you can see that Kofi James looking for going for the attacking shot, but a little more extra bounce by Jaipaul, forcing the batsman to play it square on the offside. It goes straight to cover position, no run.
And that's what you're going to get from Jaipaul. He's tall, so he's going to get that extra bounce, especially now that the ball is new.
From wide of the crease, bowls to James, come forward, respectfully pushes it to the short extra cover position, no run. Very good delivery there, good loop, and good line, good length as well.
Yeah, definitely from Jaipaul. He's very consistent. He's accustomed to bowling with the new ball as well. Does it all through his career.
In he goes from wide of the crease, and he wraps him on the pad. Loud appeal goes up, and you can see that all the fielders looking that it seems have beaten the inner edge onto the pad. Louis going down to have a word with Kofi James, and that looks maybe very close if there was no touch to it.
And maybe just hitting, going down the leg side. It's a tough call though. It could have also been just straightening, but I think with the angle, there's not much spin with the new ball. It's probably going to go down leg, but good start from Jaipaul.
Kofi James may be a bit nervous as he receives now from Jaipaul. This is in the off the edge. He streaks away through the third man position. Maybe he's going to run away to the boundary line. The fielder is making a big effort. He has lost the chase. So a boundary to James, not confidently played off the edge, but his safe position. There is no one in that vicinity. And the ball was streaked away to the boundary, beyond the boundary rope. So he gets 4. He takes the total on with that boundary to 9.
I think that's encouraging though. If you're Ricky Jaipaul, that Kofi James is trying to take you on, the wicket is not going to be as through because of that early morning moisture. So this is encouraging signs for Red Force and for Ricky Jaipaul.
Jaipaul to Kofi James, strokes is beautifully square on the offside. It's a long chase for the fielder. This is going to be a chase that he probably is going to win the battle. Picks it up, throws it at the batsman, have crossed for 2. Runs, have they got a third?
No, just 2.
Just 2. They've got 2 more.
In fact, yeah, they did get the third.
That was I said. I was looking at the ball going to the boundary, and I see Kofi James coming back towards us, the commentary end.
Yeah, he's a very fit athlete, Kofi James. He's quick between the wickets as well. And Mikhail Louis is a tall guy, so he gets across in no time, really. So they pick up 3 more runs, 12 without loss now. The Leeward Island Hurricanes.
And this is good, positive cricket. I'm sure the Leeward Islands players will be happy to see this type of stroke play and to see runs on the board. Jaipaul passes the umpire, rung the wicket, bowls to Louis. Louis comes forward, plays it respectfully, pushes it in front of him, not looking for a run. Good comeback delivery there from Jaipaul. But Kofi James, you can see that he's reading him well and played 2 delightful shots, especially the square shot where he got the 3 runs. The outfield may be a bit heavy towards the boundary ropes area. So he got 3 runs. They score now at the end of the second over. It's what, 12 is it?
Yep, 12 without loss.
12 without loss. So that is fairly good going, 6 runs per over.
Yeah, they'll be looking at that batting point as well, that you could get those bonus points. They would want to be going at 6 runs and over, so they'll want to get to 60 without losing 2 wickets. So they've got to continue to play that the way they've started, but they've also got to be careful not to lose those 2 wickets, because Jaipaul is someone who's going to attack the stumps.
Terrence Hinds will continue from the southern end, or the pavilion end, the Brian Lara pavilion end. Terrence Hinds is a member of the Queen's Park Cricket Club, so is the captain, Joshua De Silva, the wicketkeeper. There are quite a number of Queen's Park Cricket Club members of the Trinidad and Tobago national team. Terrence Hinds, the bowler.
It's a good delivery from Hinds, just outside the off stump and rising away from Kofi James. And with that, that's a line that Hinds would want maybe just a bit closer, but you could see that one just moving off the surface.
12 without loss. This is the third over. Second by Terence Hinds, Trinidad and Tobago seam bowler. Not the express type, but he can generate quite a good bit of pace when he's ready, when he's in his elements. As he comes in, nice smooth approach, passes the umpire and on board. It's a full length delivery. Umpire signal wide down the leg side. Kofi James tried to work it off the hip area, didn't make contact, and the umpire called into action. So one more to the total takes the Leeward Islands on the 13.
Just a bit too straight from Hinds there, and because of that slingy action that he has, the ball tends to rush on to the batsman, and that's something that he has in his game that a lot of people seem to take for granted.
Hinds once again passes the umpire and bowls to James, plays it to vacant mid-wicket region. They've got one. That's all there'll be in it. One more to him. Takes his personal tally onto 8, is it? 8. Louis now on 4 and is 14 without loss.
There's a couple of wides in the mix from Hinds, so you can see what he's trying to do. He's trying to bowl a very straight line and attack the stumps. He's got a deep fine leg and a deep backward square, and with that he's just trying to attack the stumps and bring the LBW and bowled into play. But he's been too straight, and that's a wide.
Trying to bowl too fast as well. Losing his rhythm and a quicker delivery, but down the leg side. Umpire Dayton Butler signals the wide, so one more to the total. Takes it on to 15, is it? 15 without loss. So it's a slip, a short rod man, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid off fairly wide, mid on, man on the backward square leg boundary. Hinds onto the pad. I'm not sure they got a touch to that onto the bat. We have to wait the signal, but this could be a leg by. Yes, the signal is made by the umpire to the pavilion side. The scoring is done on the pavilion side. We are the northern end, the pavilion end is the southern end. So one more to Leeward Islands, takes the total now on the 16 without loss.
Yeah, Hinds looking to attack the pads again. This time got onto the pad, just a bit too straight once more going down leg. Because he's just got to be around that off stump line. And if the ball goes in or away from there, you know that you've got the batsman in problems. At the moment, just now the server's taking out the slip, and I just feel like it's a bit too early to get the slip out. But because of the line that Hinds is bowling, Django's gone on to short mid wicket, and now he's gone outside the off stump and edge, and then Kofi James has to go. So Terence Hinds strikes, and Joshua Da Silva, the skipper, another dismissal to him. Kofi James has to go, and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force strike first in the final round of Super 50 action.
Yeah, very good delivery outside the off stump and climbing, and you can see Kofi James flat-footed, flushed outside the off stump. The edge well taken by wicketkeeper and the captain Joshua Da Silva. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they'll be happy to see the back of Kofi James because he's the attacking batsman. He's the one who's trying to keep the scoreboard ticking over, and to see him walk, and that's already a bad shot played by Kofi James. And you can see that he was struggling with the ball onto the pads outside the off stump, and a good lifting delivery and good seam ball there by Terence Hinds. And you can see over the years, having given the responsibility with the new ball, he has improved his game, and he has shown that the responsibility with that, he's getting results for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Yeah, most definitely, and he's the one to strike first, entering the field now for the Leeward Island Hurricanes, Colin Bowen Tuckett. And this is a young man that his cricket has improved leaps and bounds over the past few seasons. And he's always been a name that you've been hearing. I remember all the way back in 2018, I remember playing against him on the 15 cricket when he captained the Leeward Islands. Played again against him on the 19, and he's always a name that's in and around people that the West Indies board are looking to invest in, and he's definitely one of those investments that seems to be paying off. He's with the academy team, and he's known to be one of the better keepers in the region as well. And now he's getting the opportunity to play for his home nation or home team, and batting at 3, he's done pretty well so far. Got a half century in the first game.
Yes, he got 56 with 1 6 and 5 fours, 44 deliveries. He would want to reproduce that and give it a bigger total. Carlon Bowen Tuckett at number 3, a very important position. They say the best batsman bats at number 3. This is Hinds, bowls to him. He plays the shot, not in control, and you can see already he's in a tucking mode. We have to wait and see the signal by the umpire. I think he got a touch to it. There's a signal to him, but not in total control. So he has opened his mark with a single, takes the total on to 17. And Leeward Islands batting first, having been sent into bat by Tobago Red Force in this, after the bowling of Hinds, and then we had Ricky Jaipaul. You could say that Tobago Red Force will be happy with this position.
Yeah, it's been a good start for them. Hinds has been just a bit all over the shop in terms of his line, but seems to be settling in now after picking up that wicket. That's a beauty.
Good delivery. Lifting, beating the bat of, this is Louis. But Louis has been in a pretty defensive mode after he got that boundary. And the reason for that, I don't know what the plan they had, himself and Kofi James, whether Kofi will play the attacking role and he will try to bat through the 50 overs. There sometimes you have that kind of decision among your teammates, that if you're the established batsman in the team, somebody has to bat right through to get a big total.
Just looking at that delivery again from Hinds, it really was a beautiful delivery, and just passing inches away from that outside edge of Michael Louis. Well, these are the type of deliveries that's going to play in his mind a bit. Jaipaul is going to bowl now again from the media centre end, and Tuckett is on strike. Tuckett is a short man, so he gets under the ball quite easily.
Jaipaul to Bowen Tuckett. He's on 1. Louis, the non-striker, is on 4. 17 for the loss of 1. This is the 4th over. From the northern or the commentary end, the Jerry Gomez media centre end. Ricky Jaipaul, left arm spinner. Close in the stumps, bowl a flatter and quicker delivery to Bowen Tuckett, forcing him to play a quick defensive stroke on the onside. No chance of a run.
Yeah, just sliding this one from Jaipaul, and Tuckett was just a bit tucked up in the end. Jason Mohammed did the fielding.
Jaipaul from wide of the crease, bowls to Tuckett. This is high into the air. This could be 1, maybe 2, maybe a boundary. It's a 4. 1 bounce over the rope. Nicely played. Good attacking stroke by Bowen Tuckett. He will be happy with that boundary. You always like to get a boundary. You like to feel of the bat. So it's now 21 for the loss of 1 with that boundary.
Yeah, just extending the arms, Tuckett there, and now we are going to see a change in the field. Jaipaul brings up Webster from long off to mid off, and he sent James out to the long on boundary.
Jaipaul quick out flatter. Bowen trying to place it square on the offside, not making proper contact. Played it with the under edge, knocked it into the ground. The ball bubbling up, but he's still in control. It's 21 for 1.
One just on and around the off stop, and a bit shorter than the last time. I think he just went up a bit too much, but encouraging Tuckett to play aggressively.
Jaipaul tossing this one up, nice, good loop. Invites the drive. Tuckett goes for it, strokes it nicely to mid-off, no run. It's still the Leeward Islands batting first against the Tobago Red Force, having lost 1 wicket to Terence Hinds, the dismissal of Kofi James. From wide of the crease and round the wicket, Jaipaul draws the batsman on the front foot, strokes it to extra cover. That's the end of their very good over there by Ricky Jaipaul, restricting the scoring strokes, and it's 21 for the loss of 1 at the end of the over. The sun has left us a little bit there, Liam. What you make of this?
I don't think there's anything to be too concerned about just yet. You look at the weather forecast this morning, and there's no rain on the forecast, but we know we can't really trust that 100%. But I think if there's one thing about the Queen's Park Oval is that you hardly ever get a real rained out game here. The drainage here at the
Excellent.
oval is pretty good. It's top tier. So I think it doesn't, even if there is any showers today, I don't think it's going to be anything match threatening. I think we should be able to get a full game's play here. And I think both teams need to take advantage of that because it's been few and far between.
So it's Terence Hinds comes in, nice, smooth strides, passes the umpire boards, quicker delivery onto the pads. Louis forced to play that off the pads to mid-wicket. Had to come down heavily onto that delivery, a quicker one onto the pads, and he's lost his footing somewhat in playing that shot. He got a single, which takes Leeward Islands under 22 for the loss of 1. And I'm sure that Terence Hinds will be happy with that type of stroke play.
Yeah, 100%. He's not really allowing the batsmen to get behind the ball quickly enough to pull him into the leg side, and if they do, he's got the man out there waiting.
This is Hinds outside the off stump. This could be a catch, and he's caught! He's caught! Beautifully taken, but that's Jason Mohammed?
Cephas Cooper.
Cephas Cooper, yes, Cephas Cooper, 77, takes the catch. He plays that shot. You can see that he's standing there flat-footed, flashes outside the off stump. It's airborne. He's going in that loop to Cephas Cooper to his left. Judged it well, held on to it. So the Tobago Red Force, they are in the ascendancy. They have picked up their second wicket. Leeward Islands. Hurricanes in trouble, early trouble. 22 for the loss of 2.
Yeah, definitely. It wasn't a real great delivery from Hinds either. It was just short and a bit wide. And I thought Tuckett was just a bit tentative. He didn't go hard enough at it, and he didn't cut down. He just sort of poked at it, and it was a good catch from Cephas Cooper. A good sharp catch from Cooper at point. That one raced to him. And another early downfall for the Leeward Island Hurricanes. I remember back in, I think it was round 3, where they came up against the Barbados Pride. They were batting 15 for 6 at a point in time.
Yes, they were in serious trouble.
They tend to lose wickets in clusters, and they tend to lose early wickets as well. And I think because of that, Mikhail Louis is going to have to play a much different game than he wants to, because wickets are falling around him. And with that, the captain enters the crease. In at number 4 is Kareem Agor.
Well, I have the scorecard of the first game between Leewards and Windwards with 324. They made in that match in 47.3 overs, where Louis made 59, Kofi James 103, Carl and Bowen Tuckett made 56. So Louis has lost 2 important partners. James, who made 100 in the first game against Windwards, 103, and now he has lost the services of Carl and Bowen Tuckett, who made 56. Hinds bowls to the new batsman, flicks it off the pads. Is this Kareem Agor, the captain?
It is. Jaipaul does the fielding out there at the deep backward square, but this is exactly the start that Trinidad and Tobago would want. And you've got to question the approach of the Leeward Islands batsmen. Yes, you want to score runs early, but I think the way that both James and Tuckett got out, slashing at a wide ball early on in the innings.
Indiscretion. This is Hinds, comes in, bowls to Louis. This off the edge, but no one is there. He's got a streak away to the boundary. That's a boundary that Louis will welcome. Takes the Leeward Islands on to 27 for 2. With that boundary, he goes on to 9. And Liam, you could see that he's not confidently playing that shot. Or would you say he skillfully guided that?
No, I don't think so at all. I think you look at the replay there, and he was looking to play through the offside. Maybe it would have been a difficult catch for the slip, but I still don't agree with there's no slip in. He's got the slip in for Kareem Agor.
I totally agree with you. They should be attacking because 2 wickets are down already.
Exactly.
Put the pressure on the new batsman.
And even
Louis, who has been there all the time, he has not been scoring.
Yeah, 100%. I think now it looks like Django's going to come back into maybe like a second slip. Not quite a first slip. He is a bit wider. So, I think this is a lot better.
This is reactive.
He's under pressure.
Yeah.
Mikhail Louis is going to be under pressure when you lose 2 early wickets. So, why not add to it?
Hinds bowls. This is over the top again. But Joel Garner would have plucked that out from the air, or maybe Roger Harper or Clive Lloyd in that area. But those are big names. I am talking in international cricket.
I don't even think they would have been able to. That was way over. that.
Joel would have picked that up. These guys are, you'll be surprised at yourself. Joel in the gully is one of the greatest gully fielders, but never give him much credit because the way he takes it so easy. He just make a 2 steps to his right, to his left forward, or just in the air when he gets his hands to it. I enjoy those days. I'm hoping that some of these youngsters will provide the entertainment and the class and productivity that in terms of stroke play with bat and to get plenty runs. They're looking for maybe 250 runs here today, but Hinds will not allow it. This is Hinds' ball, too wide outside the off stump, going away, further away. The wicketkeeper and the captain, Joshua De Silva, move into his right, takes it low down. That's the end of a very successful over, 31 for 2.
So Jaipaul to continue that over, costing a bit of runs off of Terence Hinds there, but he got the wicket in the end, and I think both of those boundaries were pretty fortuitous. So, and the new batsman, Creamer Gore, is on strike. Hit straight to Cooper there. I think with this start, Trinidad and Tobago can continue to be on the attack, see if they can pick up 2, 3, maybe even 4 wickets within the next couple of overs. Straight down to Tion Webster.
Very good bowling by Ricky Jaipaul. He's very steady, and I like his variations.
And what he does well is vary his pace a lot. He's not a big... That looks good, but maybe just going down leg. Good delivery again from Ricky Jaipaul. Let's have a look at it again. Just seemed to be sliding down. And a bit of an inside edge as well. Oh, 3 dots in a row now. Creamer Gore would be feeling a bit of pressure. And just pushing at that one. Seemed to be in the air for some time to the left of Django, who's at a short cover. It's turning into be a very good over from Ricky Jaipaul. 5 dots already. And
very impressive.
Just one delivery to go in the over. He could close off here with a maiden. With the first of the game. And straight back to Jaipaul. So a good over comes in at the end of 6, 31 for 2. And Ricky Jaipaul, 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 11. Hinds on the other end doing the damage with 2 for 19. And he is going to continue.
Good support from by the bowlers from both ends. Hinds starting from the southern end. When we look at the match against the Guyana team at the Toruba, that was the 7th match played there, the 7th of the game. Terence Hinds, 7.3 overs, 1 maiden, 18 runs and 3 wickets. And Ricky Jaipaul, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 29 runs, 3 wickets. So those 2 guys were the main wicket takers for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force against the Guyana team, which they were able to win in the final over. A low-scoring game in terms of when the Trinidad and Tobago batted, but because of the Duckworth-Lewis system, the Guyana team restricted 196 all out in 40.3 overs. And Trinidad and Tobago, the target, they had a chase down. They got 106 for the loss of 4, with the top scorer being Tion Webster with 31. Jit Goli 29 winning the match with 3 sixes down at the end. 12 by Cephas Cooper, 10 by just with the silver, 2 by Yannick Carr and Jason Mohammed, the veteran, with 15 runs. So Trinidad and Tobago scored a very important victory to be at the top of the standard, second in the standards.
Yes, put them in a good position coming into this round now, where they need a win, or they just need to stack some points on the board. Here's Hinds in. Too wide again, but Hinds has been in good form. He's picked up a lot of wickets in this competition. He's a guy that has played cricket for the West Indies in recent times, so he's trying to get himself back into the team, and the only way he would do that is by getting some good performances at this level. And you can't give him any wrong at the moment. 5 wickets in his last 2 games, not much more you could ask for.
Well, this is the only tournament they have to address the West Indian selectors, so you have to make use of it, and in a big way. Right, you have to outshine the other guys if you want to get into their position, or to maintain your position in the West Indies team. When you come back to play cricket at this level, you have to outscore the other guys, outshine them, or take more wickets than them.
And that's what you want to see. You want to see some dominance at this level from the guys who have seen what it's like at the international standard. So it's going to be very interesting to see how Amir Jangu goes today. He's been off on a long tour with the West Indies. Would have been there when they played against Bangladesh in both the 50 overs and the T20s. He would have played in Nepal series, and he would have been part of the New Zealand series up until now. So he's been on a long hiatus from the Trinidad and Tobago team. He's back into the squad now. Bowled him! That's a beauty! And Terence Hinds has left Mikhail Louis in absolute shambles. He does not know where that ball passed. But Hinds picks up his third, and the Leeward Islands slip into further trouble.
Yes, Leeward Islands, a beauty of a delivery there by Terence Hinds, getting that ball to go between the bat and the body, and the bail's gone flying there. So I'm sure this is a important strike, because Louis is one of the prolific scorers for Windward Islands over the years. He has made a big impact, and he has played for West Indies, so he's one of the senior players. He has struggled after that opening boundary in the first over. He gone into a defensive mode, and that is what you do. You do yourself an injustice with the talent, the ability, and the experience. He's not very productive here, having played that type of stroke, misjudged it completely, and bowled comprehensively. 31 for the loss of 3. Terence Hinds with 3 wickets. And I'm sure that at the end of this game, he might be putting his hand up to collect maybe the Man of the Match award, because there's a Man of the Match award at the end of the match.
Yeah, he's definitely the number 1 contender as of right now. It's still early days, just 6.5 overs gone, but what a start this has been from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, and it's about bowling in partnerships. Ricky Jaipaul is building a lot of pressure on the other end with a lot of dot balls. He's bowled 18 deliveries so far, and 15 have been dot balls.
Fantastic work.
So that Hinds on the other end is reaping the rewards of that, and that's what bowling partnerships are about. But now the Leeward Islands, who continue to lose a lot of early wickets, have to depend on Jewel Andrew, the young West Indies player. He's played in the Under-19 World Cup and made an amazing name for himself already. And, anybody who knows Jewel Andrew knows he's not going to back down, and he's not going to shy away from a bit of competition. He's got a big job on his hands now,
yes, this is a lot of responsibility for him, because his team needs him to get a big score. 31 for the loss of 3. And also it reminds me of Ravi Rampal opening the bowling, and Samuel Badri at the other end. That was a fantastic combination with Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Yeah, it's pretty similar. And, I think after Samuel Badri, you don't really see leg spinners with the new ball anymore. I think he's almost one of a kind in that regard. Yeah, it's Hinds again. And this one is way too wide. And he's getting that ball to swing still. And we're into the 7th over, and in white ball cricket, you tend to see the ball stop swinging in around the 4th over, 5th over. We're into the 7th now, and Hinds still getting some exaggerated movement.
Well, there's also the front foot. You can see the front foot is he's putting the front foot not towards the stump. He's putting it out, opening that leg there. So when he wheels over, the ball is pitched outside the line of someone going further away. It's important where you put your bowling leg.
Down the leg side.
In addition, that where you put your bowling leg is your leading arm. Where do you put the leading arm, right? And then the bowling arm will come. All work in sync. Yeah, see, cricket and batting and bowling is an art. And if you don't put it properly, I had a case of Ian Bishop, but playing in Pakistan and everything, and in South Africa, and all the balls was going toward first slip. And he came home and he talked to myself and Theo Coffey. He can't get his ball to come back in. And I said, Ian, I'm watching you all the time. You're not putting your foot right. And we work on him and we fix him right. A good delivery there on the pads, a full-length delivery, more or less by Terence Hinds. He's striving for extra pace. He wants to get another wicket. When you get a wicket bowled long, you know that, Liam. When you get a man bowled long, you want the ball to hit the stump again. You're striving because the greatest feeling you can get as a bowler is when you hit the stumps. I don't know if you feel that same way.
Yeah, no, it's true. I think it's one of the best feelings as a fast bowler, and that would have gotten Terence Hinds going.
Yeah, he
as
charged
if
up.
he wasn't going already.
Yeah, he was going all the time.
3 for 21.
But Angela is flowing more. So you could see he's striving for extra pace. But this is what? This is fourth over now. Right? So a lot of energy expended. But he's doing a fantastic job at Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. 3 wickets, you can't ask for better. See, the front foot, he's pointing outside the line of the off-stump, is going further away. So when the bowling arm comes like this, he's wheeling away. So the shoulder comes and it comes over the bowling action, so it means he's gonna get it right.
He's showing some concerns though with that front foot landing.
But maybe the run-up is causing some problems there. The soil.
Joshua James is assisting him with some sawdust.
The underfoot in.
It may just be a bit soft because of all the rain that we've had over the past few days, past few weeks.
Still there's a lot of moisture under. Yes, on the Monday when I looked at the pitch there, Tuesday, sorry. You could see the moisture was up. Although they were rolling it and they thought it was dry, I recognized when I stuck my fingers in, I was seeing the moisture was up. It was soft.
That's a short ball from Hinds, too short, and a wide delivery signal by the square leg umpire Leslie for Junior.
And sometimes when we do that, we have to be very careful who we speak to. Sometimes you speak to the ground staff and you tell them that you have some moisture there, you need some more, sunlight or rolling. They wouldn't want to take that very kindly. So you don't say anything. Just make the observation and keep it to yourself.
One delivery to go in the 7th over. Hinds 3 for 22. What a spell it's been so far from him. And Tobago gets behind this one nicely. They get a single and they finish off the 7th over. Leeward Islands in a lot of trouble here. 36 for 3. And Terence Hinds has been the chief destroyer. 4 overs, 3 for 23. It's going to be Jaipaul to continue.
I just want to say back this story with Ian Bishop. It's a trials. And the batsman on the show was Gus Logie, former West Indies star player. Gus was batting at the northern end, and Ian was charging in from the southern end. He wasn't getting it right. And then when I showed him the front foot where he has to land and his bowling arm. And I said, Theo, you look at the foot. I'm going to look at where the ball is landing. No, I look at the foot, and you look at where the ball is landing. So I said, correct. And Theo said, bowl down. Right? So that was it. So we got it correct. I looked at the foot. The foot was planted correctly. I said, foot correct. And Theo says, bowl down. Goslow gave us ball down. So he got it right. And the ball was right in his slot. And this is what you do when we look at the cricketers, they try to help. That's what the coaches have to do. In the trials, in the practice, you got to watch the guys, see how they're working, the mechanics, if it's correct, and make sure you get it right. And once you get it right, you will get the success.
Hinds has left the field, and Brian Charles has come on as a subfielder. It's in the air, and a chance of a run out now. Good work from Jed Gully there to stop that one. That one beat Joshua Da Silva and looked like it was going to the ropes. But Tobago pushing at this one. And a good bit of work from Tion Webster at mid-off. I think he would have been back in time. And a good stop from Gully. But things happening here for Jaipaul because of that bit of slowness in the wicket early on, because of the moisture that probably has not gone away just yet. And, Tobago looking to push at that one and just couldn't get to the pitch. Jaipaul has him right where he wants him at the moment. Straight to Webster again, no run.
Nice foot flowing of drive. But the point there is that he was playing a little away from the body and pushing at the ball, taking the upper half of the bat. That's why it was airborne for a while.
Just playing it with softer hands, not pushing as he did with that first ball. It was the very same length that first ball was. So he's making the adjustment now. Kareem would have represented the West Indies just recently in that series against Nepal, the Unity Cup. Would have played for the US as well. Good delivery from Jaipaul, a bit flatter and targeting those pads. But Gore playing it well. Oh, 2 deliveries to go. Jaipaul has not conceded a run in his last 10 deliveries, or his last 11 deliveries in fact. And right on spot again.
Very good, very impressive bowling by Ricky Jaipaul. I'm seeing him for the first time for a long while. And he looks right in control of his game. He knows what he's doing about.
Oh, he's using his feet there. Django can't stop this one. He hit that one very hard. And a boundary to complete the 8th over. At the end of 8, 40 for 3. And Kareem Gore getting the release shot there.
That's a beautifully played shot. Well timed and a lot of power. And the point of contact to get that ball to stay flat on the ground and travel at such speed to the boundary line. You really admire those strokes. And this is what you want to see. We want to see good, nice attacking stroke play, nice fluent stroke plays, 40 for the loss of 3 wickets. And I remember doing commentary at the Guyana Providence Stadium, 50 overs tournament as well, Trinidad and Tobago versus Jamaica. And I was doing the first ball by ball. Roger Harper, the former West Indies all-rounder, was sitting next to me. And I said that Samuel Badri is the best new ball bowler in the Caribbean. And Roger thought to me, he said, well, Bridge, how can you say this is the best new ball bowler? He's a spinner. I said, Roger, I'm saying the best new ball bowler, not fast bowler. I'm saying new ball bowler. All right, so remember what I said. At the end of this match, you said, Badri finished with 9 overs, 6 maiden, 9 runs, no wicket. Very impressive. And I said, this guy has to play for West Indies. That's how he got in the West Indies team. So I made a case for him to get in the West Indies team. He's the best new ball bowler in the region. He's not the fast bowler, the best new ball bowler.
Well, James is in. Oh, and that's a beauty to start. And a loud appeal. And not given by umpire Dayton Butler. But that was an absolute beauty from Joshua James to open his spell. Let's have a look at that again. Jewel Andrew had no clue.
Beautiful ball. Really, really fired in, lifted.
If you look at it there, it cut him in half. It off the surface, it jagged straight back into him. And just beats him inside. And Jewel Andrew, you can see that reaction there. That was an absolute seed from Joshua James to start off his spell. Did not seem to hit the glove on the way through though, so I think there was the right decision made by the umpire.
Very good decision. Excellent.
James Wright again. He's been doing this his entire career. He's been riddled with injuries early on when he played for the West Indies under 19. As soon as he came back, he struggled with injuries. And after that, since he made his debut back in the Super 50 in 2024, ever since then, Joshua James has become a seriously important player in the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force lineup. And his bowling has come along leaps and bounds. He's been bowling quickly. He's getting
Good start by Joshua James from the southern end. He's striving for extra pace. He should get his line and length first and his rhythm. And once he's got that right, then you can try the variations.
good delivery again. Good length from Joshua James.
Testing the patience of the batsman. But it's at a good height. He's coming at a good height to play this quick cut. It's vacant. There's nobody in the backward point position. Over the top.
Oh, at the moment, the Leeward Islands just in a rebuilding stage here. And Kareem Gore, the skipper, such a big role for him now after losing the experienced Mikhail Louis and Kofi James early on, and the young promise of Tuckett.
Very good ball. Very good ball. Right up in the slot where you have to play defensively.
So the batting point, in fact, has been lost from the Leeward Islands, but Trinidad and Tobago Red Force have picked up 3 wickets in the first power play, so they will get an extra point. And I think going into this game, when you know that the Windward Islands are playing at the Brandon Cricket Academy, a bit high.
Very
Well,
good delivery, loud appeal.
Yeah, I think it was a bit high. Well, not a bad decision at all from the umpire. Let's have a look at it again. Yeah, hitting on the back leg, but still pretty high.
Yeah, rising. The ball is rising. It will ride the stumps.
So
Very good decision. This guy's. I'm very impressed with him over the years, and I always tell him to work very hard. And one of the things that we had, and he always come to me for a little bit of advice. And my advice to him, I said, look at the guys on television when they make their mistakes. Learn from that internationally, because when you come here, you're ready, you're prepared, because you will face those situations, and you'll be able to make that decision immediately outside in the middle.
Just looking at this delivery again from James. You can see where it's coming out of his hand. It's coming out of the inside half of his hand. So he's looking to get that ball to come back in to Kareem Agor. Not that one definitely too high, but good stuff from James at the end of the 9th over, 41 for 3. So the Red Force, as we mentioned, going into a game where they're looking to get to the final. They're just trying to get as much points as possible on board. Cut away. Oh, brilliant. That is a brilliant bit of work there from Brian Charles, who's on the field as a sub. He's known to be one of the best fielders in Trinidad and Tobago. And that is a brilliant stop from him.
Beauty. And this is what you want. This is list the game, list the cricket, the spirit of the players, especially the bowlers. You want to see the fielders take charge of those strokes when the ball is hitting your area.
Good delivery again from Jaipaul. That pace that he's varying so well.
He's bowled brilliantly here today.
Good delivery again, but Jewel Andrews equal to the task. Jewel Andrews had just a 30-odd, his highest score in the competition thus far. Yes, they've only played 2 games, and obviously the 2 rain-affected ones, but he's going to be looking to put a score. He's someone who's also, just like Hinds, trying to get back into the West Indies team. Jaipaul has been so good today, and what he's done well, he's strung together 4 and 5 dot balls at a time, and that has been adding additional pressure to this Leeward Island Hurricanes batting lineup.
Do we have any West Indian selectors watching this game?
Well, the West Indian selector is Darren Sammy.
Oh, he's
only
the
selector. So
only?
he's currently with the West Indies team.
Okay, you need to see Terence Hinds and Ricky Jaipaul under these conditions against this Leeward Islands team.
Well, I think that's the benefit of the amount of footage that's available now. I'm sure that somebody is gonna send it to him. A little bit of work there from Django. So Jaipaul completes another maiden, his second maiden, 5 overs, none for 15 at the end of the power play. The Leeward Island Hurricanes 41 for 3, an improvement from the game against Barbados, but they're still not in a good position whatsoever.
Well, the conditions are much better too, as well. And I don't think they played. The guys that started in the last in that game, they were too ambitious. They want to play too many aggressive stroke attacking shots, and then they paid the price. Whereas today we see a little bit more discipline, but still a little bit reckless stroke play there from Kofi James, and he started there, and then the second player that got outside the off stump, Carlon Bowen took it. I think he gave his hand away.
It's James straight to the man now. And whereas Terence Hinds came off from a brilliant spell, a good 4-over spell, where he picked up 3 wickets and bowled some unplayable deliveries, but you think it's going to get easier now that he's off. Joshua James has started in tremendous fashion.
Yeah, he bowled him right on target. Right, he's forcing you to play, and especially if you have to come on the front foot, that's better. Yeah. If you're on the back foot, it's more comfortable. You leave it alone, or you can play, you can push it, you could do so many things with the bat.
So, some good height on this delivery from James.
He's tall. Tall is he? 6'2", 6'1"?
I think he's about 6'5", 6'6" actually.
As much as that. He looks tall.
He's a strong guy, and he's worked really hard to get where he's at because he's had a lot of injuries early on in his career. Thankfully for him, he has been in really good rhythm over the past few seasons and has been just improving more and more. Here he is again. It's over pitch, and Joel Andrew is not going to back down. We spoke about this guy, and when it's in his half, he's going to go very hard at it, and that's what he did there. He picked up 4 runs.
Lovely shot. Well played.
It was very well played from Andrew, playing that front leg. There was no one at mid-on because Joshua James had that slip early on. And now Joshua De Silva, the skipper, immediately making a change. He's taking out the slip. Janko goes to short mid-wicket, and Karaya is now at mid-on. Good delivery from James. He's dragged his length right back and forcing Joel Andrew onto the back foot.
James Tobago, isn't that so?
Yep. He's from Wim in Tobago.
Wim. I'm not sure I could find it. Wim. I've gone to Tobago a few times.
It's not
We
too
did
far
commentary
from the port, actually.
Shaw Park. We did at Roxborough.
Oh, that one rushing on to Joel Andrew. Tried to get himself in position to play that hook shot, which is still living dangerously because you look at what's going on there. You've got Jaipaul at deep backward square and Webster at fine leg. So it's a dangerous option.
It is too close to the body to play that stroke. I don't know how you decide to make that shot. You just get on top of it and play it in front of you. Because you could very well get a edge gets up into the air, balloons, and you keep an easy catch too.
And Joshua James has had some issues in the last Super 50 actually. He was banned from bowling. In fact, it was not in the Super 50s, it was in the Breakout League where he had some bowling action issues.
Okay.
But he seemed to have gotten past that.
A match
he would have
against
bowled in the regional 40 and did pretty well. And he's now clear to bowl. And he seems to be bowling well.
Against Guyana, he bowled 7 overs, 1 maiden, 39 runs, 1 wicket. He got a wicket of Mahindra Dindial, bowled for 1. So he'd be happy to make sure that he take out one of the rising stars from Guyana. You want to get the big names when you play as a bowler. You want to get big names, so you consider it, you're making a solid contribution to your team.
Terence Hinds is back on the field now. Brian Charles has gone off after that brilliant stop at point. Now Jaipaul is going to be bowling to Karima Gore. Or is it Joel Andrews on strike at the moment? A long off, a deep mid wicket, and a sweeper. Well, just opting to use 3 fielders outside the circle, Jaipaul, because he still wants to maintain some level of attack and try to pick up some wickets.
There's an extended spell from him.
This is 6th over on the trot. Jaipaul and Andrew, in fact, drives beautifully. Straight to Terence Hinds, though.
So these youngsters from the Leeward Islands, I'm sure that they will want to do something special today. Today is the right place, and this is a famous venue of cricket internationally, not only in the region but internationally, the Queen's Park Oval. So many people have come here and established themselves and got big scores and cemented their positions in the team. Hopefully these guys can get something special today. All of Leeward Islands, I want to say special good morning to all of you if you're taking this broadcast and you're following our cricket here.
Off the outside edge this time. Karima Gore just changing back, and this one flying up, chase after it, and just couldn't get there. This oval outfield is pretty quick.
Very fast.
We've seen over the past few games that it's been a bit slower because of the heavy rain, but we're getting some sunlight here today, and it continues to travel. So much needed runs for Karima Gore.
The 50 is up, 52 for 3.
And off the outside edge again, and it's Cooper once more with the long chase. He's not going to get there.
Futile chase.
And the back-to-back boundaries for
Good
Karima Gore.
good placement shot by Gore, I think he has read it well, and the ball is coming off the surface. He's waiting patiently and using his wrist to controlling through the vacant gully position, gets another boundary, and this is what you want to see, that type of stroke play. You got to be studious, read the game, see what the bowlers are doing, what the pitch is, how he's behaving. And once you can do that, then you look at the fielders, you have enough awareness where they are stationed, and then you can control the game.
And it's Jaipaul. It's a lovely shot from Karima Gore. So Gore seems to be getting into his work now. He's on to 16 of just 23 deliveries. And he has seemed to be... He struggled a bit early on, but he seems to be in good nick now.
Yeah, he's
much more
stroking
control.
the ball with the middle of the bat. He's in control, and that's important. Nothing off the edge or edge strokes. If you edge them, it means you're not in control. He's in control. 57 for the loss of 3. Leeward Islands batting first, having been inserted by the Red Force.
Better delivery from Jaipaul, a bit shorter, and you can see some turn now.
Extra bunks too.
Good finish to the over for Jaipaul. At the end of 12 is 57 for 3. 6 overs, 2 mediums, none for 25 for Jaipaul. And I think with that over, you might just see a change in bowling. It looks like James is going to continue, but the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force spoiled for options when it comes to bowlers. They've got Yannick Carrier, who picked up a hat-trick against the Jamaica Scorpions. You've got Jid Gooley, who's been in good bowling form as well. He's picked up some wickets. You've got Young Toppin, who's a rising young fast bowler from Trinidad and Tobago. We've got options.
Well, I think you'll give the faster bowler a chance.
You've got Tion Webster as well, who's a batting all-rounder but can bowl. Some good pace. It's a good spot. Good pace there, and Karima Gore picking that one on the hand. You can see it's bothering him a bit, and he's not happy. Let's have a look at it again. Just wait, but he's under some pressure here. And take a look at it after this delivery. So picked off the hips nicely, and they look for 2. This is good running from Karima Gore and Jewel Andrew. Immediately as that ball came off the bat, they asked to go for 2.
Jewel Andrew got 31 with a 6 and 3/4 of 32 balls against the Windward Islands in that high scoring game of 324 for the Leeward's team. And in reply, the Windwards got 325 for 8, the highest run chase in this competition.
Sam off the outside edge, but Toppins down there at third man.
Darren Ned got 94 with 6 sixes, the most by a batsman in this tournament. 8 fours of 56 delivery. Had he got his century, he might have been one of the fastest centuries in the 50 overs tournament. Darren Ned. So I was looking forward for this guy being much more prolific in the other matches. Dylan Douglas got 61.
Here's James again. Good delivery right on spot. And this partnership is building nicely now. Just one delivery to go in the 13th over. But, you look at the partnership here from Kerry McGowan and Joel Andrew. It's up to 29. The highest partnership of the game so far. 38 deliveries. Calling for some help. That one seems to have hit him in a very uncomfortable position. Joshua James, unfortunately, getting that one out of the hand badly and struck Joel Andrew in a dangerous way. We hope that he is alright. He immediately called for some assistance.
Yeah, that's a terrible blow.
We will take a short break as Joel Andrew receives some treatment. We'll be right back after this.
Welcome back to the beautiful Queen's Park Oval here in Port of Spain, Trinidad and Tobago. We don't have good news for Joel Andrew. He got hit. Beamer from James from the southern end after treatment by the physiotherapist or maybe the medical personnel, I have to say, because we're not too sure at this time. He was escorted off the field. He walked off the field with his hands very uncomfortable. It seems as he had to go off for treatment. So James will now bowl to the new batsman, Jamar Hamilton, the experienced Jamar Hamilton, I would say, because he's been here for so many years. He's been a permanent fixture for this Leeward Islands team, and he's such an attractive player when he's on the go.
So he's going to be facing a free hit from James. And what a way to get off the mark. Jamar Hamilton has smacked this one into the car park. And with that, he is off to a flying start, really, at the end of 13, 67 for 3. And reminder that was a free hit. Because of that beamer that James bowled, that took Jolandra out of the game for the time being. And then Jamar Hamilton has just walked into the crease and walloped that over long on for 6. So Jaipaul is now going to be replaced from the media centre end. And Abdul Rahim Toppin, the young promising fast bowler from Trinidad and Tobago, one of the quickest around in Trinidad and Tobago, all age groups. He's pretty
He's lively.
Yeah,
I saw him in the final at Bangalore Cricket Academy when we did that game, and he won the man of the series. So he's gotten the opportunities and he's trying to make use of it, and that's very important. And this is the forum, this is the level that he has to come and prove himself, and especially against Leewards, all the teams that he play against, you want to do well. And I thought that this is the right move to bring him onto the attack when the ball is still hard. The faster bowlers need the balls when it's hard, when it's in good shape, the seam is still there, you can use the seam to get some swing and bounce. When they lose the seam, you can't do too much in terms of swinging the ball. The spinners will come into operation, so this is the right move to bring him into the attack. Thought he should have been on a little bit earlier.
I think it was tough to bring him onto the attack when Hinds was bowling so well, and then you didn't want to take Jaipaul off while he was really bowling some really good deliveries and building pressure. So I think there's no better time than probably right now after Jaipaul bowled an expensive over.
4 runs for him off his first ball. It's too far outside the off stump. Jamar Hamilton said, "Thank you very much, my friend. Christmas is very far away, so I can take any gifts that I get now. I will not wait for Santa Claus." So that's a very loose delivery there from top end, and pay the price. You can't be too short and too wide. You'll be carted all over this field.
Yeah, just a bit of a loose now. You'll want to get into a good line and length now, and you can see that the Red Force boys are getting behind him. Good delivery and appeal, but Karimago definitely getting some bat on that. And there is no run either. Jason Mohammed was quick to get to that at short mid wicket. So 4 top in here. He's got a third man, a fine leg, a deep backward point, and a deep cover point and a deep square leg. So I don't think he's going to be pitching up many. I think he's going to look to use the surface. There's a lot of grass on the surface, so he's going to be looking to use that and put some pressure on to Karimago. This time it's pitched up straight to Jaipaul out there.
Getting into position and closer to the line of the delivery. That's what you have to do. Use your feet. Getting close to the line, close to the pitch. Those are basic fundamentals. And the closer you can get to the ball, closer inside the line of the delivery, you can execute any type of stroke. So he strokes that beautifully along the ground. Not looking for a second run. Contented with single, he's going straight to the fielder. But Hamilton has already shown the intention that he would want to get on with the game. He also gets a big total, 73 for the loss of 3.
The deep square has come up into the circle now, and Mohammed is going out at deep mid wicket. Third man up, long off back, And Jamal Hamilton, he continues. Well, the first ball was a free hit. This time, he made it a free hit. It was over pitch from top in, and he just cleared the front leg and smacked it straight back over his head. And Jaipaul was just a spectator at long on.
Not only him, all of us.
Well, this is interesting. Hamilton has come out here and he's on the counter attack. He's back against the ropes and he's come out swinging 12 of 2. Not what we would have expected. We know he's an aggressive player.
I know he's an aggressive player. I've seen him over the years, and he doesn't waste time.
We didn't expect his first 2 balls to go flying over the ropes. Here's top in. Good delivery, much better. And Mohammed.
And especially with a newcomer and a loose delivery outside the off stump, you know, he's really charged up there, and he tell himself, I could play more shots against this guy. Okay, he's not swinging it too much. So once it's there, within his reach, he will give the charge, and that's a beautifully executed stroke over the top of 6. You don't really run those runs. You just let the bat do the talking and leave the cameraman to do the work. Let that pitcher go all over the world.
12 of 3 now for Hamilton, striking at 400 early on in his innings. Toppin went for the Yorker, but 2 straight going down the leg side. Good take though from Joshua Da Silva, because that one had some pace on it, and it was far down leg.
Joshua Da Silva also has to work himself to get back into the West Indies team.
He's got a job on his hands.
So he has to do everything right. He has to do behind the stumps. He has to prove himself in front of the stumps with the bat. He has to get big scores. That's the only way we'll force our way back into the West Indies team.
Good delivery.
Very good delivery. That's what he should have done. Line and line just and bring the batsman under the front foot. Once you bring down the front foot, if you drive too early, you're going to be up his stroke, the ball will be in the air. Could be chancy. You have to play it defensively. Hamilton, very experienced player, so he decided he's going to play it softly and gently in the onside. More to Hamilton, which takes
Fit. And at the end of the 14th over, 81 for 3. So the Leeward Islands starting to pick up a little bit after losing those 3 wickets very early on. And
but that's the most expensive over.
Yeah, most definitely.
And probably might not get another one.
I think it's early
We have to
days.
wait and see. To settle too much and to continue to score at 10 runs per over. They change the momentum of the game quickly. You have to, as they put on somebody, I see Yannick Karais come in place of James from the southern end, which is a good move.
And that last over from Joshua James costing 10 runs. After that, the free hit was smacked over long on for 6. What a shot that was from Jamal Hamilton to start his game. And a subfielder is on. It looks like Tion Webster. It's not Tion Webster, in fact. It might just be Toppin is off the field after that over. And Satran Rambaran, who's yet to get a game, he is on at deep backward square. In fact, inside the circle, that's square leg. Now it's going to be interesting to see this battle between Hamilton and Yannick Karaya. Because Hamilton likes to go, and Karaya is a big turn off the ball. He's been picking up wickets. It's going to be interesting to see how this goes.
Very experienced too.
He's been around for a long time. Would have played for the West Indies as well back in 2023. Made his debut against New Zealand in Kensington Oval. Scored a half century on debut, batting at number 9 or number 10.
That's impressive.
Well flighted there, and Hamilton is not going to fall for the trap. A deep mid wicket, a long on, long off, and a deep cover. And a Jaipaul in play at slip. So Yannick Correa pick up a hat-trick against the Jamaica Scorpions. And the second ball in that hat-trick was a googly that pitch almost on the wide line outside the off stump
And
and hit middle stump. It was some exaggerated turn. Off the edge, but well controlled in the end from Hamilton. Followed it and ended up playing with soft hands. Pushed away from Gully. Let's have a look at that again. That one now off the shoulder of the bat, pretty much some bounce for Correa. And he's driving, but James gets around quickly. Well, obviously Joel Andrew, who is retired, he can return. You've got Rakeem Cornwall, Nathan Edward, Landerfort, O'Shane Thomas and Durham still to come. We would hope that that is not the last that we've seen of Joel Andrew in this game.
Yeah, we don't know it yet. Probably be treated and hopefully everything is okay. So he might be able to take his place. Might come back and bat again if he needs be. We never know.
Change of ends now for James. He is going to be coming into bowl now from the media centre end after a decent first 2 overs and an expensive third from the Brian Lara Pavilion end.
Good move by Captain Joshua De Silva. Top end.
Top ends off the field at the moment as well.
Yeah, was all over the place. He wasn't putting it in 9 and length, just on about the off stump. Sometimes some of these youngsters need to be schooled. When I say schooled, to look at some of the famous bowlers around the world, what they have done, what have made them special in the world of cricket, and you learn from them.
Good delivery from James. Just angling back into Hamilton. He's kind of pushing that one away from his body.
And there's so much of the volume of cricket available on the internet to watch, right, and to learn and to read and to improve your game, because you have to read, you have to check how the guys in terms of their lifestyle and their attitudes to the game, what they have done to make them very special and to become legends and icons of the game and major contributors to the team.
And there we see the ground staff, and accompanying them is the former Trinidad and Tobago Red Force coach, David Furlong, who's here viewing the cricket. Better delivery from James there outside the off stump. Hit straight to Django at point. This is good to see Amir Django back, though. He's been, as we said, he's been away for a long time with the West Indies team, and you know,
This is a very good opportunity to get some runs because he didn't play much on those tours. I'm sure he's waiting for that moment to walk out to the middle to start get a feel out in the middle and start to stroke this ball around.
No, he would have been in places with a massive time difference as well, so the jet lag is probably seeping in it somewhere. He would have been in New Zealand, Bangladesh. He would have been in Sharjah when they played the Nepal series, and then flew straight from New Zealand back to Trinidad and Tobago.
Son, do your business. Forget the jet lag. That's the whole story. I mean, it will affect you, but you got to go in the mindset. Look, I will get the job done. He has to come and impress, and he has to get a big score. When you come back to this level where you play for the West Indies, you have to dominate, you have to produce, you have to excel, you have to outshine the other guys who are playing at this level. Because if you don't do that and they can outshine you, well, they will make their cases much stronger to be selected and elevated to the highest level.
I think when you look at the way that this competition has rolled out, though, because of the look of cricket that we've seen, because of the upper guy out of a place, because they've not played enough. They've not seen that consistent run where guys are scoring runs in 3 and 4 games, because we've not seen 3 and 4 games.
You get one chance. One game you make one big score, the selectors will think of you. You bowl impressively, you get a decent haul of wickets, and you help your team to win, they will take notice of you. That's what you do. So you're always on the selectors' radar. They keep you abreast of how you're progressing domestically, regionally, right? And then probably you get your chance. And when you get a chance, make it count. That's most important. A lot of guys get many chances and they're not making it count, right? Substandard performances, lackadaisical performances. You're not seeing that discipline, right? And too many excuses. You're finding fault for the pitches before you start playing the game.
Good over there from James and Maiden. And Yannick Karaya is back into the attack. Just one run off his first over. This one peeling off the outside edge at Hinds. Quick hit at point. And then the Red Force boys are chirping at the Leeward Islands batsmen still. That they have really come into some good partnerships here. Hamilton just new to the crease, 14 of 17, but they've been scoring quickly. Jewel Andrew and Kareem Agor were looking good before Andrew was rushed off the field with that injury.
Leeward Islands looking forward for a big score from Hamilton, maybe a century. If he can do that, there's enough overs to get it.
Oh, that's a good delivery again from Karaya. That length that he's bowling where Hamilton can't cover the spin.
Hamilton is playing off the pitch. He has to watch the bowler's arm and he has to move in position. He has to move. If he stays there and play, he can be in trouble. I'll put somebody just under the bat and leave him in two minds. Good shot.
Work for Jaipaul to do out there at deep wicket. Time and time again, Yannick Karaya has been so impressive for Trinidad and Tobago, especially in this regional Super 50.
Yannick has been around a long time. He's such a disciplined and dedicated player.
It's a single down to Webster at long on. What they're doing well now is rotating the strike. They're trying not to allow dot balls. And you saw Karaya's first over just one run. James in the last over on Maiden. So they need to find some consistency in rotating the strike. 3 runs off this over so far. Hamilton off the back foot and Jason Mohammed can't get down in time, so a single to end the 17th over. At the end of it, 86 for 3. A quick recap of the bowlers. Terence Hinds 4 overs, 3 for 23. Jaipaul 6 overs, none for 25. James 4 overs for 16. Karaya 2 overs for 5, and the 1 over from Abdul Rahim Toppin costing 14 runs. And for the Leeward Islands, the batsman Kareem Agor, the top scorer so far at 26. Hamilton right behind him with 16. Mikhail Louis was Bull Hinds for 13. And Jewel Andrew was retired hurt on 6 of 19. Kofi James caught the silver, in fact, Bull Hinds for 8. And Tuckett caught Cooper, Bull Hinds for 5. So it's been the Terence Hinds show this morning for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. They're looking for another wicket now. And Hamilton drives. It's a lovely shot. A brilliant bit of work there from Hinds at mid-off, saving his team 3 runs there.
Yes, 3 runs saved. That's brilliant work there. And that's what you want in the outfield. You want to make sure you move very quickly, stop the ball, take control of it, and restrict the batsman just a single, maybe only 2. Every run save is less runs to score for the Trinidad and Tobago team. And more pressure. when we say scoreboard pressure, less pressure because of the overs, getting through the overs very quickly, but you're not getting a big enough total to challenge this Red Force team.
Kurima goes really look good this morning. After a bit of a shaky start, came in when his team was under a lot of pressure, and he has since brought a sense of calm to the crease. He's not played any rash strokes, to be honest. He's been in full control.
He's played a disciplined knock so far. He hasn't played too many ambitious, aggressive strokes. Playing within limitations. He's reading the play, and doing the right thing, and that's important as a leader.
James is hitting a nice line on length now since switching over.
Yeah, he settled down a lot better here from this end. Some bowlers prefer the northern end than the southern end. I don't know in your time if you prefer a particular end.
I think for me as a new ball bowler, whichever end that the wind is gonna assist me, I'll start there. But after that, when you're bowling in the middle overs or any time after that, it tends to not really matter too much.
James keeping the batsman very quiet, very steady. Expect maybe a little more in terms of using the wrist to get the ball to lift as the batsman is coming forward. That's where you force them to jab at the ball.
Just opening the feast this time. Nicely for a single. Picked the gap pretty well there. So just 2 runs of this James over so far. 1 delivery to go. It's been a disciplined spell.
Much better from this ender. He has steadied. He has settled long.
He's bowled 5 overs. Well, 4.5 overs. And it's really and truly just one bad ball that he bowled. That was the free hit. That's a smack for 6. And it wasn't a horrible ball either. It was a good shot from Hamilton.
Good Hamilton, yeah. Hamilton said, look, thank you very much. Christmas is far away, but I will take this gift.
Oh,
good
he's
shot.
slashing hard at this turn. It's Jaipaul out there at deep cover. So at the end of the 18th over, the Leeward Islands 89 for 3. And Jamal Hamilton, he's on to 18 of just 22 deliveries. So since he's come in, they've made scoring look easy.
He's that type of player. He's not flustered. He don't play too many aggressive, ambitious shots. He's very selective. He's a very disciplined player, and I think he should have been more consistent and be able to be prolific player at the West Indies level, right? But sometimes you never know. Everything doesn't go well for you in each season.
It's also been tough for him when you look at the wicket keepers that have been favoured ahead of him. He came up in a time where Dinesh Ramlin was still playing cricket for the West Indies, and you look at the guys after Ramlin. You got Shea Hope, you got Nicholas Pooran, who was favoured with the gloves at a point in time. So it's always been difficult.
Barbados little wicket keeper.
Shane Dorich as well. Yeah, Shane Dorich was a big run scorer for the West Indies.
Consistent and under pressure. Shane Dorich always produced quality innings, and that's what made the difference. Is where you produce. It's not how many scores, big scores you get. Where do you produce and when do you produce it? That's what impresses the selectors and maybe the administrators, and they talk about that.
Jade Gully is brought into the attack. I thought they were hesitant to bring him in, maybe because of the 2 right-handers being at the crease, but Jade Gully is in now, and Gully has been in some good bowling form. Picked up 3 wickets in the game against the Scorpions at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
James Gully is a world champion. World Youth Champion, World Under 19.
Yeah, he would have won the Under 19 World Cup back in, I think it was 2016.
16, yeah. We had 3 world titles, male and female, T20 in India. But the youngsters had done the job before and set the platform for the rest to take that impetus and the momentum into their tournament. The women won their title, and the 90 women were there to get to share with the West Indies team.
There's something about Jade Gully. He's been a big part of Trinidad and Tobago's setup for a while now, and he's been getting his chances, a consistent run of games. He was selected for the West Indies team to play in England when the series right after Nicholas Pooran retired, and fortunately for him, because of some visa issues, didn't get his visa in time and was unable to make the tour.
on a scholarship and had a visa problem then. I think they all started since then. A mistake was made in the entry.
Cut away. To Toppin, who's back on the field now, does the fielding. That's one.
I recall those days because I had a chance to talk to him and Constant Kalicharan when they got selected to go to the World Youth Championships. 19.
Well played again from goal. So they're finding ways to score quite easily now. You look at the rotation of strike in this over has been excellent. A single of every ball.
And I always try to keep abreast with these guys, try to stay in touch with them to make sure that they're throwing in and they're playing.
Another good single taken. Oh, the over comes to an end. 5 off it at the end of the 19th over. The Leeward Island Hurricanes are 94 for 3.
And talking about training and playing, Yannick Karai in 2018 was at home when the West Indies President's 11 team was again against the Sri Lankan team at the Bangalore Cricket Academy. And I called him, I said, Yannick, are you coming to the ground today to watch the cricket? He said, no. I called Stephen Katwaru. I said, where are you? Are you coming to the ground? He said, no, he's busy today. I called Brian Charles. I said, Brian, are you coming to the ground today? 2 of them said, no, they're coming. I said, Yannick, do me one favor. Get your whites, walk with your whites, come to the ground. I want you to the ground. You got to come and watch the cricket there. That's most important. And come introduce yourself to the West Indies administrator, the officials, and get a chance to go and practice with the guys on the field. You know, when he came, he introduced himself. He practiced with them. A man got injured and he get to play in the match. He played in the game because he brought his white and he was there ready to play and practice. So you always have to come and watch the game. If you're not in the squad, you must come and be around with the team and practice.
He is. A chance of a quick single, and they done well there. Cephas Cooper, it looks like, was running in from backward square. Was top in there. It is Cephas Cooper, just unable to pick up cleanly. Good quick single for Hamilton. He's on to 22. So very good stuff from Karimago.
But Yannick is drawing him onto the front foot. He's tossing that ball nicely. Nice, tantalizing loop, inviting the drive. But he's not pushing it, not too much of revolutions on the ball. A little flatter. You could probably get away on the front foot and just the paddle sweep, because there's no protection deep on the boundary.
Just got that one man there. Needs to string together some dot balls and try to build some pressure on go.
Good ball.
And he's doing it.
Very good ball. The moment it left his hand, you could see that loop higher. The trajectory is higher, is when he's going to come down back. So if you don't get close to it, the ball going to be spinning away from the bat. You can take the outer edge.
He's not been able to pick the turn that we've seen from the likes of Joshua Bishop and Kima Smith in the Barbados Windward Islands game just a couple of days ago. I think it was on Sunday. That one,
good ball.
I think it was going down, maybe pitching outside as well.
But he caught in 2 minds. He wasn't sure whether to come forward or whether what to do. Beaten for flight and spin.
I think the sweep was on there. Yeah, pitching outside leg and probably hitting him outside leg as well. Would have missed the stumps. 97 for 3 now. Final delivery of the 20th over coming up. And the rebuilding job has been excellent from the Leeward Island Hurricanes. And it's all about the experience of Hamilton and the calmness of the skipper, Karimago. This one's hit so well, straight down the ground. But Terrence Hinds gets around quickly. Oh, a single to complete the over at the end of 20. It's 98 for 3.
And you see, it is very importantly, I mean, is that when you're not playing cricket, you're not in a team, come to the ground, watch the game, you learn. Because this is the, I will say, the classroom What is going on out in the middle? You see, in my time as a schoolboy cricketer, I am on board. I'm watching Gary Sobers, Rohan Kanai, and Basil Butcher, Lance Gibbs, all the top-notch cricketers on display. We learn from them. I learned to bowl like Lance Gibbs. I used to bowl like Lance Gibbs as an off-spinner. I see the 3 strides up and tossing it up. And I mentor and coach Clyde Butts. Clyde Butts is the only man come very close to Lance Gibbs because I was able to incorporate that into my game. I was a fast bowler. You do everything in the game. You open the bowling and then come back and spin. So in my game, I was able to bowl like that. Then I had himself, like people like Neil Lemrit, a lot of spinners, Kishore Prasad himself, and played for West Indies U team, right? Suresh Singh should have played in 1979. He got 5 wickets in 3 trials. Roger Harper got 4 wickets in 4 innings. And then when they had to go for the 4 innings, they sent Roger Harper out and Suresh Singh key back there. When he got 3 half centuries, they called him in. He didn't complete his hundreds. And they said he's in the team. When they announced the team, Suresh Singh is not in the team. Roger Harper still playing because he played the year before. We gave some DCC.
Oh, Creeper goal. Looking to give himself some room and cut there, but it's too close. And
we lost that talent. We lost Suresh Singh. He migrated to America. Himself, Alhamdulillah, Namar, those guys was outstanding in trials, didn't get no play. Those are brilliant youngsters.
oh, pulled away. But there is a man out there. So just another single. So they've not been able to get the 2s or the boundaries. It's just been singles. So I think the Red Force would not probably be
They will not be
too
unhappy.
disappointed
No,
with
they
that
will
at
not be
all.
unhappy. They'll be happy they will continue with the singles. It's the boundaries that enormously.
The Leeward Islands taking the single approach. So they say 1-1 egg fill the basket.
It's important to rotate the strike. It's important to score off every ball. Especially fielders are fairly deep. You want to stroke it into the open areas or the gaps. Like that, and you can take one. You can probably challenge the arm too as well. If you take the first run very fast. Because it's fairly deep. That throw is coming. So when that throw is coming, you can get a second run.
I think because the outfield is so quick, it's hard to run 2 unless you pick the gap here at the Queen's Park Oval. And he's going big at this one. That should be a boundary, and it is the first boundary in a few overs for the Leeward Island Hurricanes. But Hamilton was quick to pick that length and pick the gap even better at the end of 21. 105 for 3. Let's have a look at that again. I think because of his height, he was able to get underneath that one quite quickly.
Wait time did well. And the execution was very good. Not perfectly placed, but he got it right, and there's no fielder in vicinity, so he got a 4 runs hit.
So
that's an excellent stroke. And I mean, is it 99, 100 and how much now? 105, is it?
yeah, 105, yep, for 2. So Cryer is in to continue now. He's bowled quite well. None for 8 in his 3 overs. This time he's going downtown. Could be a boundary.
Yes, it is.
And it is. Terence Hinds can't cut that one off. And they pick up 4 runs. So boundaries flowing now after a while, a big period where there was no boundaries and it was just singles. We just spoke about it. And a bit of a commentator's quiz. Since that, we've seen 2 4s back to back.
I don't know if it's a commentators, of course. But I like the attitude of the players. When you see that there's a lull in the game and there's only singles, you had to change the tempo. And this is good, attractive batting by these guys.
The run rate has jumped up now to 5 and over. Edging! And just short of Jed Gully at slip. But Yannick Caraya's made something happen here.
Yes, but is it too deep? From if you're going to take the edge, will it go that far? I'm not sure. Maybe 1 step forward or 2.
I think, yeah, maybe 1 step. When
Yeah,
you look
that's
at
what
the
I'm saying. It's a
replay
little
there,
too deep. I was watching that. He was a little too deep.
He's driving again, and Jaipaul has seen a lot of the ball out there at sweeper.
Excellent. You're doing a good job out there. But you see, for the spinners, you can't be too deep. For the fast bowlers, it comes off very quick off the edge. It will come to you there if you're fairly deep in, a regulation slip position. For the spinners, you got to come a little bit more up towards the wicket keeper.
Good delivery from Karaya, but well played again from Jamal Hamilton. Hamilton is on to 28 of 31 now, and the 50 partnership comes up with that single of just 54 deliveries. Hamilton, the real go-getter in it with 28 of 31. And as you can see,
Good batting, good intelligent batting. You want to rotate the strike, and you communicate. You have to communicate, and that's what they're doing out there. They communicate and they're speaking to each other. That's what they're planning. And you have to execute now. You plan, but you have to execute as well.
that one looked to be the googly there from Yannick Karaya, well covered from Kareem Agor. And have a look at it again. It was pitched up on or about the off stump. Karaya, one delivery to go in the over. It was the googly, probably the most turn that we've seen off the surface today. And the finishes off with that, and Hamilton wanted the single. It was hit quite softly. I thought it was not a bad option, but Kareem Agor not opting
have
for
no
it.
intentions of taking a run.
At the end of the 22nd over, 111 for 3. Yannick Karaya now 4 overs, and he's conceded 13 runs. Gully 2 overs for 12. 14 runs in fact for Karaya in his 4.
That's decent bowling. His
Not
ball
so much more than
tidy
that.
and good variation.
The wicket has gotten a lot better as well from that start that we saw. It's gotten a lot easier to bat on. There's no real turn in it. There's no moisture anymore. So it's a good wicket that once you get yourself settled on, it's easy to score runs. And that's what they're doing well. They're just dropping the ball into the gaps, picking up singles.
I've been looking for that all the time. I'm looking because you try to force it. You just pick the gaps. You just rotate the strike, take the single, and looking for the second run. If guys are fairly deep, if I bat in there, I'll be challenging those arms for sure. I'm taking that first run very fast. They amble in for the first run. In limited overs cricket, don't do that. Limited overs cricket, the first run you have to take it very fast. Put the pressure on the fielder. He could take his eyes off the ball and will fumble with the ball. So when he does that, I'm getting my second run, I'm getting my third run. These are lessons they got to teach these guys them, and they have to apply it.
I think it's something that every coach always stresses when you've got to take the first one hard for that exact reason. And the fielders out in the deep, when they see you take off so quickly, they'll take their eyes off the ball and you've got a greater chance of a misfield. Oh, here's Gully again. It's very good bowling at the moment from Gully.
Very good. Very
3
steady.
dots in a row. Just trying to get that pressure on Kareem Agor. They've been so comfortable just dropping the ball and getting singles. And now you're in a situation where it's becoming a bit harder. That's what the Red Force want. They want to build some dots together and force Kareem Agor to make a mistake. Straight back to him. Good fielding off his own bowling there.
Excellent. That's what you want. You want to keep the pressure on the batsman. Don't give them the opportunity to score.
So 4 dots in a row now. 1 delivery to go in over number 23. Hamilton got the single of the very first ball, and after that it's been easy going for Jade Gully, but Gore uses his feet nicely there to get a single at the end of 23, 100 for 3.
Wonderful shot. It could be a very powerful shot. It could be just a simple, easy stroke in that ball. And the field is fairly deep. He has to run to come to it. So if you run the first run very fast, you could come back for the second run, because he will come in and then be watching what you're doing, and he takes his eye off the ball. You're putting pressure on him as a fielder. All these things are part of the game, that you put the pressure on the opposition. And when you misfield a ball, you don't want sometimes your captain or your guys in your team get vexed with you. Right? It affects your whole your chemistry. Right? You become nervous sometimes. Right? You're not confident again. You don't want to make a similar mistake, and that can carry on into when you go to bat. Right? That you made mistakes, you give away 4 runs or give away the extra runs. You ease the pressure. The batsman go on make a half century or a century. Right? You start thinking about that. Some players are affected mentally, unless you're strong and you're very positive in your mindset. So those are all part of the game that could affect you, both negatively and positively. Depends how you deal with it.
So Karaya to continue. And, the Red Force looking for a wicket here. This partnership has really built nicely. And he's gone high in the air. Karaya celebrating already. Hinds underneath it, takes the catch. And just as I said, the Red Force would have been looking for a wicket. Karima Gore, after a brilliant start to his innings, a good set start, beaten by flight, you have to say.
Yes, well, there was not nowhere close to that ball. He just played a reckless shot there, right? And he paid the price. It was in the air, airborne for quite a while. He didn't have the timing, didn't had the proper contact, and I'm sure that Yannick Carraya set him up as well, because he was pushing them flat, and then he tossed this one up more, a little bit more loop. And that is brilliant bowling by Yannick Carraya. Yes, he worked for his wicket, he worked for his success, and well supported in the outfield by the fielder Terence Hinds, waiting for that catch. Sometimes this catch, when they're coming, they're airborne for a long while, coming down, you could lose sight of it. As it's dropping, sometimes very fast. A new ball especially will drop very fast. A old ball at this stage will probably not drop so as fast as it is, because when they have the sheen and it's coming down, it's going to come coming down to you, so you got to be keeping your eye and then get both hands to hold on to it. So that's a good catch made by Terence Hinds in the end.
And at number 7 is going to be Nathan Edward, the youngster from St. Martin, left-handed batsman, the first left-hander that we're going to see today.
He looked good at the last game he played here. He batted well, he batted attractively.
He's a good player. I remember playing against Nathan on the 19 cricket, and he usually bats at like number 4, 5, 6 around there for Leeward Islands on the 19, and the ball to the new ball, swings the ball a long way. And, he scored a half century against us after we picked up about 6 early wickets. It was him alone, and he scored a brilliant half century, a counter-attacking half century, and I don't think that's what's required at the moment though, because you've got the provisional 5 wickets down, because you're not quite sure what the situation is just yet with Joel Andrew. And after Nathan Edward, you've got Cornwall, who is a counter-attacking player. He's not going to run partnership or even more. So here is Carraya to Nathan Edward. An appeal! Not out, says the umpire. Carraya was running off in celebration, but I don't think it was ever.
Umpire Leslie River will not give it.
Look at it there.
Well,
inside edge.
Everybody have their own way of appealing. We're looking at people like Shane Warne and Glenn McGrath there in your face. Right, they're turning at you, and the way they appeal to you and they're pushing their hand up, it means even to get the umpires to put their hand as well.
Well, that one definitely off the inside edge. Edward pushes in to the offside tentatively, but Cooper is quicked it at backward point.
You can see that the Red Force team, that they're very good in terms of recognizing where the ball is coming. They're moving very quickly and positioning themselves for the return throw, right? For the throwing back into the stumps of the wicketkeeper. He's guessing. He's playing a guessing game. He's not sure what he's doing. He's standing up there and he's not coming forward. He has to come forward till the ball is flighted. You can't stay with and play off the pitch. You're in trouble. That's what happened to him. You're not sure how the ball will bounce, whether they keep low. What's going to happen? You have to come forward for these spinners. Once it's tossed up, you have to come forward on the front foot.
So 2 deliveries to go. Carraya looking good so far in this over. 4 dots, including a wicket.
Right.
Oh, that's a googly. Well bowled and a bit of a mix-up. Excellent from Cephas Cooper at backward point.
And I'm not talking about the brilliance and the awareness and the reaction time from these guys. You see that they're well drilled. The coach, Riyad Emirates, has done a fantastic job with these guys. For a very long time, you've seen a Tobago team coming out in the middle, and they're so agile, so alert, so aware. So I think he's done a fantastic job to get these guys in readiness to prepare, because it's important to win this and to go and contest the final on Saturday.
Yeah, I think one thing that they've done really well in terms of their preparation is that they've played a lot of matches. They've played a lot of practice matches.
And that helped to get you in match readiness.
Exactly, yeah. And I think, here we go, Carraya again. And Edward, this time guiding it down with soft hands to short third man. Cooper has to run around from point, and they pick up a 2. So the end of the 24th over now. 115 for 4. Nathan Edward off the mark with a double. And Carraya completes a good over. 5 overs, 1 for 16. He continues to pick up wickets. And the Leeward Islands after losing the skipper Karima Gore. 115 for 4.
I love to see this type of display. You want to see the cricketers, the fielders. They are sharp. They're quick. Release of the ball coming to either end. It puts the pressure on the batsmen. They can be indecisive. They can be in serious trouble. And this is very good out cricket by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
He's looking to cut straight to Hinds. I think when you talk about the fielding and you talk about how well they've been prepared, I think Riyad Emirates, as you mentioned, has done an excellent job. But I think a lot of the fielding work comes from the assistant coach Gibran Mohammed, and I think he is just beating the outside edge, or has he dropped it? But I'm basing this on Jit Guli's reaction. Is that Joshua Da Silva? I think he dropped that catch.
He was getting up too fast.
Have a look at it from the other angle. Yeah, I think he did. That on the edge is always difficult, those under edges.
Yeah, because you can see that it struck the pads.
So Hamilton just resetting now. He's taking off his thigh pad, fixed it. He's going to take off his gloves and fix it just to refocus his mind after giving away a little bit of a chance. There was a tough chance, so those under edges are always difficult for a wicketkeeper.
Very difficult. You have to stay down as a wicketkeeper. You can't get up too fast.
Here's Guli again. Oh, and that one getting some turn. Down the leg side, on a wide ball signaled.
You might get hit if you're down, but you have to be careful. Gloves have to be up there, coming up here, but you're watching. You could take it, even that the batsman steps out or overbalance, you can able to grab the ball and hit the stumps. In trouble.
Appeal, not out, says the umpire.
Struck
Seemed to be
outside the
high.
left, the off stump, yeah.
And yep, correct, outside of the off stump. So Guli making things happen here.
Well, he's varying his line length and also his loop.
Yeah, that one hitting him almost on the waist and outside the off stump. Well, it looks like Brian Charles is on the field again. I'm not sure at the moment who's off. And Charles is one of the best slip fielders in the Caribbean. Takes a lot of catches. In the regional 40, he's not gotten a game just yet in the Super 50. Oh, that's a beauty from Jit Guli.
Quicker delivery.
And quick, and he got some turn as well, got some bite off the surface. And Nathan Edward was unable.
Well, he's a strong man. Look at those shoulders and arms.
And you can see Edward just flirting with it a bit.
More attacking field. 2 slips now in position.
Look at it again there. Edward working this one to the onside, no run. Hamilton wanted the single.
Suicidal. Like he's too happy or what? Well, how many he has so far? Only 29? Is it?
Yeah, 29 of 35 deliveries. And a loud appeal from Guli. They're still appealing, not out, says the umpire. And the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in total disagreement with that decision. Let's have a look at it again.
Let us see it again a second time.
I think the umpire didn't give it based on the fact that it probably hit him outside of stump when he got his leg around. But I think that's a tough decision that goes against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Gotta keep fighting.
The umpire has the final decision at the end of the day.
Yes, they gotta keep fighting.
We have the benefit of seeing the replay, but
They can't let that worry them. They had to keep focus, stay focused. Watch the ball where it's going.
so it's going to be correct to continue. 5 overs, 1 for 16. Hamilton is the senior batsman, the last senior batsman left in the innings, unless Joel Andrew comes back. And playing it with soft hands. Don't think that was that could be classified as an outside edge.
No. Well, he steered it.
And they're going to come back for the third. A good bit of running from Nathan Edward. Great awareness.
That is good cricket. That is brilliant cricket. That is good cricket. This is what it is all about. When you come to watch cricket at this level, your preparation to play the highest level, all these features you have to put in play. You have to incorporate into your game, because this is how you impress selectors. This is how you impress even the commentators and the journalists, because as a journalist, I will sometimes highlight that. As a commentator, we will say that, right? That these guys are playing well, that they're reading the game, that they're into it.
Here's Karaya floating that one up just about fourth stump line. And I think Nathan Edwards is going to have to be careful here, because Karaya does have a dangerous googly, and with that first slip in play, it has to be at the back of his mind that it's coming soon. He's going to try to work him onto that front foot and then get pushed one away from the outside edge. Such a smart bowler, Yannick Karaya.
And I'm saying that, Liam, because when I was a journalist with the Express and the Guardian or the Newsday, I would write about the guys. Then once they impressed me and everything, I said that these guys are doing so well and impressive and so on, and time to get them on the senior team, or the national teams. So we push for them. As journalists, we push for them. As commentators, we do that.
That was a googly there, a bit slower from Karaya, but well negotiated from Nathan Edward. Played it very nice and soft, followed it in and just dropped it to backward point. 2 deliveries to go. In terms of the boundary so far, 12 fours and 2 sixes in this innings.
Good ball, very good ball. See, you have to bring him onto the front foot. He can't play a ducking shot. The ball is bouncing and turning.
Yannick Karaya brings a lot of energy into his bowling. You look at his run-up alone. It's quite a long run-up. He runs up from a bit
But
wider.
the good thing about him, he's varying the revolutions on the ball, and that will be decisive. Less revolutions, it will not bounce and turn that much. More revolutions, it will bounce.
Topping out there.
And good too as well.
Yeah, so 5 of the over at the end of the 26th over, 122 for 4. The Leeward Island Hurricanes, Jamal Hamilton is the man out there at the moment. 32 of 26 deliveries. Nathan Edward on 4. And at the moment, the Red Force just picking up the wicket of Kareem Gore. Had a chance to get Hamilton out in the last over as well. Joshua De Silva missed an opportunity with a bit of an underedge from Hamilton.
We could look at the match between Barbados and Leeward Islands. And November the 22nd, which is last Friday, Leeward Islands, they had 138 all out in 25.1 overs, so they will want to pass that total and to get a much bigger total, maybe at 200 plus.
I think
The top scorer there was Jamaican Hamilton with 45, 2 sixes and 3 fours of 51 deliveries, supported by Nathan Edward, who is out there in the middle. So Nathan was the top scorer, 49 runs. He had 10 fours. He was very attractive in it, right? And 10 fours of 39 balls. So Nathan Edwards is the player who impressed me in that match, batting down the order. I like his style. I like his attitude and everything about him.
Hamilton looking to pull out the paddle there, and I thought the single was on. Nathan Edwards was a bit hesitant, but you can see Hamilton trying to get innovative now, because Gully has settled in nicely and he's trying to find a way to score runs off of him. He's got a short, fine leg, Jid Gully. That's Karaya there at 45. And smart, brilliant cricket from Jamal Hamilton. He tried to score square on the onside, but this time he's gone very fine to third man, and Terrence Hinds can't pick up that. It's 4 runs. Very smartly played from Jamal Hamilton. No slip for Gully, so he's able to feel a bit more confident when he's getting back and guiding that ball down there.
Well, it is safe because there are no fielders close in, and once you get past the inner field, it's so fast in the outfield that ball is going to run away very quickly to the boundary.
So straight to Jason Mohammed. We spoke about the options that the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force have with the ball. Still got Toppin just a 1 over for 14. They probably won't bring him back just yet. When
I don't think he might get another ball. They wait, look, at the moment.
they've got Jason Mohammed, who's been sparingly used throughout his career. He's a bit of a golden arm. Whenever he comes on, he seems to pick up a wicket.
Because he's experienced and he's smart. Right? He's studying all these guys and he don't have to bowl too much. He just work on them and exploit their weakness.
Oh, that's a loud appeal! Not out, says the umpire. Seemed to hit Hamilton quite high though. I think that is what they would be alluding to.
Too high. Too high.
I think maybe going down as well.
That's going to ride his stump maybe about 6 or 8 inches high.
This is good. Very good from Jid Gully. Completes a good over, just 4 runs off it. That late dab from Hamilton at the end of 27, so 126 for 4.
Well, Hamilton is a player who has the wealth of experience, has a knowledge. He's a composed type of cricketer. He's not getting excited and going to give his hand away. I'm sure that he's playing to bat right through the innings, and that could be the sensible thing to do. I'm surprised he's batting lower than the other guys from what I've seen. But maybe they want to give the other stroke players the exposure at the top of the order. But Nathan Edwards impressed me the last time against the Barbados team. And I'm looking forward to this guy here. I think he has places to go. He was very quick when he was bowling too as well. He got 2 wickets in that match.
Well played there from Nathan Edwards. What I like about the way that he's batting right now to the spinners is he's got that front foot push. He's pushing off the front foot and then going back.
He's giving himself room. He's getting close to it and then giving himself room, rocking back. That's good batsmanship.
Look at what's to come for the Leeward Islands. Rakeem Cornwall, Daniel Durham, Joel Andrew possibly.
Durham looked like a big hitter. He's
a big guy.
Yes, he had some powerful blows.
And we know what Rakeem Cornwall is going to come to do when he comes out. So I think the important thing for these guys, Nathan Edwards and Jamal Hamilton, to do is just set up a really good foundation. So when Cornwall comes, he can just explode and try to take the game away from the Red Force. But at the moment, I think it's still early days. We still await an update on Joel Andrew. Hamilton drives and James does the fielding down not long off. Charles diving to his right there, the substitute fielder. An update from the game at the Sir Frank Worrell Field in UWE. No play just yet.
Not as yet.
And
sorry to hear that.
I don't see them getting played today. Hopefully they do. We've yet to see a game be completed at the Sir Frank Worrell ground. I think in total we've seen 5 overs of cricket there across 4 rounds. We're into the 5th round now, still nothing. So in action.
They need to work on the outfield. The outfield, there are a lot of low areas, so once the rainfall, the water settle on the ground, the water is not going to go anywhere. It doesn't dries off it very quickly.
Oh, that's good from Karaya. Some bounce and turn on offer.
Unless they use a lot of sponge to, get that water off the field quickly.
That game would have been a blockbuster game. The Ghana Eagles up against the Barbados Pride. But
any game they were being, because the boundaries are much shorter than here. And they're already by our cricket academy, so you can probably get some big sixes.
The Windward Islands up against the Jamaica Scorpions down at the Branagh Cricket Academy. That game is starting at 2 p.m. So Django is going to return to the field of play. Brian Charles, the substitute field, is going to leave. 1 for 24.
the score by Leeward Islands, the 130. It was the 13th lowest score in the history of this competition from 2011. I have all these records updated such a long time where we never had a chance to talk about it, so probably I could inform our viewers. And
What was the lowest?
the lowest is 80. Leeward Islands versus the combined campuses and colleges. February 1st, 2014, Leeward Islands 88 against the Windward WI emerging, but is a goalie is ready to bowl, is it?
Yeah, it's going to be good.
So I will give you at the end of the over. I have the comprehensive list of all the low scores, all the high scores. You ask me, I have them.
Well, I remember back in, I think it was, I can't remember the exact year. It was a Super 50 final. Trinidad and Tobago up against the Ghana Happy Eagles. I think it was the Amazon Warriors back at that time as well. And they were bowled out for 65 in the final when Sulanarayan picked up 6 for 9.
You're talking about CPL?
No, I'm talking Super 50
Super
final.
50?
Yeah, Jason Mohammed's got 100 in that final as well.
Okay.
Well, I think that might be the lowest. So it's a good delivery from Gully again. And Edward equal to the task. Good delivery there. I remember back in 2023, I was in the US playing a tournament, and Trevon Griffith was on the team with me. And I asked him about that game, and he said it was the first time in his career that he played at the Oval, and it was sold out for a Super 50 game. It was packed, and it was loud. He said that he walked out the bat, and it was just loud. And Sulanarayan was ripping through them on one end. They had Shannon Gabriel played in that game, Dwayne Bravo, Karen Pollard, Stephen Katwaru was the wicketkeeper, Riyad Emrit. That was when, Trinidad and Tobago had a lot of players on the West Indies team. Samuel Badri might have played in that game as well. Hamilton works this one down the ground for a single. This partnership building up nicely so far. 17 of 34. Hamilton contributing just 8 of that. And the end of another good over from Gully. At the end of 29, 131 for 4. Gully completes his 6th over, none for 21. And the Leeward Islands need to rebuild once again after losing the skipper just a couple overs ago. Karaya is going to continue. He's bowled 7 now. Into his 8th over. Clarence Hinds earlier on, just the 4 overs, 3 for 23. I think he might be the next change that we see coming back into the attack. Oh, a big swing there from Hamilton. He's sizing up that area over cover and missed it completely. This time following it and guiding it down to short third man for a single. So smart batting from Hamilton. On to 39 now. Kramer got to 39 as well before holding out to long on from Yannick Karaya. His only wicket of the game thus far. That's a beauty. That is an absolute beauty from Karaya, beating him outside the off stump. That googly. And Nathan Edward, luckily for him, it just beat the outside edge. Straight back at him, and there's no runs. So Cryer stringing together some dots here. 3 in the over already. So two deliveries to go in over number 30. It's in the air, but there's no one at short fine leg. Webster gets around from the backward square. And this good running from Hamilton and Edward. 2 runs to complete the. In fact, 1 delivery to go. But 2 runs completed. Edward was on to 9. So good throw from Tion Webster. Joshua De Silva was unable to pick up cleanly. Final delivery of the over coming up. And the reverse sweep. It's a lovely shot there from Nathan Edward. A great bit of innovation. We saw the paddle sweep, and now we see the reverse sweep. Picks up a boundary at the end of 30. It's 138 for 4.
Lovely shot, well played. Young man brave to play that shot as well. And he executed perfectly. There's no ball there, and that ball raced away to the boundary board. He'll be happy. I want to come back to the story there. Is that Leeward Islands, these are the lowest totals that I have for them. But the lowest for the tournament overall would be 49 by Jamaica. Overall for the tournament against Trinidad and Tobago, 2014 on the 12th of February. Right, they made 49, 24.2 overs. And then you have Windward's West Indies on a 19-team 58 against Trinidad at North Sound, 2017. And Guyana 65 against Trinidad and Tobago at the Queen's Park Oval in 2015, the 25th of January.
Hamilton looking to go big. And Webster is down there to just get a single. So Hamilton moves on to 40. He's now the top scorer in this innings.
So the Leeward Islands 80, that's the 11th lowest overall. That's their lowest total. But the 138 is the 13th lowest total. When I'm saying Leeward Islands lowest total in the regional tournament. And their lowest is 80 against the combined campuses and colleges right here on the February 1st, 2014.
It's a good delivery there from Jid Gully. Squaring up Edwards. He's on to 13 of 27 now. It's been a long extended spell for Gully since he's come on. It is 7th over on the trot. A big sweep and a loud appeal, and that's the wicket. Gully finally gets one from the umpire, and this one looked pretty good. Nathan Edward looking to sweep, can't get there, can't get any bat on it off the 5th. Yeah, he got a long way across his stump, so Gully strikes, and on the eve of the drinks break, picks up a big wicket of Nathan Edward, and we'll have to wait and see if Jewel Andrews is going to come out. But the 5th wicket down, 139 for 5, and in fact it's going to be the big man Rakeem Cornwell. We're going to take a short break as the players have a bit of a refreshment. When we come back, the Leeward Islands resume on 139 for 5.
Welcome back to the Queen's Park Oval, Queen's Park Cricket Club. Jit Golik at the southern end. First ball to Raheem Cornwall. Massively built, looking to go playing an attacking shot. The ball kept low.
You can see the plan. Goody went up into the block with pace to try to get Cornwall, because he knows that Raheem Cornwall is not going to move his feet too much.
That's a good ploy. That's a good ploy. That's a very good ploy.
Cornwall will jog through for a single. No news about Joel Andrew just yet, so we do hope he's okay. You never want to see a player
Get injured.
pick up injured,
Yeah.
especially in the fashion that he did, a ball that slipped out of James' hand. Hamilton, 40 of 48 deliveries. We know what tends to happen at a drinks break. Wicket center fall. So Hamilton knows that he needs to just get himself going a bit again. Just start over. You don't want to lose another wicket now, because
Especially him.
you got
He's
90
the one
overs
seen.
left.
He has been there. He has played all the bowlers. I understand how the pitch is playing.
We got 19 overs left. Raheem Cornwall, we know what type of player he is. He's looking to go very, very hard at the ball. And you're not going to get to rotate the strike as much as you will with Nathan Edward. So now you have to almost play over by over, or give Cornwall 6 balls and then you face 6 balls. You have to be very careful. But Cornwall needs to look to maybe hit the ball down to the ground, get a single. If he can't do that, then he's aggressive, so he's going to try to play shots.
He will
And
try
that-
to get boundaries.
And that will open up a chances for the Red Force. So when that chance comes, you need to be able to take it.
Raheem's game is boundary. 6s and 4s.
Karaya is in now. A slipper very short, mid-off almost. An extra cover. A backward point and a long off. Oh, that's a beauty from Yannick Karaya, but Cornwall got his bat out of the way in time. The bat looks like a toothpick in Raheem Cornwall's
Yes,
hand.
yes, very small. A little small blade. Massively built. Karai is doing an excellent job so far. Not giving him freedom to play his shots.
Yeah, not at all. Well, this is what I'm saying. Cornwall is not going to rotate the strike. He's going to play.
He
Either
will look,
defensively
he
or
will look to go
big.
to the boundary, 6 or 4. He's bidding his time. Patience is virtue. He's going out.
And Karaya with a loud appeal.
Outside the lineup, they have stumped by
Yeah,
Fred.
most definitely. You can see the
Wasted,
3 stumps
wasted
behind
appeal. I would come back and bowl. Admit that happen. Get back to your bowling mark. Do give him a chance to breathe properly, and give him a quick right up inside the off stump midline, coming back inside.
But
Give the googly.
It was a googly.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
definitely hit them outside the line, but it was a good, smart plan from Karaya. But I think Cornwall picked it as well, which is why he got across. He knew that he was going to bowl a googly. He got 3 leg spinners. The googly was always going to
Yeah,
come.
yeah, that's the ball.
Let's see what happens now. Oh,
You see?
looking to whip this one into
In
the
2 minds,
onside.
he's not unsure what to do. You see, he's playing off the track. He's not playing from the bowler's hand. Right? And that's why he'll find himself in difficulties. Once he's playing from the track, you have to wait for the ball to bounce and turn before you execute the stroke. If you're playing from the bowler's hand, you'll be in a better position to play your strokes. That's the key to good batsmanship.
Oh, he's cutting this time and he gets a single. Now, I'm not sure how much of a good option that is, because he's faced 5 dot balls and he's gotten a single of the last ball. You've got Hamilton who's set, but you're keeping him off strike. And when he's off strike for a while, you tend to lose some focus. You tend to lose a bit of that sharpness that you had all the time. And
But they play into the hands of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
exactly.
The Red Force is waiting for the mistakes to be made, or looking for you to force the game, try to take on the bowlers. And when you take on the bowlers, they have a better chance of getting the wickets. If you're playing safe, they will not get the wickets.
Now Karaya has just 1 over left. I don't think the Silver should hold him back. I think if you're gonna bowl him, you bowl him out. You don't keep him for 1 over.
But you never know, right? I probably will bring back Ricky Jaipaul.
I think maybe give Karaya that 1 more and then bring Jaipaul back from that, and he has 4 more. Gully is into his 8th over now.
Gave one Jaipaul, but the ball going away from the right-handed Raheem Cornwall and Hamilton. Once they're going away, I try to force it. That's why I could get the batsman in trouble.
Off the back foot, Cornwall. Jed Gully would have played in the CPL this year. The St. Kitts and Nevis Patriots.
Good.
Or 2023. I think in the 2024 season he did not get selected, and in 2025 he got back his chance with the same team. And he's gone for the quick single, Cornwall. And Karaya looking to get the throw down to Cornwall's end. And I think anytime they go for a single, you see them pressuring Raheem Cornwall's end.
Well, do you know that he's not one of the quickest movers? Maybe he's the slowest, but probably we'll get a record for that. But he's very good. He times the ball and he executes the big shots well.
Oh, edging. No slip, no short third, man.
That's 4 runs.
No problem for Hamilton. He picks up a boundary. He's on to 44 now. A fortuitous boundary, you have to say. And Jed Gully is stood in the middle of the wicket there, and he doesn't know what else he has to do. He's bowled so well today. And just not, luck hasn't gone his way.
That's a brilliant shot played by Hamilton. You got to give him credit. Using his wrist and playing that shot and rolling the wrist over so the ball comes off the face of the bat, doesn't go flat on the ground. You get away from the fielder.
He's driving this time straight to Mohammed.
Brilliantly executed stroke.
I think you look at the wicket, it has become a lot easier to bat on.
It is.
But it's not easy to score on. There's a bit of a difference there. I think you have to be set to pick up those boundaries.
The Trinidad and Tobago bowlers haven't given them too many opportunities, free scoring strokes. Whether it's spin or the faster bowlers, except top end. But I think all the other guys, they have done an excellent job for Trinidad and Tobago. The captain, Joshua Dissel, will be very happy to keep down this run rate. Right, how many runs per over now? 4 runs per over, is it?
Just about 4.5.
Okay.
See some spectators in the crowd there.
Yes, more people coming in to watch the game. Good weather. So wherever you be around Queen's Park, in the vicinity, you can come to the Oval. We'll have an exciting match. Trinidad and Tobago batsmen will try to play some exciting shots. You'll enjoy them, and especially Amir Django coming back would want to come and express himself.
A lot of the players involved in this game have been part of the West Indies team at some point in their career. Jason Mohammed, Yannick Karaya, Amir Django just coming back, Joshua Da Silva, Jed Gully,
And all of them looking to get back in the team, so they have to impress.
Terence Hinds as well.
You got to score big, or get plenty of wickets. Your cricket must be good to support your bowling or batting.
And based on the Leeward Islands team, you got Kareem Magor, who would have gotten his opportunity in that Nepal series. Raheem Cornwall, who's played Test cricket for a while for the West Indies. Hamilton.
Well, he's been in and out, and he'd want to get back in.
Young Jewel Andrew as well. Mikhail Louis. So a lot of ones involved in this. Off the back foot, straight to Webster point.
You see that Cornwall wants to get on the aggressive. He wants to play attacking shot.
The issue with that is that when he doesn't get it, it's dot balls. And it's less time that Hamilton is getting to face, less deliveries that Hamilton's getting to face. You don't want him to get cold out there. was just whipping this one a full toss, low full toss from Karaya. And get 2 deliveries at Hamilton to close off his spell. A really good spell from Yannick Karaya. I thought he deserved.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
I think he deserved more than 1 wicket, more than what he's picked up. But with just 2 deliveries left, he will want to get Hamilton. I think he's been working on Hamilton all morning.
Any one of them. When you're playing cricket, you don't want only one, you want more. Any one of the batsmen you get, that is important. Whether it is Cornwall, whether it is Hamilton. This is 4 runs.
Oh, he's pulling that
That
one
is
almost into the hands of Jason Mohammed and shot mid-wicket.
Didn't get the shot properly.
And it seemed that it rushed onto him a bit, maybe coming
He
off
didn't
high
get
off
it
the
properly,
bat.
but I like the tension. And because of the frustration, he's not getting the strike. So he's got to go on the attack.
He's got a deep mid-wicket out there though, Karaya. Let's have a look at it again. He just came high off the bat. And a decent effort from Mohammed there. So final delivery of Yannick Karaya's spell. Can he pick up the wicket of Cornwall? Cornwall just working it into the onside. He'll maintain the strike for the next over. And at the end of the 34th over, 149 for 5, the Leeward Island Hurricanes.
That is a much better score from the match against Barbados, where they made 138. They probably look to get probably another 80 runs. How many overs remaining?
So 16 left after, 15 after this one, 16 in total. Looks like Gully's going to continue. I see the third umpire, Kashif Sandy, down at the boundary rope.
Maybe
And
some.
I saw Jason Mohammed and Joshua De Silva meeting with umpire Dayton Butler discussing the ball. So I don't know if they're asking for a change of ball.
Okay.
Not quite sure, but
Probably.
it seems to be sorted. It looks like they're going to continue with the same ball. Yannick Karaya is going to leave the field after bowling that brilliant spell. 10 overs, 1 for 35. And it looks like not quite sure who the substitute fielder is. Well, the substitute is just coming on actually. Maybe Brian Charles. It is Brian Charles, and he's going to be down at long on. So Gully has got a deep backward square, deep mid wicket, a long on, a short mid on, and a deep cover. It's interesting. The long on and the mid on are in the same line. So a bit of an unusual, unorthodox feel from Joshua De Silva.
He's trying to get the attention. He might long on to warm up.
Looks like Tion Webster at mid on. The long on is Brian Charles. He's not going to be able to bowl.
No,
Cornwall looking for a quick single. Hinds, a good throw here. Could see the demise of Cornwall. In the end, Rakeem Cornwall is home and dry.
You were surprised that the two fielders on the onside didn't try to get to the stump.
Yeah, it was closer than a lot of people thought. I think Terence Hinds didn't expect him to go for it, and it was actually called by Rakeem Cornwall. It was closer than I thought there. If Gully had got behind the stumps, it could have been a different result.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody expected Cornwall to call through for that single. Into the onside for another single. Hamilton on to 46 now. Oh, I think it's getting to the stage where Cornwall is going to start to take on Gully. He's not really played too many aggressive strokes against Gully. In fact, he's opted to take on Yannick Karaya, who's getting the ball to move away from him. This is a positive matchup for him. He's hit that really well, but Charles gets around.
Rakim is playing a sensible game. He is not taking too many chances. He hasn't had a chance to get a big knock in this tournament. So he's bidding his time. He's getting his adrenaline flowing, get himself warmed up. We can see some explosive hitting shortly.
It seems to be a change in wicketkeeper coming up after this over. I'm seeing Satran Rambaran, the Trinidad and Tobago backup keeper, down at the long on boundary, getting himself ready with the pads on. I'm not sure if Joshua Da Silva is going to be coming off or what the issue is, but it's the end of the 35th over, 153 for 5, and it is going to be Satran Rambaran who is going to, for the first time in his list A career, he would have played in the Super 50 before for the CCC. For the first time in his list A career, he's going to be wicket keeping.
Appearing for the Red Force. This is a big day for him.
He's yet to make his debut. He's on as a substitute wicket keeper. We hope all is okay with the former West Indies wicket keeper, Joshua Da Silva. Or maybe just running off to
take care of business.
The Terrence Hinds, the danger man, is back into the attack. 4 overs earlier on with the new ball, 3 wickets, 23 runs.
Some
really
problem
tough spell.
somewhere. Rakim needs a helmet.
Oh yeah, the fast bowler is back on now,
Yeah.
so maybe just looking to get rid of Cornwall. They need a wicket here again, because if they continue to take wickets, there's more and more pressure on Jamal Hamilton. And they could get Hamilton out, it's even better for them, but Hamilton knows how important his innings is going to be. He needs to be there to the 50th over. I'm not quite sure what the big hold up is. Hamilton is having a word with Terrence Hinds. Seems to be friendly though. And it seems to be all ready to go. 2 fielders from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force currently off the field, Yannick Karaya and Joshua Da Silva. So the field here for Hamilton, a deep point, deep, a long on, and back into the surface. That deep point coming into more of a wideish third man now. Where's Hinds? First ball back. Edging! Brilliant! Oh, Rambaran! His first ball as a wicketkeeper. And he's put it down, but what a brilliant effort it was.
He floored it.
Let's have a look at that again. It was in his hand all along, and as soon as he hit the ground, it popped out. Well, what a start to his career.
Too much excitement.
Well, let's have a look at it again. He had it in his hand all the way until he hit the ground. As soon as he hit the ground, it just popped out. Satran Rambaran is going to feel very badly about that. That's a big catch. Really unfortunate in the end for him.
That would be the 4th wicket for Terrence Hinds.
In similar fashion to what happened to the young former under 19 Tuckett. Edging again, this time down to Tion Webster, and a good effort, but can't. In fact, he has stopped it, and a chance of a run out at Cornwall's end. Good stop from Webster, saves his team some runs. I think that actually went, I don't know, it's pretty tough from this angle. Satran Rambaran still thinking about that chance.
Can't think about that. I think about the next ball coming.
The
The other thing with the batsman, how he's setting up. The
Crack
stroke he will
United.
play, look at it on striker, what is his intention. And then you change to the bowler.
This time hit straight to the man at point. Django. Rambaran is a Clark Road United top order batsman.
See, once you're a wicketkeeper, you have to be aware of all your fielders, where they are. If they're going to run in, pick up the ball to throw, so you got to rush towards the stump to cover the stump for the return. That's very important. You look at the batsman, how he's taking shape, how he's lining up himself, and where he's looking, where the areas he probably would want to play the stroke. Look at it on striker. Is he ready to run, or is he stationary and flat-footed?
Hamilton turned off for the single and then realized that he couldn't do that.
So those are very important things to think about when you're a wicketkeeper. You have to be aware of, and then you move to the bowler. He's coming in, and then you will see what he sees. He's coming in smooth and nice and fast. As he's slowing down, is he going to go wide or to the crease or close to the crease? All of that. Somebody can deliver the ball before the crease. All of that you got to keep your eyes on. You got to keep watching him.
That's a lovely shot. It's just going to be one though. Oh, that's a 50 up for Jamal Hamilton. A top innings from him.
Very good. Very studious innings. Well played. Congratulations to him. Leeward Islands will be happy. They would want to see a score of about 240, 250 to make it much more competitive. If they get 280 runs, better yet. That'll put the Tobago Red Force under pressure.
Kim Cornwall is having some helmet issues here. The substitute fielder, the substitute player Micah McKenzie, it seems like is just trying to fix that for him.
Well, you really can't blame Rakim because he hasn't had a game. He hadn't any batting practice out in the middle. So this is like really getting some batting practice, getting a rhythm, getting everything going. And the Tobago Red Force bowlers have not allowed him freedom to play his shots.
So Hinds, a change in the field for him now. He's got a fly slip and a short third man. Deep mid wicket, long on. Deep third man on Cornwall. The umpire is going to signal wide there, but I thought Rakim Cornwall got around a long way.
Yeah, but looking at the line with demarcation, where it is too wide, so the umpire is looking at that. The ball was outside of that line, the demarcation line. So there's no choice. So Leslie Reefer Jr. to make sure you add one more to the total and one more to the batsman, the bowler, to complete a successful over.
157 for 5 now, Hinds. Final delivery of his 5th over coming up. And just beating Cornwall outside the off stump. At the end of 36 overs, 157 for 5.
Disappointing for Rakim Cornwall. He played an attacking shot there, but nowhere near to that ball. Quick delivery from Terence Hinds, recognizing that Cornwall is in the aggressive mode. And that's a very good decision by Terence Hinds. Has he completed all his overs? How many he has left?
Who, Terence Hinds?
Yeah.
He's just bowled 5.
5 only.
So
Okay.
Rambaran gets one over behind the stumps. Put down a catch that was almost spectacular. And that's his day done as a wicket keeper. As Joshua De Silva is going to return. Jid Gully is going to come in and bowl his final over here. See Rambaran just explaining to Coach Emmerich what happened all day.
I know you play cricket with youth level, and I'm sure sometimes the guys will do certain things on the field or off the field, and they get a name of the things that they do or they don't do good. It's all part of the game and life and living. I'm saying that because I will give you a little story. Right.
So he's straight to Mohammed. Hamilton looking to give himself room and open up the offside, but can't pick the gap.
A fellow named Clement Neblet plays over my club, Micah Cavaliers, when I was a teacher. So when he came back to Guyana, and when he came to practice, everybody was calling him Bernard. Bernard has arrived back. Right. And that name stuck on him because every time I see him, Bernard, that's why you guys is. So I had to beg them, don't do too much to him. But you can't stop the villagers. They never forget he got up here.
Cornwall is looking for the quick single there. Hamilton does not want it. And Hamilton is looking at him like, big man, I don't think you're going to make that.
Yeah, you can't make that. There's trouble. Cornwall want to bat. He want to hit his ball, you know. You can see that. That's his intention now. He's want to go after the bowlers. Regardless of who is bowling.
Especially Jet Gully. He wants to take one right arm off spinner. Because he's feeling like he's set now. A wide ball signaled by the umpire.
Too much of spin.
What I've noticed is that when the ball is pitched back into the surface is when it's getting some turn. No, when it's pitched up, it's not turning that much. No. Well played again from Hamilton, but good bowling from
Very
Jet Gully.
good, very good. See, once you drive onto the front foot, there's a full-length delivery and spinning into the right-hander. The only way he could come there is to drive that straight over the top of the bowler. He has to go down, as we say.
Well played again from Hamilton.
So you play an inside shot, inside over the top. So you go like this and you just lift that ball right over the top, and there's no one, there's nobody deep on the mid outside.
Defended again from Jamal Hamilton. So Jet Gully completes a brilliant spell. 10 overs, 1 for 33. Picking up the wicket of Nathan Edward. Could have had a couple more.
Well, he had some loud shouts.
And a drop catch from the silver as well. Oh, his day comes to an end with the ball in hand. You'll have something to say later on with the bat. At the end of 37 overs.
That is if the front line batsmen are allowing to come into bat.
The Leeward Island Hurricanes 158 for 5. And Terrence Hinds to continue 6 overs, or 5 overs in fact, 3 for 27. Almost had Hamilton in the last over.
Terrence Hinds has come through the ranks, so to speak. Right, he has played here at the Queen's Park Cricket Club over the years, and this is the best facility in the country to develop your talent and your abilities and get the opportunities, and he has made use of them.
Oh, that's hit really hard from Cornwall, but straight to Jaipaul. I think the thing about Terrence Hinds is that he's a bit of a late bloomer. He came into playing hardball cricket at a later stage than most. He was known to be one of the, or probably the number 1 ranked win ball player in Trinidad and Tobago.
Okay.
And through that, he got the opportunity to play for Queen's Park. Then he played CPL.
Well, he came to the right place.
Yeah, 4 for 4.
That's a big man shot, as we say. Big man shot. Stand up and deliver. Control it beautifully. With the full face of the blade and enough power. That's a great shot played by Hamilton. I would say there's a commanding stroke. He stood up there and just give it a charge. And this is what he wants to do. He wants to tell Rakim, you say, Rakim, you just take your time. Give me the chance. I'll let me play this game. I have seen enough of all these guys, and I could take charge of them. So 2 good attacking stroke players out there. Leeward Islands will be happy to see both of them in good nick. They're playing the ball. They're looking to force the pace. And 83 is it now? Is it 83 or 63?
.163.
163. Yeah, okay, so difficult from this distance.
That's a lovely shot from Hamilton. Just picked off, but straight to the man down there, the mid-wicket, Jet Gully.
Scoreboard small. Gotta watch carefully to see these figures. So it's 164 for 5. Hamilton is on 55.
Cornwall on 8 on the other end. And he's struggling here, the big man.
Yes, he has a problem. You could see that.
And
more than a problem.
Could this be the second retired hurt player that we see?
Unfortunately, he has to go because they were depending on him to get some runs for the team. A good time to take the opportunity to say hello to my very good friend in Antigua, Mr. Vernon Springer. Hails from St. Kitts. He's working in Antigua. He's done great service for Leewards and West Indies cricket. I was a coach for the team. That's how I met this guy. He had some good guys that he worked with, people like Sylvester Joseph, Renaka Morton, Kerry Jeremy. Those were outstanding players at the youth level, and he also got a chance at the senior level.
It seems that Rakeem Cornwall would have gotten hit on the hand when that ball came back in, so that's the reason why it's not an issue of he's tired or anything like that, thankfully. The ball hit his hand on the return from Jet Gully.
Also, good afternoon to Sir Isaac Vivian Alexander Richards. I'm not sure if he's back in the island, but he's off the island. Is there a special, is it good afternoon time?
11:55.
11:55, so it's still morning, 5 minutes to morning time, so good morning to you, Sir Viv. One of the greatest ever has played this game. Example to everybody who study his life of this gentleman, and you adopt some of the things he's done in his lifetime, you can go very far and make a big impact at the international level. A special good morning to Sir Andy Roberts, another great servant of West Indies cricket and a greatest fast bowlers ever. No. In actual fact, he's under stress. He wants to win. He is the type of player who wants to win, so he wants to get a very big score to put this Red Stripe Force under pressure. Even if you don't qualify, at least you beat Trinidad and Tobago. If they go and win the title, you can say at least we beat the champion of the tournament. And that is really a consolation.
Well, Cornwall seems to be good to go.
But I can say a special good morning to my other good friend, Sir Richie Richardson. He's in India as the match referee. And I'm happy to see him as a match referee. He has done great service internationally. They're very impressed with him and his performances. So Richie, great gentleman himself. All these guys that I talk about, they have served West Indies cricket well. Winston Benjamin, Kenneth Benjamin, Ralston Otto. We have so many wonderful guys out there. Keith Arterton from St. Kitts. Keith, good morning to you, sir. One of our best fielders, an attractive mid-order batsman.
He played a lot of cricket in Trinidad and Tobago as
Yes.
well, a lot of club cricket. So, Terence Hinds, to continue, Cornwall is good to go. We've received some of the magic spray. And they've now moved, looks like Charles, into catching position. Edging, and just where, in fact it was Cephas Cooper, just where he was just moved from, it's exactly where that ball went. So Terence Hinds, though he's picked up 3 wickets, he's also been quite unlucky.
Right. Well, I would say that a good shot there by Cornwall, recognizing that the fielder had moved. And he exploited the opening now that given to him. Right. He can say skillfully played that shot there.
His first boundary of this one.
And that will give him the impetus to go. The adrenaline is going to be flowing. It's nice. He feel good. He feel comfortable to get. You want to get your first boundary when you're batting.
So now Hinds has moved his short fine leg into that catching position, and he's moved Cephas Cooper back to short third man. So those 2 positions have now become catching positions because Cornwall is going to go hard when the ball is pitched up. Cuts this one nicely. Some work for Jaipaul to do
This
here.
is 4 runs. This is 4 runs. 4 runs. This is 4 runs.
Excellent effort though from Jaipaul, but Rakeem Cornwall, you can't stop the ball when he hits them. It was excellent timing and good power behind it as well. He's a strong man and picks up a boundary.
Fielder wasn't coming fast enough or quick enough. I recognize that. And the speed of that ball, you got to recognize the speed. So you got to come around very quickly. You got to be sweeping that boundary. So when that ball is coming, you can be able to pick it up and throw it in. All those are very important things that you have to incorporate into your game. You got to play sensible cricket.
Oh, that's a lovely shot from
Oh.
Rakeem Cornwall.
4 more.
You can't stop those. And when the ball is pitched up, Cornwall is just going to play through the line. This time he didn't have to hit it too hard. He just timed it, checked his shot, and hit it as straight as he possibly could and picked up a boundary. So 3 or 4 boundaries in the over from Terence Hinds. Expensive one. That's 18 of the over. And getting ready to make his return. 6 overs, none for 25.
But I thought Ricky Jaipaul should have bowled from this end. He operated brilliantly from the northern end. So give him the chance because he's very happy. He knows exactly where he putting the ball down. He's troubling everybody. Nobody got on top of him. So this would have been the right end, but they decided to bring Hinds. Hinds did excellently on the southern end. Why move him? Let him continue from the southern end because everything he's coming into the thing. He knows exactly where he's going the ball. This is strange captaincy. Who is the captain?
Joshua Silva.
Is he still out there?
Yeah,
he's come out back. Okay, right.
He just off for that 1 over. We just had to use the bathroom and come back in.
Someday you make one decision and change the whole momentum of the game. Maybe this is a change that Leeward will be happy for.
Well, Hamilton he has his work cut out for him because Jaipaul has bowled excellently today and starts well again, right on spot. So just a single.
And I say this in terms of the bowling from different ends. Like sometimes you're a senior player, a youngster coming in, a junior comes in, and you ask them from which end you're happy and more comfortable. As a senior player, we will give them the opportunity to go at the end that they feel comfortable, right? And then we will operate from the other end because we're more experienced, so we will operate from the other end and give them the chance to where they're more comfortable, where they feel they can deliver, and give them the chance to operate. This could be a catch. This could be a catch. This could be a catch. Yes, brilliant.
And it's the great man, Cephas Cooper. He calls himself the great man, and that was a great catch.
I saw when he started, he kept his eyes on it, and he started very quickly recognizing the ball was dipping. He accelerated more and then dived and took it. Brilliant work by Cephas Cooper. And that's what we, as commentators, we have to look at them now to see how they operate in. The moment he started to accelerate, I know that he's going to take that catch. And he's going to make the diving effort. And I've seen him in the outfield. He looked very brilliant. You can see that he's focused in his game. He wants to excel. He wants to do well. That's a brilliant catch. The best catch we have seen for a long while in the deep.
You've got to feel for Cornwall, though. I thought he picked this gap well. But unfortunately for him, Cephas Cooper just took a blinder and he has to depart. Let's have a look at it once again. It wasn't badly hit. I thought he hit it quite well.
No, it was well placed.
Really well taken.
Cooper made it a magnificent catch. Diving effort. Almost flat. He was almost flat on the ground when he held onto that ball. Well, look, he's going to dive for it, but he's down.
He did well to keep it in his hands.
Yeah, the
when
ball
his
was
hands hit the floor.
dipping. It was dipping very fast. Great job by Cephas Cooper.
Well,
catches win matches, and these are the type of catches you want.
This is good to see. Joel Andrew has returned, and he's going to have to resettle himself with just 11 and a half overs to go pretty much. He has to resettle now, but
I think the spectators and the followers of the game have been unhappy now that Cornwall has departed, because we have just seen an explosion in the last over. We're happy to see those strokes. Those are the type of strokes you want to see when you come to watch cricket.
oh, Andrew looking to get a bit cute there. Flirting with danger.
He's pushing the ball. He's not tossing it up.
I think it's getting to that stage now.
Yeah, he's looking to be a medium pacer.
It's getting to that stage now where
but he has lengthened his run up.
to
He's coming from a long run.
It's getting to that stage now where he's trying to be a bit flatter. He doesn't want to give away any boundary balls, so he's trying to just contain.
Yeah, but he's coming very far. Look how far he's coming in his run.
No, that's the run up that he normally uses.
Maybe it's much more pronounced coming from the southern end where we could have a front-on view. From this end, he's approaching, he's going there, so we get in the back view. So a front-on view gives you, it shows he's coming from very far off. But a very good tidy over.
So 39 overs done, 177 for 6. Ricky Jaipaul picking up his first wicket in the game. And Joel Andrew returning. Not quite sure how bad of his how bad of that an injury it was. Clearly he's good enough to come out, but
Well, we basically comfortably feel that he can come out and help his team to get to a much bigger total. It's 177. They're looking to maybe another 50 runs, 60 runs at this stage. How many overs to go?
11 overs to go. Jamal Hamilton is the set man. He needs to go.
You get 6 runs per over, you get 66 runs.
He
7 runs per over, you get 7.
needs to try to keep going. He's a set man. It's important for him to stay till the end. Well, what a knock it's been from Jamal Hamilton. He's seen
A
wickets
score of
fall
250 could be very challenging as well. We never know the overcast conditions. We know 2 o'clock, the clouds out there. The rain might probably fall far away from the ground and not coming to the oval here today to allow this game to play out to a finish.
Oh, it's a good shot there from Jamal Hamilton. He feels like he's missed out though.
Yeah, he mistimed it. He hit it into the ground, too hard into the ground, so the ball wouldn't run away. You ever heard about ferocious fast bowling? Liam?
Oh, it's a lovely shot. Picking up.
Antigua, Leeward Islands. You had 3 different bouncers. They shake you up. Those were his weapons in his armory that had batsmen around the world.
But this is not good. This is not good to see Joel Andrew after playing that phenomenal drive through the offside. It seems like he's getting some issues with his wrist. I don't know the tape that they would have taped onto him if it just loosened a bit. So
probably.
the physio is coming out and the Red Force players are going to have a drink. While we wait on that, we're going to take a short break and we'll be right back after this. So Joshua James is going to continue. Joel Andrews seems to be good to go. 6 of 24. Just has to get himself resettled now as he's just come back to the crease after taking that blow earlier on. This time opening the face to point. And the Red Force looking up for it here.
James will bowl from this another or the commentary end, the Jerry Gomez Media Center end. single to Joel Andrew. He's batting with some discomfort, but he decides he will fight it out for his team. He's gonna give up, and that's a good sign of a fighting cricketer who is taking the responsibility and want to make sure his team win.
He's a top young player, so much potential.
Very
still
good,
just
very impressed with him.
still very young as well. James in a hard time out there because wickets have been falling around him. So you've got to commend the knock even more for how well he's
this
played.
This is a great knock by him, by his team, because this is not very easy to play shots, losing so many of your frontline players. He had to stay there, probably he had to eschew the national aggression and just play within limitations and try to rotate his strike and try to get the boundaries when they come along.
Shit to Jaipaul. They're going to look for two. This is good running, excellent running.
This is what you do. You put the pressure on the fielding side. You play the stroke, and as soon as you play the stroke or you essay the shot,
So Jaipaul is going to continue. Andrew hits this one nicely straight back to him. A fun fact about this duo, Joel Andrew would have come back to Trinidad and Tobago just last year and played for the same club that Ricky Jaipaul plays for, the Marching Patriots. Just played one game, but would have been familiar with him. We're looking for the quick single there, but Jaipaul quicked it. On his ball there, it's going straight through. Jaipaul strikes Joel Andrew. Unfortunately for him, he has to go. And Jaipaul picks up his second. It's 181 for 7 now. And Jamal Hamilton is being left alone on the other end with a mountain to climb. That one just holding in the surface and turning just a little bit. And bowling Joel Andrew all over the shop. So Jaipaul picks up his second. It's 181 for 7. He has a left-handed batsman as well, so that is going to work in favour for the Leeward Islands, where he could take on Joel Andrew. Take on Ricky Jaipaul, sorry. What a spell this has been from Jaipaul after 6 good overs up top. He's come back in and bowled quite well again, picking up the wicket of Joel Andrew. Durham on the back foot. Straight back to him. 9 overs to go after this. And this one played nicely down the ground. It was in the air for some time. Into his 8th over now, Jaipaul. Oh, after flying off the outside edge, some work for Toppin. He's going to give up the chase. It's going to run into the boundary for 4. And Jamal Hamilton continues to find ways to score runs. He's on to 63 at the end of 41. It's 186 for 7.
Very well played there by Hamilton. And the experience, you can see that as a class player. And he has done well for his team. He's come out and he's batted very studiously, and now he's playing some very attacking, attractive strokes. The Leeward Islands, they will be happy to have reached 186 for 7.
Oh, Joshua James is going to continue. Daniel Durham on strike now. Just a quick run through of the bowlers in this encounter so far. Terence Hinds up top, 6 overs, 3 wickets, 45 runs. His last over going for 18. Rakeem Cornwall teed off a bit. Jaipaul 8 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 31. James 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 23. Top Ender 1 over for 14. Karaya 10 overs, 1 for 35, and Gully 10 overs, none for 33. So we into the final power play, but still pretty aggressive from Joshua Da Silva. Got Jason Mohammed there at short cover. You've got third man deep backward square, deep fine leg long on, and a deep cover. That's why I'm hitting Durham high. And a chance of a run out. No, Durham does well, and they're going to come back for the second. This is good running.
Umpire signal a leg by. So 188 for 7. Not too many extras in this inning so far, apart from the wides.
Well, it's a good delivery from James, just beating Durham outside the off stump. But Jamal Hamilton, this is the 3rd time that he's been batting in this competition so far. He was a big part of why they didn't get bowled down for less against Barbados in the last round of cricket that they played. And in that first game, looked pretty good as well. Well, he's been Mr. Dependable for the Leeward Islands.
Yeah, he has been a steadying force.
And edging, and he's gone. Durham has to go. Joshua James picks up his first wicket of the day. And Daniel Durham, he has to go. Did not trouble the score as much. He goes for 1. And Joshua, he chased a wide one really. Joshua James pitched it up, got it to move a bit, maybe a bit of reverse swing. And Durham playing it into the hands of Joshua Da Silva. So the 8th wicket is down.
That's a very good wicket there by Joshua Da Silva. Durham is a hard-hitting batsman. We've seen in the match against Barbados, had a few big hits. They cleared the infield and into the stands. So probably if he had got going, it would have been attractive to watch. But James has done the job for his captain, Joshua Da Silva. They'll be happy to see the back of him. So 188 for 8. it will mean that Leeward Islands probably they're looking to get beyond the 200 total. The Red Force will try to restrict them before they reach the 200 total. So that could be a consideration now.
The new batsman is going to be the big fast bowler, O'Shane Thomas, the man out of Jamaica. He's been with this Leeward Islands team for some time now. And last year in the Super 50, I thought he bowled brilliantly. Ended up getting himself back into the setup for the West Indies. And he's fallen out of favour once again, but he's a top player. Let's a quick look at Jamal Hamilton's list A career. This is his 82nd game now. He scored just over 2,000 runs with an average of 31. He's never gotten himself a list A 100. He's got 12 half centuries. This would have been his 13th. So he's got the opportunity now to bring up a maiden list A 100. And I think no better time than right now when his team needs him. He's been dependable. So
James maintaining that good line, good length outside the off stump. Just about the off stump. And Thomas just standing up there and playing that moving across to get in closer to the line of the delivery. 188 for the loss of it. Non-striker is Jamal Hamilton, the steadying force of the Leeward Islands batting team.
Well defended there from O'Shane Thomas. So James finishes a good over at the end of the 42nd over. It's 188 for 8. Jamal Hamilton, the second Anguillan to represent the West Indies in Test cricket after Omari Banks.
James figures. What are the figures for James?
7 overs, 1 for 23.
Very
2
good.
maidens.
Very good.
Yeah, second maiden for James there.
And he got a wicket, so that's important. He'll be happy to, come and getting that wicket.
Leeward Islands would possibly be looking to get to 220 if possible. But, a lot of that depends. I think all of it depends on Jamal Hamilton really, as Terence Hinds is going to replace Jaipaul from the Brian Lara Pavilion, and this is definitely the preferred end for Hinds.
Yeah, for sure.
He bowled a lot better at the start with the new ball in hand. It's straight to top in at short fine. Abdul Rahim topping just the 1 over for him as well. 8 overs left in this encounter. And Terence Hinds, he's got 4 left with 3.5. And you look at bowlers with overs remaining. You've got James has got 3. And you've got Jaipaul who's got 2. So you would probably expect Jaipaul to bowl 1 of those. And the other 7 will be split between Hinds and James. It's a poorly lined delivery and well played from Jamal Hamilton. He knew he just had to get a little bit of bat on it to get it down to the sweeper boundary, the fine leg boundary in fact, and he did just that. Good shot and a bad delivery from Terence Hinds. Hamilton on to 67.
Very good shot there by Hamilton. You can see that he has all the shots on the outside and the onside. He read that brilliantly, and he got inside the position and just using the wrist to control it nicely along the ground.
So here's Hinds again. Slow delivery from Jamal Hamilton. Works it into the onside and he's opted to not take the single. He wants to face all of these deliveries if he can. And this is going to be very interesting. O'Shane Thomas, spectator. Hamilton striking at a good rate, 67 of 76 deliveries. And he'll take the single this time. So O'Shane Thomas is just going to have to negotiate 2 deliveries. Terence Hinds seems to be struggling.
We saw his run up at one stage. He had to stop and had to go back. So there's something happening out there.
came off the field after he bowled his 4th over as well. I'm not quite sure if he's struggling with a bit of an injury.
Could be a thigh injury, as he is favouring the thigh.
And he's bowled well,
Brilliantly.
barring maybe 2 bad overs. Changing the field now, he's gone with a 3rd man, a deep mid-wicket, a long on, a deep point, and a deep cover. In fact, he's going to bring up the deep cover now. And Jason Mohammed is going to move on to the onside. I think he wants to attack the stumps. And Amir Jangu is now going to go down to fine leg. And I agree with that. I think you want to attack the stumps if you're looking for wickets. You want to try to get the stumps in play. Here's Hinds. Full toss. Let's push to Jaipaul.
There's a confidence stroke there from Ocean Thomas. Getting close to the line of the delivery and playing it nice and smooth along the ground. I have seen him bat. I know he could bat. So we could expect him to maybe explode and play some big shots too.
He's a big man. He's a strong guy. You see that in the way that he bowls. Good delivery. Excellent delivery from Terence Hinds to finish. And a decent result for the Leeward Islands, because Jamal Hamilton is now going to have the strike into the 44th over. And he is going to be looking to go big here.
He's looking for the boundary shots.
I think he
Rather
has
than
to.
to have to run too many.
He's striking at 88 at the moment. 6 fours and 2 sixes. A really good innings.
Brilliant. He has
Especially
come out
based-
there at a difficult time, and he's steady the slide. And now I think he's in the mode now to score as quickly as possible. He needs his support from the other partners. Thomas, where the 2 deliveries faced, you could see that he's prepared to stay there, not to play any aggressive and ambitious strokes.
Yeah, I think based on what we've seen, we know that Shane Thomas is not really, he's an out-and-out number 11 in my eyes. So I think Hamilton knows he needs to face the majority of the deliveries. With 42 deliveries left in the innings, if he can face all, he'll be happy. And you just want to get as much runs as he possibly can to give Leeward Islands something very respectable.
Yeah, you want 240 to 50 runs. A much more decent total, challenging total.
I think that 250 is going to be a play go big and go straight. Not able to make connection. So I think with that, it's going to open up opportunities for a wicket as well. But I don't think Hamilton would mind that too much, because they need to find a way to get a respectable total. Oh, James
Wide.
looking to take him wide, or too wide this time.
Extra ball to be bowled. Daniel Durham. I was going to say something about him, but he got out. Because he has the best bowling analysis. He has the most wickets in a match. 7 for 29 from 9.5 overs. So he has the record for the best in the Caribbean in the Super 50 over tournament.
We're playing a miss again from Hamilton. Daniel Durham also has played international cricket. He's played for the Netherlands.
So the 7 for 29 was against Jamaica at Taruba, October the 17th, 2023, the 3rd match of the tournament. 7 for 29. Second best is Sunil Narain. 8 overs, 3 maiden, 9 runs, 6 wickets.
That was in the Queen's Park Oval in the final against Guyana.
Guyana, yes, in 2015, the 25th of November.
Oh, he's looking to scoop that. That's brilliantly fielded from the subfielder, Navin Bidesi, it seems. But a very good attempt of a shot there from Jamal Hamilton. Let's have a look at it again. James did well to follow him, and Hamilton did well to adjust. That's actually very well played in the end.
You have 5 other players who have got 6 wickets in the tournament.
Here's James again. Cut away. And Jaipaul and Mohammed, a bit of a miscommunication there. Jaipaul thought Mohammed was going for it, but they've gotten two in the end.
James looking for his second wicket. Hamilton looking for more runs. 100 and is 198.
Yeah, 196 for 8.
196.
Here's James again. Oh, he's not timed that well, Hamilton. Oh, 2 deliveries to go in the over. He'll be looking for a single, probably on this ball. Trying to shield O'Shane Thomas. Last man to come is young Landerfort, formerly with Islands under 19 player, into the senior team now, fast bowler. That's a bit of a delay. Umpire
Ready to bowl, is it?
Yeah, James is ready. Hamilton was ready, and I think they're just waiting
Something.
to see maybe if there's. I think it's one delivery left, so I think it's maybe a mistake with the scoring, or a mistake that the umpires may have made.
Miscalculation.
We'll wait and see. Jed Goli is getting ready to come back onto the field of play.
Change of bat.
Oh, it's a change of bat for Hamilton, so it seems like the other one has been broken or cracked. I think he'll be looking to go to Coma's bat repairs. Seems to be fixing a lot of the bats for the players in the Super 50 this year.
Probably they wanted he mistimed and hit it into the ground. It could have attempting that stroke probably could do some damage to the bat handle.
Oh, 2 deliveries to go. Joshua James is into Jamal Hamilton, who's on 70. Chasing a wide one, too wide. And James feels a bit slighted there, but I agree with the umpire. Driven uppishly, and Hamilton gets the result that he wanted. He gets a single of the final delivery, and with that he will retain the strike. He's on 71 of 82 at the end of the 44th over. It's 198 for 8, and Jamal Hamilton approaching what could be his maiden list A list A 100. In fact, he's got a high score of 96, not out. We'll try to better that today. Oh, he's going to retain the strike, and after the 1 over from Hinds, Jaipaul has come back in. Ricky Jaipaul, 8 overs, picked up 2 wickets. And he's ready to go again. Hamilton goes, it's high in the air. A long run in for Cooper. He settles, takes the catch. So a brilliant innings from Jamal Hamilton comes to an end, and Ricky Jaipaul picks up a 3rd wicket. But you got to give a lot of credit to Jamal Hamilton. It was hit high off the bat, and Cephas Cooper settled underneath it well. Took an easy catch in the end. But you've got to cap that innings from Jamal Hamilton. He was under pressure pretty much the entire innings from the time he came into bat after Julian, and the batsman is going to be the young man Landerfort. And it's just a matter of time now for the Red Force. Landerfort would want to try to get them to 220. If they can get to 220, they could try to fight with that, because they've got a lot of quality bowlers in their lineup.
Yeah, when we look at the way it has gone here, Hamilton has been the main steadying force. He changed his approach to he wants to go big. And I was looking back at the match against Trinidad and Tobago, the finals that played in 2023. At Tobago, Leeward had made 135 in that match, or 41.5 overs, and he was the top scorer. He made 62, 1, 6, and 3 fours. And when I'm looking at this innings, he has also been the steadying force and the top scorer in the match. And when we look at what happened there, Chiantabo end up winning the match and the final by 7 wickets at Tobago. And I'm sure today Chiantabo would want to chase this total and emerge victorious in this match to be able to contest the final on Saturday.
It's been a good showing from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, but Jamal Hamilton, what a thorn in the side he has been for them. Ricky Jaipaul is bowling really well as well. His first 6 overs on the trot was
Bang on target.
Yeah, he was. He made things happen. Allowed Terrence Hinds on the other end to pick up wickets, and now he's come back in and he's gotten the well-deserved wickets. So well played from Landerfort. Landerfort is going to be. It's going to be good to see him with the ball later on. It's a good young player. Oh, good delivery from Jaipaul again. I think earlier on when Terrence Hinds started off hot, we thought that he would have been a big contender for man of the match. But I think what Ricky Jaipaul has been able to do, I think he's the front runner for me at the moment. Oh, beats him outside the outside edge again. And I think it's always a sin in limited overs cricket when you don't bat your overs out, and I think that would be the first thing on the mind of the Leeward Islands batsmen. This last pair, if they can try to get to the 50th over, the more time you spend on there, the more opportunities you give yourself to score runs. And
I see Jason Mohammed warming up, so maybe he's got a bowl.
it is going to be Jason Mohammed, the man with the golden arm. When he comes in, things just happen. And you've got a left-hander out there. Jid Gully is bowled out. So they're going to get some off spin.
He hasn't scored
Webster,
a run.
in fact.
I'm sure he hasn't scored a run yet.
He's on a 5. Oh, that one getting some turn there, Jason Mohammed. If Ricky Jaipaul could pick up one more wicket here, or even 2, and get some bowling points. If he gets one more wicket and he concedes less than 40 runs. Oh, it's a beauty from Mohammed again. He's just drawing O'Shane Thomas forward. Peeling off the outside edge, no run. So that one just slower and well fielded from Tion Webster.
Brilliant.
Saves a run and a maiden over for Jason Mohammed to start his spell. Not often you see a guy bowling his first over in the 46th over of the game, but he comes in and bowls a good over. Ricky Jaipaul is going to continue.
Well, he's bowling to the last pair of wicket. The number 11, the number 10 and number 11 batsman. And I'm sure these guys, as much as they can strike the ball, a nice good steady over from Just Mohammed keeping them very quiet. They couldn't really get him away off the track. Nice, good control as well.
So Jaipaul is going to look for his 4th wicket here. And that looks like it's going to be heading down the leg side. Good decision there from umpire Deaton Butler.
Fuller length delivery.
I think they want to get to 200. Last 2 overs being maidens. No runs between these two just yet. And Jaipaul with another brilliant delivery. The wicket is starting to turn a bit. That's something that the Red Force batsmen will be looking at when they come out to bat. Daniel Durham is I think he's gonna be the main problem causer for the Leeward Islands because of that height that he has. He'll be similar to Jaipaul in the fact that he bowls with a new ball, and he's gonna get some bounce because of his height. He's gonna be someone that they'll probably need to just see out almost. So if you get bad balls, you go at him. But he's a good bowler. Oh, and land the foot looking to go big. Ricky Jaipaul, what a spell this has been. He's bowled 3 innings, picked up 3 wickets, and still 2 deliveries to go. If he gets 1 more wicket, that is going to be a bonus point for the Red Force. And beating him with a faster one this time outside the off stump, looking to cut. He's been so impressive, Jaipaul. Straight to the man and a misfield. At the end of 47, it's 199 for 9. 1 run scored in the last 3 overs.
Really super stuff there from Ricky Jaipaul. From the very first over, he was bang on target. Good, excellent variation. Nice loop, pushing the quicker one, the faster one, and it mixed them up and had all the batsmen guessing at what he's really doing, keeping them very quiet, and he has done that comeback in the final stages with those impressive maiden overs to have a very impressive bowling analysis in the final.
There's Mohammed round the wicket. And the forward gets off the back foot. Hits it straight to point, but gets a single. Good running. Well, Mohammed's going to be bowling to Oisin Thomas once again.
Every run important now for the Leeward Islands team is the final pair of the wicket. So they have reached 200. 200 for 9. And they'll be happy to have reached 200 runs.
And they had a tough start there. 31 for 3 at a point in time. Oh, Thomas looking to use his feet and he's gone.
Is it?
Well, the umpire said not out.
Yeah, but he take the in front of the stumps.
Well, it seemed to be that he walked right past it. The bail is off. Let's have a look at this again. I didn't think that Oisin Thomas got back in time.
But he probably, if he had taken the ball in front of the stumps and flicked off the bails,
Well, it looks like he never left his crease actually. When you look back at that replay, his foot raised, but it seemed to be down in time.
grounded. Maybe the back foot grounded.
Good decision. Shane Thomas lives to fight another day. He's on to still no run just yet. 12 deliveries is what he's faced. Looking to go big. And misses out. Let's have a look at this from this replay again. Took a bit of a shuffle down. His foot was in the air, but it's always hard for the umpire with no option of a third umpire. But his foot was in the air.
Back foot grounded. From
in the air again. Down to Django at long off. They get another single. Let's have a look at it once more. It's very interesting. If he got that back foot down in time, it was in the air, and yeah, he would have been given out if it went upstairs, but they don't have the benefit of the third umpire here. And the fourth hits it down the ground for a single. To close off the 48 overs, 202 for 9. Jason Mohammed, 2 overs, none for 3. Jaipaul has completed his spell, and it looks like it's going to be the young man top in. He's going to get to right his wrong. First over went for 14. Jason Mohammed playing his 138th List A game. 139th in fact. He's got an average of 39.73. He played one-day international cricket for the West Indies at a point in time as well. Here is Toppin, looking to close things off. Down the leg side. And the Silver took some sting out of it. Karaya has a chase here. And they'll get 2 runs. In fact, they'll get 3 because I believe, just confirmed by the umpire signal, is going to be a wide. Down the leg side again, another wide. A good take though from Joshua Da Silva. Abdul Rahim Toppin, the young under 19 cricketer, has struggled a little bit.
Good reading, good anticipation, and did well to collect that one. Very far away.
Not the best day for Toppin. A lot better than what he's been showing today, as we see a drizzle coming across the Queen's Park Oval in the hot sun. Toppin again in the air. One bounce into Webster at point.
I think what is happening, Toppin is trying to bowl a little too fast. He just concentrate on line and length and a little bit of variation, and he will be very impressive. But much better delivery. See, once you line it on the off stump, coming back into the right-hander or just about the middle, going away, good chance of getting the batsman to play defensively or to get them out in case they miss time.
And the drizzle is here, but it doesn't seem to be anything too concerning. The ground staff aren't bothered by it. There's no real dark clouds around. Toppin would love a wicket here. Oh, and that's lovely from O'Shane Thomas. Took a couple steps down the track and smoked it down to...
I have seen him hit some really big shots playing with Jamaica. So I know he could handle himself well.
Look at the time there, just 10 minutes to 3. Queen's Park Oval. So, Jason Mohammed. Here is Toppin into Landerfort. It's in the air. It's hit wide of the man. Could be a boundary, and it is. A first boundary for young Landerfort. As the drizzle is starting to get a bit heavier here at the Queen's Park Oval. The ground staff have been called into action now.
A lot depends if it's coming from over the hill, the Laventille Hills, behind the commentator's booth. If it comes across here, a strong crosswind, maybe he could push the cloud and you might have some rain at the oval.
Oh, this one peeling off the outside edge.
But that wouldn't affect the ground at all.
Down to third man Django. Gets the ball in, and they're trying to rush back. You can see Toppin flying back to his mark. They're trying to get this
since
wicket.
He came out, you can see that he is a busybody. He wants runs. He wants to get as much as possible.
Oh.
213 for 9. So they've done well so far, this pair.
One delivery to go in the over. O'Shane Thomas has hit this one hard. Oh, and that's brilliant. What a catch from Brian Charles. Down at deep mid wicket. Toppin gets his man. And the sun fielder, Brian Charles. What an effort that was.
Great catch there by Brian Charles. Because at one stage you could see that the ball was coming directly to him, and he was able to move his body and take that catch. And that's what he's talking about, the brilliance of the fielders here today by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team. And Cooper had a magnificent catch, and so here is Brian Charles showing his class. I'm sure they'll be happy. That will give them a lot of energy to go in now, to come out and to reply positively to this total of 213, is it? So Trinidad and Tobago need to get 214 in 50 overs to win this match and stay in second position to contest the final against Barbados Pride.
I spoke about Brian Charles and his fielding ability earlier on, and he was able to show it before the end of the innings. So 213 all out, as mentioned, 49 overs. So the Red Force 214 runs for victory, and they've been boosted by having Amir Jangu into their lineup today. When we come back, it's going to be game on, 214 to win from 50 overs.
Well, thanks for staying with us. We're back here to see the Trinidad and Tobago's reply. Well, we were about to see it there, but bowler just pulling out. It's Kareem Gore. So Gore just trying to get an early breakthrough. 230, not the biggest score that you would ever see in a 50 over game, but it's something that the Leeward Islands can fight with, and a good fight back after at one point being 31 for 3 for himself. Very good afternoon to the man coming all the way from the land of many waters, and that's Sean Devers.
Yeah, well, good afternoon to everyone across Trinidad and Tobago, across the Leeward Islands, and of course right across the Caribbean and wherever else you might be tuned in to this broadcast. CG United 50 over penultimate round, or the final round, because the final is on Saturday.
It's Gore, and that's cut away expertly for 4. Didn't have much room to play with there, Webster. But the bat speed compensated for that, Sean.
Yeah, he took it marginally off of his stumps, was too short though, and gave him the opportunity to punch it square on the offside for 4 with a horizontal bat. Lovely shot to bring the over to an end. At the end of the over, it's
6 without loss at the end of
loss,
1.
Yeah.
So it's going to be O'Shane Thomas from the southern end. A delivery that chips away a bit late. Cephas was equal to the task. It's allowing the ball to come on and opening the face, guiding it down to gully.
You said I've come from the land of many waters. It's been
And-
rain
and
and,
if-
rain and more rain here.
Yeah. Well, many waters and even more oil, Sean. I have to tell you that.
Yeah, so we all know that.
So it's O'Shane Thomas. There's Thomas. Driving through the gap, runs here. They take 1, looking for 2, it's not there. Over pitch delivery, not fully committed, just coming forward and pushing it more than anything else.
Yeah, more importantly, rotating the strike, finding the gap. In a 50 over game, it's important in any cricket, especially the 4-day and test matches and the 50 over, to rotate the strike. They've got a new rule now. You get 2 bonus points if you have less than 50% dot balls. No team has achieved that as yet.
Leeward Islands would know that Trinidad and Tobago, they can't afford for Trinidad and Tobago to get a good start here. Short, and he'll be angry with himself, not really taking advantage of that. Tion Webster. Sean settles in and takes notes. But he didn't bring any luck to the guy on his team. They didn't have any opportunity to play, and we were all looking forward to seeing young Apple. He must be devastated that there was no play.
Yeah, Apple certainly wanted to bat, wanted to get a good score, especially with the unavailability of Perez, who had a dislocated shoulder and will be out for about 3 weeks.
Yep.
He would have replaced Perez in the side because it wouldn't make any sense, the cricket board, Guyana cricket board, sending a replacement for him with one match. And of course, Guyana with no chance of getting into the Saturday's final. So he would have relished the opportunity if there was one. Sadly, in bright sunshine all day.
Yeah,
And there was no cricket.
There was a spot on the eastern side. There's Thomas. Ooh, beaten for pace.
Yeah. No appeal because that hit him high. But good pacey delivery. Spattering of spectators, if we can call it that. Hope to see a large turnout, especially if Trinidad is in the final. Of course, Barbados already in their place. 30 points, way ahead of the other teams on top of the table. Barbados and Jamaica reached the final last year and both teams refused to play. So technically, Trinidad and Tobago are the defending champions still.
Yep. Looking for their 15th title as this one takes the face of the bat. He was looking to play through the onside. We'll have a look at that again, Sean Levers.
Yeah, look to play right around the ball. It moved away a little bit. Nice lateral. And went past the slip cordon down to the boundary for a fortuitous 4.
Trying to be able to take it anyhow they get it. 6 in the first over, 5 in the second. The latest score, the Queen's Park Oval, Red Force chasing 249-11 without loss. So here's Gore from the media center end. Gore has dropped on a nice spot since opening the bowling. It was as if he has been bowling all day. He's going to ask questions. It's good to see cricket, Sean.
Yeah, very good to see matches being played. Guyana, the hardest undone of all the teams in terms of the weather. They had 287 in the only time they batted, well, not even the full 50 overs. They had 3 overs to go when that match was aborted. Anderson making 80 into the 80s.
Yeah, he looked very good, Anderson, Kevlin Anderson.
Yeah, Perez, who we spoke about earlier.
I like the look of
50
Perez.
something.
Yep.
And also Nandu made a half century. Guyana would have gone on possibly to reach 300 and get another bonus point. This is short, pitched up and driven back hard into the ground, back towards the bowl, and there's no run.
So Gore looking to lead from in front here with the ball. That delivery, you can see Webster looking to go down the ground. He did go on the ground, but Gore just holding that one back slightly. Cephas Cooper, former Naprima College player.
Lovely shot, glorious. Was onto the front foot and stroked that away.
I'll be back shortly, Sean. I'm going to exit the ground, pay and come back in after that shot.
Yeah, that's like when Carl Hooper plays those glorious inside-out cover drives.
Look at that. Beautiful indeed. He's in fine fettle, the young man. Look at this, Sean. Might get a better view here. Back and across. Ooh.
Yeah, that's a lovely
Head
punch.
right over the ball.
Excellent timing, excellent placement. And 4 runs the result.
I'm not sure if that reminded you of when you batted for Guyana or when you bowled. Did Gore remind you when you bowled? Struck away for 4? Sure.
Yeah, sometimes, but the next ball would have been a dismissal.
And please don't tell me you got Brian Lara out, because I knew that. I've known that for years, Sean. that you got Brian Lara out. And when I said divas, how many he made? It's a small matter of a century. I think it was 150?
Yeah, 168.
168. But divas got him out.
But
still.
Arjun Nandu, who's
Mhm.
the father of Machu Nandu, dropped him on 42. We bowled in tandem. He was the leg spinner, I was the off spinner.
Wow.
Good afternoon to you, Brian, if you're still in the country. Congratulations on the opening of your new business.
277
Yeah.
restaurant. I know him, Brian Lara. He exuded class in his day as a player. I'm sure the same will be off the field at that restaurant. Short, pulled away, not really getting hold of it.
Yeah, ball got a little big on him. Looked to hit it more square. And it ended up towards the mid-on position. Couldn't get a single. So importantly for the Leewards, another dot goes into the scorebook.
So we see some fans are in, and that's good. To look at this game, Trinidad and Tobago looking to head to the finals. If they win here, they go to the finals to meet Barbados. That rivalry continues, and Trinidad and Tobago would have won this title 14 times, Sean Devers.
Yeah, 14
followed by
times.
Guyana on 9, and then Barbados, I believe, on 8.
Jamaica and Barbados on 8 each. Not a good delivery. Punched away, square of the wicket, playing it with movement. And still a dot ball.
So Trinidad looking to distance themselves even
So that's
further.
a no ball. Yeah.
Yep.
Cardinal sin there for the bowler to bowl a no ball.
The free hit is coming up.
The umpire signals a free hit. And most times when you get a free hit, you try to hit the ball so hard, you don't time it properly. Let's see what will happen here.
Yeah, that's an excellent point, because as a batter, you still want to stay within the game, stay calm.
You know there's no way you can be out except run out. So time the ball and hit it for 6. It's easier than said than done.
Of course. You're not Carl Hooper, are you?
Now that's my favorite batter.
Thompson. Oh, Shane Thomas, sorry. Struck away for 4 and another no ball. So the free hit is still in effect.
Yes, and took the bottom hand off of the bat. Maybe tried a slow delivery there and still hit it down
Yeah.
the ground for 4.
Slow delivery, but it ended up being a full toss.
Yeah. I was telling you what Guyana was. They started auspiciously with the bat in the first match, but then the game was washed out. Didn't get a chance to bowl. Got 1 point from that match, 1 batting point. And of course the match against Trinidad and Tobago, right forwards. Right here at the Queen's Park Oval. A mistake by Nandu to bowl Tyndall.
Yeah, that match. But here he is now, he's in, and that's looking to
Yeah.
punch.
Looking to
Again,
hit
looking
it
to
too
make
hard.
something out of it.
Yeah, in that match, it was a Duckworth-Lewis system win by 6 runs for Trinidad and Tobago. But with the rains coming, I don't know if the captains nowadays have the
That match was-
Duckworth-Lewis system notes in their pockets.
That's one correction, Sean. That match was played at the Brian Lara
Yeah,
Cricket
the
Academy.
Brian Lara Academy, yeah.
So O'Shane Thomas, none for 11. And you can see Thomas trying to get a breakthrough. That's his role. So wide now.
Yeah, that had to be wide of the leg stump, because there's a new rule now. If the ball passes in between those lines, even if it's outside the leg stump, it's no longer signaled a wide. Too much of focus is on the batters these days, or all the time. It's a batsman's game, they say. But the bowlers now getting a little bit of a reprieve with the leg side wide in one-day cricket.
Struck on the pad. Was their bat? At no point Webster looked worried. We'll have a look at that again.
I think it was the leg side. Inward movement also, taking it further down the leg side. So Rakim Cornwall taking up 2 spaces in slips, but he maybe a second slip.
Where he's at second slip, he's covering. And you see that so often these days, where the first slip has almost been done away with.
And there's now a 4th slip position in place. So there's a second slip and a 4th slip. Backward point, cover, and a mid-off on the offside. Punched away, but finds the short extra cover in the way. Another dot goes into the scorebook. Well, there's no scorebooks these days. There's modern technology.
Yeah. I wonder if someone still scores in the scorebook in the event that there's some technical glitch.
Yeah.
And, you lose all your data.
Well, in club cricket in Guyana, there's a technical aspect, and there's also a scorebook being scored. And that's basically for the records, especially in inter-county game. The Guyana Cricket Board keeps those scorebooks. Nice pull. Almost Gordon Greenwich-like. Pivoted on the one leg and rolled the wrist. And this ground is still lightning fast.
The drainage here is good at the Queen's Park Oval. Hence the reason that you can get cricket here once there is no rain. Too short. He dug it in, and look at that. Calmly, as you said. Like Gordon Greenwich. Look at that.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Some of the youngsters would wonder who's Gordon Greenwich.
One of the greatest openers that the world has ever seen.
And the best opening partnership
Yep.
with Desmond Hinds. So in case you've just joined us, wherever you are, Leeward's being put into bat. 213 all out in 49 overs. Hamilton 71.
Sweeping.
Nice
And sweeping
shot,
well.
good
That's
shot,
4. A badly line delivery there by Gore. Touches the turf. That suggests that the ball probably slipped out of his hands. In the interim, Trinidad takes a boundary that takes him off 32.
Yeah, that's a good shot. Nobody there at the backward square deep.
Thing about Trinidad and Tobago, they have rifled their way onto 32. And both openers, Cooper and Theon Webster, they're very aggressive players. Ooh!
Yeah, that turn just a little bit. It's not the big turn in deliveries that gets the edge. It looks nice when you beat the batsman with a big turning ball, but balls like that.
I'll tell you something though, Sean. Balls like these are often more effective than big turners.
Yeah. So, overcast conditions, maybe just a cloud or two going over the sun, under the sun. Glorious sunny day outside the line of the leg stump. Wide enough for the umpire to signal a wide and takes the score by 1. 33 now without loss. Good solid start from Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
So cutting well. That's 4. He delayed the shot to get it away from point and into the boundary for 4. A lovely shot there from Cephas Cooper.
Yeah, but the man just inside the circle of backward point could have done a little better with that. Even if he pied it away and taken some of the pace off it to allow the man to chase back and collect it. But it went right through him and down to the boundary for 4. So this is the second time now he's been cut towards the backward point boundary for 4.
Back and across.
Yeah, which suggests that he's just bowling a little too wide, a little too short.
It's been a mixed bag from Gore here. Ooh.
Nice bounce and turn.
You would appreciate that, Sean.
Yeah. A spinner would rather a pitch that bounces, not with a much turn, than a pitch with slow turn.
Yep.
Even though it looks good when you turn the ball square.
Driving nicely.
Good feeling also.
That man, Hamilton, is it? Yep. And it's 37 without loss after 5.
This is the best day I've seen in terms of the weather since I've arrived in Trinidad.
But they told me that you brought the rain from Guyana.
Well, the rain is still there in Guyana. There's an inter-county female tournament starting, I think, tomorrow. And matches will be played at LBI. And, of course, the Lusiknan ground for listeners in Guyana. Cricket Board recently, I think yesterday, announced the squads.
But Sean, let me ask you this. If you're given an opportunity to whisper into the ear of Miles Bascom, the director of cricket at CWI, what would be your suggestion to him in terms of ensuring that you get at least a little more play than what we would have gotten in this tournament?
Well, the ideal situation was to put the tournament in another month, but then again, this is the rainy season in Trinidad, the rainy season in Guyana. There's Melissa, the hurricane in Jamaica, so that's not an option. So it will be difficult because, as Dr. Camacho said, the president of the Queen's Park Cricket Club, I met him yesterday in his museum, his dentist office, looks like a museum. He said that the CPL, get back to that, on the line of the leg stump, nicely played, and that's going to be 2. It looked like if it's going to be 1 when it came off the bat, but it was so well timed. And I'm very impressed with the Queen's Park Oval outfield. Even though it's been drenched with rain, it's lightning fast, as you said. And Dr. Camacho said that CPL has taken away a big chunk of the space in the Caribbean. So
6 weeks.
Yeah.
So it's Landefort, naughty.
Yeah, didn't move the foot across and just swayed at it.
Well, it was very wide. Even if he moved his foot across, he would have still struggled to get to that. He probably needed an Uber to get to that one there, Sean. It was very wide. Landefort looking to get a breakthrough here, the young man.
Well,
it's good to see people out at the cricket. You look at the Caribbean stand, and there is a pretty decent crowd compared to what we've had in this tournament. Landefort. Oh, that's 4. Not a man.
There was a
or his dog move.
Yeah, there was a long leg, and he couldn't come across his right. It was so fine and well played.
So, I want to say thanks to Betcage Sports, of course, CG United for believing in West Indies cricket.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone, Sean, has a greater legacy than the West Indies.
Well, I started watching cricket when I was 10 in 1980. And until I was 25, I've never seen West Indies lose a single series.
Yep.
That's the glory days of dominance.
One hopes that we can get back to that at some point, driving nicely, probably too nicely.
I don't believe we can get back to those days, but we can improve much better than we're doing right now.
Never say never, Sean. Never say never.
You sound like Sammy, eternal optimist.
Yes. If you don't believe in yourself, no one will believe in you. But you see, at this point in time, Sean, you have to look at small wins.
Yeah.
Small wins mean
improvements. Yeah.
Become competitive, as they have been in New Zealand. Beaten, I think that's a slow delivery, and had him in a lot of trouble. We'll see that one again.
And that one came back also.
Yeah. And you would agree with me, Divas, that, let's have a look here. Yeah, you're quite right. It came back. That was a nothing shot.
Yeah,
really.
he almost backed away.
Yeah. You would agree with me that the team has been competitive in New Zealand?
Yes, very competitive.
That's a good sign.
At this point, you don't focus so much on the results. You look at the competitiveness of the team. As the over comes to an end, 6 overs gone, it's 43 without loss.
And that's an excellent point that you brought up there, Sean. I remember Brian Lara a couple of years ago said the same thing. He said, you can't just get up tomorrow morning and beat people. First, you must compete with them. And if you compete consistently, then you will start to win matches.
And what I also want to see is like three batsmen together scoring runs. They've got the ability,
Mm-hmm.
but they don't do it together. They
Well-
leave most of the batting on Jaipaul, who's our best batsman by far.
I was saying if we had a second or a third Jaipaul, we'd be well positioned to win matches. The West Indies.
Gets 100, well, a big score. And then the next 5 games, he gets another one. While another batter does the same, and the next 5 games, he gets another one. The collective unit is what's important,
Yeah.
doing it together.
The collective unit is not apparent at the moment. And this is what you had back in the glory days when Sir Vivian Richards, of course, coming in at 3 after what is normally a great foundation from Greenwich or Hinds. But should one of them get dismissed, or even Sir Viv, should he go early, someone always put
Yeah.
their hands up. Someone. Even Jeffrey Dujan got Logie a little lower down. Someone
and
would
Larry
put
Gomes
their...
was the glue that
Yeah.
held the innings together.
Well, I think this is what Darren Sammy is now trying to do by having Jaipaul there. And, we all want to see Jaipaul do well. He has started in this practice game
Yeah,
with an unbeaten 85.
yes,
That's
and
excellent.
he retired
Yeah.
allowed the other batsmen to bat.
That's excellent. Everyone
3
wants to
batters
see
in
that.
the team had big half centuries.
Ooh,
That was hit hard, but well stopped.
the big
Ricocheted
man,
from his
Durham.
hand, yeah.
Yep, the Dutchman. Durham. What I like is you seeing guys like Curtly Ambrose back in amongst the cricket. He's here with the Leeward Islands team. Oh, he's back on the back foot punching nicely.
That's well stopped.
Lovely bit of fielding by Edward, Nathan Edward.
Couldn't prevent a single though. And that's what we need. Good rotation in the strike.
Yeah, you see look at what is happening in India now. They're calling for the head of the coach. Now the Indian fans are very emotional. India has been doing so well, but recently the results have been less than impressive. They're already calling for the coach, which I don't think is the right thing, but that's not my place to discuss. The reason I brought, as he's down the track now, he was beaten in flight, lost his shape, but Webster goes back for 2. Webster hasn't looked at his best here in this
Trying
innings.
to hit the ball too hard
Yep.
and losing his shape so many times.
And
But when he plays the good shots, it's gloriously hit.
he's been a bit hot and cold,
Yeah.
I dare say. So I made that point about Indian cricket, and you draw a parallel to West Indies cricket. As here is Durham. Oh, he struck on the pad, the arm ball, probably going down the leg side. We'll have a look at that again. And you just can't look to chop and change all the time. You have to believe in what is being discussed.
Yeah, the
the
bounce
team.
also.
Yeah, but definitely missing down. He's playing down a 4th stump line, and it struck him there. He never looked worried. Jimbo Cornwall has called for the review, and he realizes there is none.
So 7 overs gone, 44 without loss. See pace.
Let's have a look here, Sean.
and
This
spin
might.
bowling in tandem.
So he's batting with an open stance, and he's coming forward at around a 4th stump.
I figured the bounce would have taken the ball just past the leg bail.
Yeah, I think it was going past leg stump there.
Man position, there's protection there. And the batsmen go through for a single. So 46 without loss. We're in over number 7. Webster is doing most of the scoring. He's on 26, 17 to Cooper. Good solid start from the Red Force. As we've lost the sunshine here at the Queen's Park Oval.
Oh, that one cuts back in. And again, this is good running, good awareness there from Webster. Turned at an on-strike and realized there was an opportunity and came back for 2.
Yeah, he ran the first one fast. That's the important thing. So in the event of any little misfeel or bubble, you capitalize and go back for the second.
You see, what is good here, Sean, is that Landerford is in a setup with Curtly Ambrose. So Ambrose now gets an opportunity to work with this young man. And that is what you want to see.
Yes, it's always good when the former greats come back, make an input.
So he's getting the ball to come in sharply.
But a lot of the former greats complain that they're never asked to come back.
Well, there's a lot when you think about that. Probably there's not room for all to come back. I don't know. But I know that this current administration with President Charlo has been reaching out to them.
Yes, and I had a program on my Sean Dever Sports Watch, and I had Chris Dering, and he was calculating how many former players were back in the system.
That's good.
That's tugged
Hoyt.
away. Nice
Hoyt.
shot.
6 runs.
Yeah, lovely shot.
Into the party stand. But there isn't a party.
In a CPL match, the crowd would have been on their feet dancing.
50's up. 55 now without loss. Look at this. He picked it up.
Yeah,
using the
whipped away
pace of
off the
Landefort.
hip. Yeah.
And right there was where Sean Devers used to be with his lens.
Yeah.
In the Trini Posse stand.
So 71 to Hamilton, 39 to Gore, and 20 to the Big Burley Cornwall. Those are the only 3 scores of significance. 213 all out. Leewards being put into bat by Trinidad Bedforce.
Current run rate, Sean, it's nearing 7.
Yeah, good start. 5th start.
Driving down the ground, that's 4. So he tried to overcompensate by bowling Fuller, and Webster was there waiting to go down the ground. He's a dangerous player when he's on sound.
That's an audacious shot, just hitting it on the up, straight past the bowler to his right, and down towards the long on boundary. There's a mid on, but it passed him like a bullet.
Look at Landerford's delivery. And he's double chested.
He shot again.
Ball to come in.
Yeah, didn't time it as he would have liked. A little cracking song as the ball kissed Willow.
Yeah, he's been hot and cold, hasn't he, Webster? 38 off 28, 17 to see for Cooper. At the end of it, it's 59 without loss. More thoughts from Sean Devers.
Yeah, that's a nice shot, but he tried to hit it too hard. That's his problem. When he's on the go, he looks classical, good on the eye. And when he's not so good, he looks ugly. Slight breeze blowing across the oval, and that's maybe a good thing that it didn't blow. It isn't blowing the clouds, the ominous clouds, which is at the back of us, into the ground. Using his feet, that's a dangerous shot. Playing against the turn and using his feet, but played it and controlled it in the end, out to backward point. The flags there on the flagpole, the Trinidad and Tobago flag, the sponsors flag, and the Leeward Islands cricket board flag. And that's hit. Delightful shot. Almost to our commentary box. And pose for the cameras, and that's 6. So confident shot there as he goes now to 27.
That takes him to 23, actually.
23, yeah. That's a glorious shot, though. Total control. There's nobody back, and even if there was back, it would have sailed over their head. Almost hitting our cameraman. And it's good to see players like the Guyanese 15-year-old, where he's 16 now, turned 16 in June. Shamar Apple being called for the last 2 games in the West Indies under 19 versus England under 19 series in Grenada.
West Indies under 19 doing well, and that's a very good indication.
Yeah, Van Lang, the Guyanese also doing well. But
Big
I told
hitter.
him today, try and get 100. He's gotten 280s so far.
Durham, experience. Durham looking to see if he can get the breakthrough. So very good afternoon to Rishi Singh out there in St. Martin. I know they've done a lot of work with some of these players here on the Leeward Islands team.
Understand Joel Andrews got hit and had to retire and then come back.
Yep.
Good afternoon to James Prosper in Antigua. He knows I'm a big fan of young Joel Andrews.
Yep. 65 without loss after 9.
I'm also a big fan of Mikel Louis, but he didn't make much runs today. I think he made 15 or so.
Well, I have a lot of time for a young wicket keeper. Tuckett.
Yeah, that's the son of the former West Indies one-day international all-rounder, Carl Tuckett. He's now umpire. He's one also.
Carl Tuckett.
Yeah, when I played against the Leeward Islands side.
Some of the fans just taking in the cricket.
Yeah, good bowling performance we've seen so far from the Trinidadians. Terence Hinds, 3 for 50. A little bit on the expensive side. And a guy who I've got plenty of time for, he made his debut this season, the left-arm spinner, Ricky Jaipaul. 3 wickets for 36 runs again. Continues to pick up wickets.
Yeah, Jaipaul has been a very dominant player on the domestic circuit. Here's Edward. Oh, that's 4.
Glorious shot.
That was struck with power.
Yeah. And the coaches tell you to play as straight as possible. If he'd done that, that would hit the stumps out of the ground and rob them a boundary. Just to the side of the stumps of the non-strikers end. Umpire had to get out of the way, and it smashed into that boundary just in front of the black side screen.
Is that Dayton Butler? Had to move pretty quickly.
Yeah, he is also a former West Indies fast bowler.
And back in the day, if anyone could have moved out of the way, it was a man who used to bowl.
Yeah.
And Dayton Butler.
Unless you're a Paul Adams.
Yeah.
He'd duck his head and get knocked in the middle of his head.
Speaking of Paul Adams, only this morning I saw that he has a coaching school.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it's good to see when former cricketers give back, teaching the youngsters, academies and so on. Dayton Butler, of course, played for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Those people in the small islands at you, when you leave out one of the sister islands, like St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Antigua and Barbuda.
You can't go to St. Kitts and leave out Nevis.
No.
Edward.
Nice
quick
shot.
hands. Nice quick hands. Getting it away quickly.
I understand there's a youngster in the Leeward Islands team also who's been called up for the last 2 matches in that 7-match one-day series in Grenada with the West Indies under-19 team and the English court. Sun returning here in all its glory.
Yep.
Why couldn't the whole tournament be afforded this kind of weather?
This is brilliant sunshine, isn't it, Sean?
Yeah, it's sweltering heat.
In fact, it's so bright, I think it's affecting our eyes.
Yes, that's why I've got my shades up ready. You've got on yours.
Yeah. Here's Nathan Edward. Oh, cut away.
Yeah, doesn't find the
Angry
gap
with
though.
himself. Again, it has been hot and cold with him. All he had to do was to go a couple of yards left or right of the fielder there, and that would have screamed into the boundary. I was disappointed because we came from UWE, you and I.
Yeah.
We were at the Guyana game.
That was my shortest spell ever. 4.2 minutes.
4.2 minutes, yes. So we wanted to see Apple. I was very excited to see him. I've heard so much about him.
Yeah, you're a good youngster.
They said Apple was green and coming into the team.
Yeah.
But after today's situation with no play.
Not timing, an immaculate placement.
Mm.
A precise shot down to the boundary for 4. So boundaries coming frequently, and the run rate is now, what's the run rate?
Well, at the moment, it's just over 7.
Yeah, that's a good run rate.
Webster's on 46. I think he's going to bring up his milestone pretty shortly. Cephas Cooper, who has seen less of the strike, he's on 23 of 27. And Trinidad and Tobago need 141 to get still. 242 deliveries.
Yeah, 73 without loss means they've already gotten a bonus points. You need to get
Mhm.
60 and lose at least 2 wickets. They've gotten 73 and they've lost none.
Yep. Slow delivery. Chopped away.
The only other team in contention for a place in the final is the Windward Islands. But with Trinidad getting a bonus point, the bonus points is ironically more than the points for a win.
Yeah, if you look at it.
Yeah.
That's good. I like that. I'll tell you why I like that, Sean. It keeps everyone on their toes. And it's all about teaching our players to think on their feet.
Yeah.
And there are so many mini battles within the big battle.
Yeah.
Drive in, down the ground. That's 4. He poses for the camera and realizes there are none. That brings up his half century. 35 deliveries. Webster would have scored many prettier half centuries than this, but this has been effective.
Yeah, very, very effective. 35 balls for his half century. And he's going great guns, playing shots.
Yep.
And that's what you need when you're just 1 foot in, 1 foot out of the final. You need to capitalize on every bonus point you can get, and that's superb 50 from Webster.
Well, so that's the end of 10. Sean, it's 77 without loss. We will now make way for the former Trinidad and Tobago under 19 fast bowler Liam Mamchan and the former Bladen Hall military medium Bridge Parasnat.
So, good afternoon to our viewers. Good afternoon to you, Bridge.
Good afternoon.
Entry from Tion Webster.
Oh, yes. Fantastic player. Fantastic. I've seen him made his first 100 at the Brian Cricket Academy. Fantastic batting there as well. I thought he'd have played for West Indies all by now. The class he showed there, right? He became the first champion on the ground. The first century scored at the Brian Lara score from Jamaica.
He's been well supported by Cooper.
Yeah, these are, well, Cephas Cooper from Naparima and South. One of the most promising young player we have in the region. And the question is now for him to prove that at this level.
Well, he's been in and out of this Red Force team for a while. I remember he made his debut back in 2020 at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy against Barbados. Didn't really get a score. And then obviously COVID came and he had to build his way back up into the team. When he did get into the team, didn't have a good first class season. Then he came back last year, earlier this year in fact, and had a really good season. But domestically he's always been dominant. He's always been in the top 2 or 3 run scorers, if not first, for the past 3 years probably. And that did not change this year. This year he's been very, very prolific. We saw in that first game, missed out on a century after getting a really good start against Jamaica.
And he has the discipline, right? And he has the aptitude to want to bat long as well. And that's very good. And I know he's coming from all the way of Moruga.
Marak to be exact.
Marak, yeah, way inside. When he's coming to the National Cricket Center, I know they're changing 5 different cars to reach there. So it's a long journey for them to get to the ground, to train or even to play. And his mother used to come in him when he was much smaller. His bigger brother, Akil Cooper, also played for Trinidad and Tobago schoolboys team. I was the captain when they won the first Gary Service Trophy in Barbados.
He played first class cricket for Trinidad and Tobago as well. He's fallen out of favour a bit. He's still around. He's still scoring runs at a local level. And he want to get back into this team, that 4-day team, hopefully. But it's going to be Raheem Cornwall, the big man from the Brandar Pavilion end, and no time better than now for him to take a wicket. And he's been one of the most prolific cricketers out of Leeward Islands for some time now. And he, especially at regional level, he's been very dominant in terms of taking wickets. I still think he's one of the best off spinners in the Caribbean. Obviously his fitness has come into question time and time again, but I think if a guy can take 30 and 40 wickets in a season, he's a good bowler. Cooper just looking to angle this into the offside. There is not going to be a run though. Kim Cornwall is the most experienced player left in the Leeward Islands team, maybe alongside Hamilton. That's well played from Cooper, good use of the feet. In his listed career, 94 wickets in 71 matches, and a decent average as well of 23.2, economy rate of just under 4. You saw the feet from Webster, and a good bit of fielding from the skipper, Kareem Gore. At mid-off there, got low. Did very well. Webster hit that one quite hard. Trinidad and Tobago picked up that batting point for scoring at over 6 runs and over in the power play without losing 2 wickets. Ideally, they want these two to get a massive partnership. At the end of 12 now, 81 without loss. A quick run through of the bowlers. Kareem Gore, 3 overs, none for 21. O'Shane Thomas, just the 2 overs for him, none for 16. Landerford, 2 overs, none for 19. Durham, 3 overs for 12. Edward, 1 over for 12. And Cornwall, just a 1 over for him so far. And 1 run. Trinidad and Tobago, 81 without loss, going at just under 7.
Yeah, this is a very positive and dominant reply by Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. It seems they have this wrapped up, unless something dramatic happens. Just like to bring our viewers up to date. 213 all out in 49 overs, 4.3 runs per over. At the end of this over, probably give you the scorecard of the batsmen and we give you the bowling analysis, so you could stand by.
Another single for Cephas Cooper. So when they've not been able to score boundaries, they've been keeping it ticking, they've been rotating the strike, and that's what the Leeward Islands probably struggled to do early on when they lost those wickets.
But these two guys, they seem to understand each other. They've got a good understanding and they're playing positively and they're looking for the force. They're putting pressure on the fielders, and that's very important.
So Durham still has a slip in play. He's got a long off, long on, deep cover, deep mid wicket. Pretty standard field. Well played from Webster. And I think this is a part of Tian Webster's game that has improved. Sometimes when he gets into that mode where he's free-flowing and he's hitting boundaries, he tends to get a bit carried away at times and maybe throw his hand away. But I think what we've seen from him so far is the ability to hold his nerve. Yeah, exactly.
More discipline.
Oh, that one.
Good delivery. Deceived and a little extra bounce. You're lucky the ball didn't take the handle or the upper half of the bat.
Well, that's what you're going to expect from Daniel Durham because of his height, because of that trajectory that he's coming from. He's going to get the ball to bounce a little bit more, similarly to Ricky Jaipaul in that first innings. Webster riding the bounce better this time and hits it down to Kofi James for a single. Brings Cooper back on strike. An appeal, a loud appeal. Moved, umpire. maybe some bat first. Cooper using the feet nicely once more, unable to get off strike. So a quick look at Tion Webster. He's playing in his 31st List A game for Trinidad and Tobago. This is his 7th half century. He's got pretty well. He's averaging just about 32. And a strike rate, a healthy strike rate as well. Mid 80s. So he's been someone that, he just needs to string together some good performances. At times he can be a bit inconsistent, but with that average of 31, it shows that there's something to work with.
Yeah, he's a player who can get the chance to advance his career in exposure. I think what's happening most of the West Indian cricketers, they're not getting the chance to go to England to play league cricket and county cricket.
Yeah, I think that's something that helps.
When West Indies rule the world, most of our cricketers play league cricket and county cricket in England. That's the finishing school. They get a chance to play for 4 months and more.
And Cephas Cooper has lost his head there. Rakeem Cornwall picks up a big wicket and breaks the partnership. Cooper goes after a good start, 28 of 36. And the Leeward Islands have picked up their first wicket. But you have to say disappointing from Cooper. Another player getting a start and not able to carry on.
Well, a reckless stroke there by Cephas Cooper. I mean, he's playing away from his body, the ball coming in there. And if you know Rakeem Cornwall, he gets that ball to come inside the channel between the bat and pad. And a quicker one, and before he could even essayed that big shot that he went for, ambitious, lofted drive, missed it completely and was comprehensively bowled. So a good breakthrough here for the Leeward Islands against Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. It's a big partnership between these two, 84 for 1. You expect to win this match and win it comfortably. But if Rakeem Cornwall could pick up a couple more wickets, and when we look at the overall analysis, his best is 6 of 20 against combined campuses and colleges on the same ground in 2024. Right? That's not too long ago. That's only last year. So he knows this ground well, and this is his best figures in this CG United Super 50 tournament. And I'm sure that he would want to even better that today and to give his team to finish the tournament in a respectable manner.
Well, I don't think he has a choice. I think he has to finish off in that regard if they're going to win this game. A lot lies on his shoulders now because the left-handed is now at the crease. And this is someone who has just come back from a long stint with the West Indies. That's Amir Jangu. Yes, he did not play as much games as he probably would have liked, but he's in a situation now where his team have gotten off to a good start. He could take his time and play himself in.
And also for the records, last year he got another 6-wicket haul against Leeward Islands on the 8th of November. So he's got 2 6-wickets haul here last year. Yeah, Windward Islands. Yeah. He can do that here. The team has got 2 6-wickets haul in one season at the Queen's Park Oval.
We're just trying to get himself going here. His first delivery, good delivery from Rakeem Cornwall. And out of all the spinners that we've seen on show today so far, I think he's been the one to extract the most turn. And that's what makes him so different from everyone else. Django missing out there. You're not going to get a lot of those from Rakeem Cornwall. When you do get it, you have to make use of it. But Django obviously new to the crease, not really in flow just yet.
But Rakeem, we would be happy for him to see him going and trying to sweep across the line. He's going to bowl that one just off some right in there.
That's a good delivery.
And that's the cleverness of Rakeem Cornwall. He knows how to vary it. He knows where to bowl that ball and where to force you to play a stroke that you don't want to play.
Django looking to use the depth of the crease. But, Cornwall would be encouraged by that as well. This is really good bowling, good variation of pace as you mentioned.
Yeah, good intelligent bowling as we would say.
Still to me the best off spinner.
Yes, he's really doing a fantastic job for his team.
Oh, this one off the outside edge. Kofi James does very well. Kofi James a top athlete. Oh, a good over from Cornwall, a wicket maiden at the end of 14, 84 for 1.
And when we look at the leading wicket takers of this tournament is Daniel Durham at the top of the 7 for 29 against Jamaica at Taruba, 2023, followed by Sunil Narayan 6 for 9, Andre McCarthy 6 for 16, against Barbados. Tonito Willett, also Leeward Islands player, 6 for 19 against Barbados at Bastyr. That's in St. Kitts in 2013. And then we also Valdez Rakim Cornwall is 6 for 20. So Cornwall is 5th in that order.
I think that 6 for 16 that Andre McCarthy took involved a hat-trick, if I'm not mistaken. Here's Durham in to Webster, who is in full flow at the moment, 51 or 52 now off 46 deliveries.
Durham is also a clever bowler for what we have seen so far.
He's got some international experience. He would have played for the Netherlands. Oh, leading edge. And an appeal for LBW. I think he got some bat on that first.
Nice flighty delivery. I give it a nice loop there. Getting the ball to bounce and, deceiving the batsman.
He's got a very simple action as well. He doesn't complicate things too much. When you look at him, it's just nice and smooth. Up and over. And hit straight to Kareem Agor. Seemed like he slipped. And
Guyana had a tall left-arm spin bowler. Sean Divas will know that. Rex Collymore from Altinos. Similar, tall, lanky, nice and easy, very deceptive. Yeah, Neil McGarrell was another one, but shorter than Collymore.
So off the back foot, straight to go. Durham picking up a good little spell here into this 5th over, none for 15.
This is very good.
Especially after that start that the Red Force war off to. The Leewards have done well to just pull things back. And the wicket of Cephas Cooper was a result of that. Just some good bowling, some good dot balls, and stringing a few together.
But the moment you see that Cornwall comes into the attack, you have to play. You have to be much more defensive in mind. You can't go all out attack. Excellent start.
Yeah, you just got to play him smart, because you don't want to put yourself in the frame of mind where you're just going to play him out and you don't want to score off him, but you don't want to give your wicket away as well. You want to be smart.
You don't want to let the team go in pressure situation, because when you lose wickets to the guys who are set, the new incoming batsman, they all under pressure because they come in against Rakim Cornwall. He will exploit the situation. He will put you under more pressure, and he will get the wickets. And he has that ability. He's shown that over the years. So I think that they have to be very careful. You play out late the top class bowlers, see them out. You score like a few runs. Do not go look for the big boundaries, the big shots, and then you take advantage of the lesser quality bowlers.
So Django back on track, had a tough time in that last over against Rakim Cornwall. Django looking for a single, and I think Tion Webster missed the trick there. I think the single was definitely on. Mikhail Louis was slow to come out from short fine leg, and Hamilton was in front of mid-wicket, so it was always going to be what should have been an easy single with Tion Webster not involved. Django using his feet, and this time they look for it.
Good call.
Django came down the track, so he was already always halfway down the track, and Tion Webster was quick to react. A good quick single. Could have been interesting though if Tuckett had picked up the ball cleanly, but because of the sharpness of that single, it made him lift his head up a bit too early. Webster gets back on the back foot and pulls this one straight to land the foot on a deep mid wicket. Rakim Cornwall just makes it look easy.
Economical. He doesn't use too much doesn't long run up. Nice and easy, and he wheels those arms very quickly over. And he's almost on a tight spot.
And he thought he got him there, but Django was a long way down the track. Not sure if that had anything to do with the umpire's decision. Let's have a look at it again. Maybe just going with the arm there. It looked to be just going with the arm, not much turn. I won't mind when you're in a position like this and you need wickets, and Django's struggling a bit, get a short leg in. Or even a silly mid off, just to play on his mind. And no better player to have under the bat there than Jamal Hamilton.
Yeah, well, well, he's a middle and close in field as a wicket keeper, so he could feel anywhere close in.
And he's going to chatter Django as well. He's not going to be quiet over there. Django off the back foot straight to Cornwall's week.
Economical and impressive. You know, when we just look at his scores, Liam. Lewis made 13, 3 boundaries of 16 deliveries. Kofi James, he made 8, 1 boundary of 8 balls. Carlon Boyd Tuckett, he made 5, 1 boundary of 8 balls. When I say boundary, it means 4. Kareem Gore, he made 39, 5 boundaries of 58 deliveries. Joel Andrew, well, he had 2 stints out in the middle. He departed earlier when he was injured, and then he came back and batted. He left the field when the score was 61 after 12.5 overs. He came back with his follow-up wicket, and he was 7th out. He finished with 7 runs off 29 deliveries, only 1 boundary in his innings. Jamar Hamilton, the top scorer. I'll give that to you after this delivery.
So it's going to be Durham to continue into his 6th over now. Hamilton has gone into a short mid-on. Once again, it's not a bad ploy at all, because you want to try to get a wicket. You want to create some pressure that's not really there when they only need 128 runs from 200 deliveries. You want to try to make something up, and you don't want to be reactive. It's good captaincy. I'd still like to see that short leg though in the next over once Raheem Cornwall is bowling to Django, because Django,
that would force him not to go too much, stretching out and try to nullify the spin.
Well played there from Webster. Durham and Cornwall really putting in a good show in here for the Leeward Islands, and I think both Webster and Django would know that those two are probably the main threats. When the other weapon that they have really is O'Shane Thomas and that extra pace, but the way that O'Shane has started today, it shows that he's not really on. And when he's on, he can be so dangerous. And that's what pressure brings. It's high in the air, but it seems like it'll fall into the gap. And they'll pick up 2 runs. Theon Webster gets away with a loose shot.
Trying to force it, and not even close to that ball. They took the upper edge and ballooned. Luckily, there's no one in the deep close by. It's a mid-wicket far away.
I think he's better served there trying to get that ball over square leg rather than in front of mid-wicket. It's well bowled from Durham. Smart bowling, good flight, and encouraging that shot. Now, here he is again. Round the wicket. In fact, 3-run round. It's straight to the man position there, Jamal Hamilton. And I think the fact that Hamilton isn't right in front of his face, it encouraged Webster to play that shot to get over him.
Yeah, but he should go a little wider rather than to play straight on the ground.
That one almost went straight to him. So this is smart planning from Creamer Gore, and Jamal Hamilton, I'm sure, had a say in that decision.
He could have taken a brilliant catch.
Yeah, look at that there. Straight through his hands. So it was hit hard. And Webster knows if he's going to hit that ball.
Over.
A single for Webster to finish. Cornwall is now going to continue 3 overs and just 3 runs.
So let me just bring this up to date. Jamar Hamilton, he made 71, 2 6s and 6 4s of 84 deliveries for the top score of 71. As we watch, Cornwall comes in from the southern end.
Webster gets back on the back foot, and at misfield, if you look at the field there, you've got a short mid-wicket, a short mid-on, and a man behind Daniel Durham at mid-on, at long-on.
Sweeping on the boundary.
So you're trying to tuck Theon Webster up and not allow him to score in that favoured on side of his. And it was a good plan. The ball went straight to Durham, but he misfielded. And all of a sudden, you've got Django back on strike. But I don't think Cornwall would mind that too much.
Very good bowling. Very tight. He's not tossing it up. He's coming quick and flat.
I think he's just veering his pace. He's tossing out some. He doesn't want to be too predictable. He's trying to attack those pads and stumps of Django. And if he gets one to turn, he could bring the outside edge into place. Excellent bowling. Raheem Cornwall. That's the one that's given air. And Django hits this one wide over cover. Should be a boundary teaser. And then is a boundary in the end. Nathan Edward gave chase, but he couldn't get there in the end. It was way too wide, and Amir Django gets his release shot off. Picks up his first boundary. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 94 for 1.
He'll be happy. He was looking for that shot, looking for an attacking shot, stroke all the time, and finally got it off. Unguarded area, the extra cover boundary, and got a 4.
Nicely behind this one. Cornwall right back into his spot. I don't think he would mind that boundary either, because Django's trying to open up against him, and that ball could have gone anywhere.
Leeward Islands, all the players, you can see, they're supportive to each of the bowlers at either end, and that's very good cricket.
18 overs done, 94 for 1.
Nathan Edward, he made 13. He had 1 4 of 28 deliveries. Raheem Cornwall made 20, 3 boundaries, no sixes. Surprising, we didn't get a 6 from him. Daniel Durham, he made 1 of 6 deliveries. O'Shane Thomas, 2 from 16 balls. And Gums Landifort made 9 not out of 17 deliveries. He had 1 boundary. There were 25 extras. Mr. Extra is doing very well for Leeward Islands. No buys, 7 leg buys, 16 wides and 2 no balls, 25 extras, 213 all out.
So, well played from Webster down to long off for a single. $95 for 1. Amir Django back on strike. And something to Super 50 cricket before he got into the Red Force team. Also played for CCC, so he's had a lot of experience at this level. But he spent a lot of time with the Leeward Islands, I think maybe 2 or 3 years. And also plays for the Antigua Barbuda Falcons in the CPL, where a lot of these guys would have played. It's a good looking shot from Django. He wants to. It's going to be close. And a better throw from Landifort might have seen Django in some trouble, but he picks up 2. A good sweep.
Yeah, it was well timed, well placed as well, far away to backward square. Getting 2 runs, probably a little more power, might have gotten the boundary.
Yeah, he's known to be one of the better players of spin in Trinidad and Tobago. He's been struggling against Cornwall, but I think anybody will. It'll be interesting to see how he plays Durham. $97 for 1, Trinidad and Tobago closing in on 100. Still 117 runs required. We're going to sweep again, but
struck outside the off stump.
Yeah, he did well to get his foot outside the off stump to make sure that sweep was on. And a leg by.
Stifle appeal by the bowler, well supported by the other players. But the umpire is well positioned as well.
Leg by, added to the total, 98 for 1. John Webster 58 of 60. Got off to a flying start, but he's been able to just control his nerve, control his temper for now, because Durham and Cornwall are in a really good spell at the moment. Good discipline from Webster. Well bowled again from Durham.
A very good period for the Leeward Islands team. They have created a lot of uncertainty for both batsmen.
Webster opening the wrists up, but does not take the single. Shane Thomas does the fielding a point. And at the end of the 19th over, it's 98 for 1. And with that, we are going to take a short break as the players have some refreshments. When we come back, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force need 116 runs for victory.
But after 19, kudos to the Leeward Islands. Their over rate is fantastic, Sean. They got in 19 in the first hour. So the water break taken, and it's 98 for 1. Trinidad and Tobago batsmen have been doing really well, and this represents a bit of a fight back by the Leeward Islands since the loss of Cephas Cooper. Durham and Cornwall has been really, really good, and Django has to call on all his experience here. Recently returned from New Zealand with the West Indies team. Given some room, he was quickly back onto the back foot there, gets a single.
Yeah, loose bit of work there from Cornwall, though. I agree with Liam. I've been saying that for years now. He's the best off spinner in the West Indies, Raheem Cornwall.
Yep, just needs to.
Yeah, just throw off a little bit of weight, and that's going to be hard for him to do because his genes doesn't facilitate that kind of thing. This is turned into the onside. They get an easy single, and the rotation in the strike again.
Kudos to Webster as well, as he has shown the patience necessary after getting a half century of 37 deliveries. 38. He has, his last 6 runs has taken something like 25 deliveries.
Well, Cornwall is given away 10 runs up to now. He's halfway through his 5th over.
A bit uppish. I don't know what's the hesitation in having a silly mid-off or for a short leg for Django. Now, Cornwall comes from a tremendous height, so bounce comes in as a factor as well.
Yeah. And he's one of the bowlers that get prodigious turn from any type of surface. I was telling the guys at GCC, good afternoon to Mr. Yearwood, the president, if you're listening. If you want to know what happened to the Guyana Barbados game, it was washed out without the ball being bowled. 3rd time for Guyana that the game has been washed out.
Very unfortunate indeed.
Yeah.
100 for 1, and the thing is, we had perfect sunshine at the UE,
Yeah.
but there was this patch on the eastern side of the ground,
Yeah.
within the 30-yard circle, where I was told that the authorities there, the ground staff, dumped water there. A couple of days ago when rain fell and it interrupted one of the game, and since then there seemed to be some sort of drainage problem there, and they just couldn't get play on the way. It was really, really bad. 5 games there and all interrupted. No result in all 5.
He shot off the back foot, just a little punch down towards long off. And the batsman chopped the single. 101 for 1. So this partnership already beginning to build. 17 runs or so. Last wicket fell at 84 for 1. Good solid opening partnership between Cooper and Webster.
Durham.
And I remember doing commentary there last year in the 4-day competition, and again that same spot prevented play for some time because of rain.
Yeah, that's something that they really need to look at in moving forward. We had an incident some years ago when India played the West Indies at the Queen's Park.
Yeah,
Well, rain
all
fell.
5 days were washed out. I think there was a stage somewhere on the ground.
Half an hour of really heavy rain washed out 5 days. That was not the case. What had happened, Sean, is some fungus had overtaken the field and it formed a plaque, so the water couldn't penetrate. Since then they have redone the drainage facilities at the Oval, and as you were alluding to earlier on, with all the rain about, look how fast the outfield is.
Yeah, I want to say good afternoon to Colin Murray. I assume he's still the leader in the ground staff management.
No, he's not. I think Colin has given it up for now. He's now the vice of the Trinidad and Tobago. 21 gone, it's 102 for 1.
Yeah, so good afternoon to Colin Murray. I think he was the first ever captain of the West Indies under 21, it was in those days.
No, it's under 19. He was actually the second. The first West Indies under 19 captain was a guy by the name of Tudnat Ramkisoon.
Yes, Dudot Ramkisoon. Yes,
Yep.
I remember him.
Then came Colin Murray.
Yeah. Got a long history in
Mm.
cricket and football.
Yep. Good old dudes.
Yeah.
Retired now. Probably taking in the cricket from home in the Shogunas. Worked away nicely. Just allowing it to come on to him. Playing it late.
I want to say good afternoon to all in the Ministry of Sports, Youth and Culture in Guyana and the National Sports Commission. Good afternoon to Mr. Stephen Inval, Charles Ramson, the Sports Minister, and of course the new Minister in the Ministry of Sports, Stephen Jacobs. I'll tell you a little story about Stephen in a short while. Stephen Jacobs, when Pedro Collins has the best overall figures, 7 for 12, in this format against the West Indies on the 19 team in 2007 at Blairmouth. Stephen Jacobs was the captain. Not a proud record at all.
I don't think he will be happy with you reminding everyone of that. But I want to say all the best wishes to Stephen as he's in his new role, and
Yeah,
I'm
he's
sure
an
that
MP now.
yep, I'm sure that there are good days ahead
Yes,
for
and
Sporting Guyana.
they're doing a lot of work, especially infrastructural work. Stadiums are being built. Lots of lighting in those out-of-town facilities, the village communities.
Well, in Trinidad and Tobago here, there are a number of sporting facilities, and now a Prime Minister, the Honorable Kamala Prasad Visesa, has now put a ban on carnival fetes or any sort of fetes at these grounds.
Yeah, but that's good.
So now you can't have any carnival fete at the Branagh Cricket Academy. For one of the main reasons is noise pollution.
No, I thought it was for damage of the ground.
Well, normally they keep it in the car park.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, there's a stadium outside Providence that they do the concerts and so on. In the early days, they went on the ground. There was a boxing match, I think, a couple of years ago, with Elton Dari on the ground of itself. But now they're limiting those events to the tarmac of the Providence Station, one of the fastest drying grounds in the world. Cricket International venues.
Whipped away, that's four. That's a beautiful shot. It's all about knowing where the fielders are
Also.
with tremendous precision that would have made the surgeons at the nearby St. Clair Medical very proud to see.
Yes, I remember when I did my surgery there. Good afternoon to Dr. Ramcharan.
Dr. Ramcharan would have been happy and pleased to see the precision in which that was struck away.
Yeah, this is some batters bat like the butcher, some of the surgeon. Carl Llewellyn Hooper comes to mind, Lawrence Rowe.
He would have been a specialist surgeon.
Yeah.
Short and wide. Runs there, more runs. Landerford. They come back for two. .104 required, 165 balls. It's going to be very difficult to restrict them. And here comes the rain, Sean. You brought the rain from Georgetown, from Kitty.
I'm now in Rumwell.
Rumwell. You brought the rain, Sean. Here it comes. There seems to be a passing cloud. Umpires don't seem interested in it.
Just pushed between the legs of the non-striker. Invitingly opened his legs for the ball to pass through and then went down to long on.
Yep.
So the ground staff now showing more urgency, which means
Now they have the
rain is
most
imminent.
knowledge. They have the most knowledge of when the rain comes here, even better than the national weathermen. I can tell you that. We have some weathermen here in Trinidad. They'll have you at the beach with a storm approaching.
Interestingly, the last time Trinidad won its 14th title, they played the Leewards in the final.
Mm-hmm.
And last year, Barbados reached the final and Jamaica, but they both refused to play. So, as I said earlier, technically, Trinidad and Tobago, Red Force, still the defending champions as the covers are being brought on now.
So the score is Nelson. And look at this. Had umpire Shepard been here, Sean Divas, he would have seen a lot of problems because he normally hops on one leg until the score moves from 111. Now with the score 111, rain comes. He would have been hopping for quite a while.
So he would have hopped off the field.
Hopped off the field and keep hopping in the pavilion. But at the moment, there comes Ralphie to secure the stump.
And if there is no play further on, which I presume there would be play,
It's not that
just
bad.
13 overs bowled. So that would be a no result again.
Yep.
But I'm sure this is just
No,
a
it's
passing show.
22.5, Sean Divas. What are you saying?
22.5.
Trinidad and Tobago
they're
will
gonna-
book a place in the final.
Yeah.
Come on, Sean.
Unless they're bowled out when play resumes.
Well, it's coming pretty hard now. So one hopes that the ground staff can efficiently cover the tracks and we can have play resume.
And I was saying so profusely that this is my best day in Trinidad and Tobago.
But just recently it was so bright and all of
well
a
in
sudden.
sunshine, even at the CC, the
Normally. So no clouds there. If you look forward, Sean, it's still pretty bright in the Gulf of Paria. So we take a short break. When we come back, hopefully this would not be a long break.
yeah.
lopsided. The players are back out. There's been no change in what is required. Still 103 of 163 deliveries. And as I said before, Red Force 111 for 1. Nelson in cricketing terms. 68 to Webster, 28 to Cephas Cooper, who was out early on. Amir Django, 10 of 30. As I said, a very good afternoon to Sean Davis.
Yeah, well, good afternoon to you also, and to all those listening and watching across the world, and of course
Very good. I saw it. Very good. Very good indeed. So it's going to be Kofi James bowling with a hat, but not a cap, a broad brim hat. I wonder where he tied the horse.
And I was taught as a youngster, you can bowl with a cap, but if you bowl with a hat, especially an off spinner, your arm has to go close to your ear. So if that cap is so broad brim, then you bowl with a wide arm action.
And the ball is going to go very wide outside the off stump, as you saw just now. Let's see if Kofi James can prove us wrong.
He's going to get more drift than spin.
Yeah. 97 on his back.
This is the first time I've seen an off spinner bowling with a wide brim hat on.
And he's right on spot.
Yeah.
Webster is also focused. Just after, Sean, just after the rain break or water or drinks break, players tend to lose their wicket. And we always put it down to lack of focus, lack of concentration after the break. But Tion Webster is showing that he's up for the fight here. He wants 100, I think.
Yes, he's very focused. And that break might have done good for him. He had him refreshed mentally and physically. And now he's back to fight again. The off-spinner now bowling to the left-hander. He would enjoy bowling to the left-handers, because when the ball spins away to the right-hander, it hits the pad. When it spins away to the left-hander, you get stumped if you're down the track. Goes round the wicket and bowls. That's played back towards the bowler, and there is no run. So still the murky conditions. We've not had the return of the brilliant sunshine that we had early in the day, but the rain has stopped, and that's a good sign. At the end of the over, the 24th over, total is 112 for 1.
Yeah, very good over there from Kofi James. That's the single coming off it. So you would have noticed, Sean, that the slower bowlers are getting assistance here. The ball is not coming onto the bat as the batsman would like. So once you take pace off.
Yeah, and I was now going to make the point that since the introduction of the trio of the spinners, especially Gorge, and the run rate has dipped.
It has dipped significantly.
Yeah.
Because they raced to 77 in the first 10 overs without loss.
Yeah, and they got a bonus point.
So 35 runs have come from the last 14
Beautiful delivery.
overs.
That one gripped and spun.
We'll have a look at that again. 35 runs has come in the last 14 overs.
Yeah. So it's been frugal spells from all three of the spinners.
Oh, beautiful.
Lovely delivery.
Beautiful. Not too much turn, just enough.
Yeah, and bunks.
To take it past the bat. And that was not the replay. That was another delivery. We are back live. So he's doing it over and over here, Durham.
And that's the thing that coaches say. Consistency. Land on one spot.
What about the bonks? We spoke of that earlier on. Durham is a tall man.
Yeah.
He's over.
2 loss.
Your thoughts on that?
What?
Batters.
Well, it describes not the gender, it describes the person who's batting. So I don't agree. I agree with that.
Played away to middle. This is good. This is good by Kareem Agor.
Because if you say batsman when a man is batting, what you say when a woman is batting? Batswoman? So you say
batter.
one thing.
Yeah, batter sounds much
Yeah.
better. I want to agree with you. Sammy's back. Punching. This is good bowling here from Durham. One delivery to go in Durham's spell, and he has conceded none. He has taken none for 30. And how would he like to have a wicket here in his final delivery?
Oh dear, that was close to a wicket. That was a giveaway if he was being given out. That was a bad shot.
Maiden over to end his spell. And Jacob Durham has bowled 10 overs, 2 maidens, none for 30. That's excellent bowling here in the conditions.
3 runs per over on the back of a hectic start. Very good. And as the sun breaks out from behind the clouds again, this is looking kind of lovely. I wouldn't want to talk too quick and let the rain come again. Because when I said it was my best day, then came the rain.
And this is brilliant sunshine,
Yeah.
isn't it?
And it's gone from 0 to 100
Yeah.
in terms of the light.
In no time.
Yeah. So a slip in place.
Here's Cowboy James. Swept away. Django finds backward square. Mikhail Louis, your favorite batter, is there.
Yeah, that's a bit luckily for James though, because that was a bad line. Much better.
Again, popping this one upishly, but still, they need to implement more pressure on Django. More close-in pressure.
I remember in the CPL, yeah, when they found out that Samson was susceptible to short pitch bowling. Pollard went
yep.
into forward short and had a catch.
Yep.
That was a well orchestrated plan and well executed also.
But Pollard was never a reactive captain. He made things happen.
I remember in a previous regional one day, I think it was in Antigua, when Leon Johnson was at forward short leg and he took a catch.
Driving nicely, runs here. He treads this through the offside. Landerford picks up and fires back in the return, and he gets 2.
Yeah, good running again between the wickets.
A 30-run partnership of 76 deliveries. And let's have a close look at this here, Sean. It's getting right over it to control it nicely. Stammy's back, deep in his crease. Able to maneuver.
Yeah, played slightly against the storm, but in well controlled.
Another good over there from Kofi James at the end of 26. It's 115 for 1 in Port of Spain.
The Red Force with 14 titles. The first coming in 1979 last year. Well, in 2023 technically, because last year there was no result.
Yeah, so technically they're still the defending champions. Yep.
Guyana second with 9 wins.
Is that
9
you?
titles.
Is that where you're staying in Trinidad, Sean?
No. My accommodation is much more comfortable but smaller.
Oh, I thought it was much bigger.
Nah.
So Trinidad and Tobago, as Sean said, they won their first title by defeating Barbados in 1978-79 tournament. And of course, the way things are looking, they will play Barbados again in this year's final. Barbados, of course, are carded to play Jamaica, as Sean said earlier on. And the second time Trinidad and Tobago won a title in 1980-81 was again Barbados defeated in the finals.
Yeah, Barbados has won 7 titles, Jamaica 8.
Yeah. And after that period in 1980-81 season, Trinidad and Tobago went through a very lean spell. The next time they will hoist the silverware was in 1989-1990. And guess who they defeated in the finals?
Guyana.
Barbados.
Okay.
So again, the first 3 times that Trinidad and Tobago won the title, they defeated Barbados in the finals.
I remember when they shared the title with Ghana in 1995, they had 2 finals because in those days, when the final was washed out, they replayed it.
Yeah, Ginger Lannerans took a hat-trick.
Yeah.
And so 1989-1990 they defeated Barbados, winning that match as a 3rd title. And then they repeated as champions in 1991-92, right here at the Queen's Park Oval, driving down the ground. And there is protection there.
A lot of left hand in that shot though, up and over, up his shot.
Yep, so they won that title in 1991-92, right here at the Queen's Park Oval. Guess who was their finalist with them?
Barbados.
Barbados
Yeah.
again. So the first 4 times Trinidad and Tobago won the title, it was Barbados. And then in 95-96 came what you were speaking about, Sean.
Yeah, Guyana.
They defeated Guyana. In fact, they shared the title in
Yeah.
95-96 with Guyana. And then,
After 2 finals were washed out. That's a rare thing.
yeah, and then 96-97, Trinidad and Tobago repeated as champions. They defeated Guyana in the
Yeah.
finals. After that, again, Trinidad and Tobago went through a bit of a lean period from 1996 straight down to 2004 under Darren Ganga when they defeated Guyana in the finals. Then came the KFC Cup. Trinidad and Tobago won that in 2006, defeating the Windward Islands. And in 2007, they lost the finals to Jamaica. But 2008, they again defeated Barbados in the finals. So they seem to have a very good record against comes to the finals. 2009, Trinidad and Tobago will win it again, this time against Guyana. 2011, Trinidad and Tobago lost the finals to Jamaica. 2013, the Nachico Regional Super 50 and Barbados finally tasted success against Trinidad in the final. So they defeated Trinidad in that final. But 2014, Trinidad and Tobago came back to win the title against Guyana. And 2015, they exacted revenge on Barbados in the finals by winning that year. And then 2020, they defeated Guyana. 2023, as Sean is saying, is the last time that they won the title was in Antigua at Coolidge when they defeated the Leeward Islands.
Yeah, so there's an actual replay of that final. James going over the wicket now, and that almost bowled him. Kept a bit low as he was backing away, Webster. Dangerous shot from Webster, who's well set. Again, that one, the opposite, bounced. The previous delivery kept a bit low. That one bounced prodigiously and was taken almost chest high by the keeper. Well, Guyana have been to the final 17 times. They've won in the title 9 times of those 17 times, but the last time they won was in 2005 at Border. When McGarrell, who Bridge was talking about, the left arm spinner, hit Solomon Ben, another left arm spinner, onto Regent Street in near darkness.
Wow. Well, yeah, Neil McGarrell played a lot of cricket right here for Mary Boys in Trinidad as well. Trinidad and Tobago's Red Force, Trinidad and Tobago, they call the Red Force now. Trinidad and Tobago has reached the finals on 20 occasions.
Yeah.
Winning 14 and 6 times.
One-day team.
Yep.
But even though Guyana's done poorly in one-day cricket, Trinidad and Tobago has done poorly
First
in
class.
4-day cricket.
Yep.
Because since 2007, I think, when Ganga captained them to victory, that was the last time they've won. Why do you think those things happen to a team that is dominating 4-day, like Guyana, and a team that is dominating 1-day, like Trinidad and Tobago, and they can't win both titles?
Yeah, I think in Trinidad and Tobago here, you would appreciate, Sean, that the players, I think they prefer the instant cricket, the faster cricket. Trinidad and Tobago. Look at TKR. It's the most successful of the T20 teams here in the Caribbean as well. So I think in Trinidad and Tobago, there is a likeness for the limited overs cricket. Driving beautifully through the offside. That's 4. Gore just over pitching.
Django this time.
So Gore has to be careful here. He doesn't want Django and Webster to break the shackles.
Yeah, they've been very frugal, very restrictive so far. And that one boundary will normally cost a flow of runs. Just one boundary off the middle of the bat, and then you get poor.
Kenny over pitches, closing the face of the bat on that one there, Django.
He was bowled by Cornwall, Rakim Cornwall, who I've been saying for years now is the best off spinner in the Caribbean.
I want to agree with that because When you and Nia mentioned that, I started to think and look around. You had a number of good left-arm orthodox spinners, but to say the off spinner.
Yeah. So the sun returns in all its glory. A couple of fans trickle into the KFC, Royal Bank, and Carib stand. Those stands are one stand with 3 different sponsors' names on them.
Yep.
And the entire downstairs is the Caribbean stand.
I think the entire stand is a Caribbean stand. But KFC would have taken a part. But now I think they've decided to just take the corporate boxes.
Ball turned into the onside. Good afternoon to KFC, who are one of my sponsors in my radio program in Guyana.
Finger licking good.
Yeah, every time. So good afternoon to you in Tortola, Antigua, Barbuda, St. Kitts, Nevis,
St. Martin.
St. Martin. And Dominica is part of the Leeward Islands geographically, but
They
in
play.
cricket, it's the Windward Islands.
Yeah, I always find that strange. I want to say a very good afternoon to Lockhart Sebastian, good old Sebo.
Yeah, I want to say good afternoon to him too. He was so concerned when I was going through my illness and so on. There were lots of good people.
Yep.
Kept me going.
Showed that
There's a
there's
short.
still good people in this world.
Yeah.
I remember on Sunday, just on Sunday, when the vehicle broke down in South and about 6 or 7 people stopped just to inquire, just to see what they can do. And Bridge Parsnott was on board the vehicle. He left.
So he was a witness.
Yes. Bridge Parsnott immediately summoned a taxi and left us,
Abandoned you.
only to come back
Oh, he came back.
with a big 2-liter coconut water for the boys.
Oh, so he did
That was
a
very
good.
good.
Did his good deed.
Yes, of course. It was excellent. Well done,
That's
Mr.
always
Parsnott.
Mr. Parsnott,
Yes.
doing good deeds.
Yes, of course.
But in Guyana now, there's a recent trend of people dying, cars crashing, and before they would rush to help, they're on their
It happens here.
phone,
Yeah, it happens here too.
putting it on Facebook.
Yeah, that's more important. 129. Kofi James, friend one.
Yeah. That's the only century so far. Right?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Yes. We're on course to see another here. If Webster continues, it's on 73 of 96.
Yeah, the closest a Guyanese went in his 1 innings was Anderson, made 80 odd, 82 I think, 87.
Webster is not happy. Seems to have pulled a muscle.
Or he probably, yeah,
That's what seems as if he's stretching.
his calf.
Yep. So he's gonna get some attention. Whilst he do that, we take a short break. We'll be right back.
So we're back here, and joining me, Rich Paris Nat, as Tion Webster continues after suffering a bit of an injury. Seems to still be stretching out that calf. But he's got 100 here, and he won't want to throw it away. So Jamal Hamilton reached closer. It's going to be a tough man of the match if Trinidad and Tobago are to be victorious from here. But between Webster, who's got a pretty good score and got him off to a good start, or Ricky Jaipaul. Even Terence Hinds has put his hand up with 3 early wickets. It'll be interesting to see what goes on. If the Leeward Islands win, of course, Jamal Hamilton is going to be the front runner. Webster has been made to stretch a lot today because of the good lines and lengths, especially the lengths that the spinners have bowled, and they're not putting some pressure on his calf. At the end of the over, 30 down, 129 for 1.
Looking at Tion Webster, last year he got 95 not out against Windward Islands at Taruba on the 1st of November. He had 1 6 and 4 4s of 115 deliveries, so that was a very workman-like innings. He didn't play too many attacking shots. He started out explosive, and he's looking to get maybe the 100. We've only had 1 century this year. Last year there were 10 centuries, 6 90s, 2 80s, 10 70s, 4 60s, 5 50s, and 26 40s. So 10 centuries last year, only 1 this year because of rain. Affected most of the play.
We've not seen much cricket, to be fair. And O'Shea Thomas is going to get a hand to this, but he can't stop it completely. And Django is going to get 2. I think they would have maybe thought about pushing for 3 if Tion Webster wasn't dealing with that calf injury. But Django gets 2 more to his total. He's on to 75 now. 25, in fact.
Django had 96 last year with 1 6 and 9 4s against Leewards, against the same team at Taruba on the 3rd of November last year.
Down the leg side.
So both these guys got into 90s. I didn't get 100, but we had 10 hundreds last year. Justin Grays at 151. Carlos Brown 121. Kevin Wickham 118. Matthew Nandu 116.
Lovely shot there from Django, the paddle. And the fielder is going to have some work to do to get around. I think he might have stopped it, so they pick up 2 more.
Brilliant.
Yeah, good work out there, the substitute fielder. So,
very good shot there.
Out there.
Well placed by Django. Looking for a big total. Maybe a 50 today.
Yeah, good work there from Peters. Down the track, straight back to the bowler though. Django would know all too much of Kareem Agua. Both of these guys would have played for. Django looking to sweep again down the leg side, wide ball signal. I don't agree with the line that Kareem Agua is operating with at the moment. Maybe just a bit too straight. And I think if you get outside the off stump and maybe get a fielder out on the offside boundary, as the 50 partnership comes up with that wide of 105 deliveries, so it's not been easy work. Django defends nicely. Django 209 50s to his name in List A cricket. That's a lovely shot. Picks the gap and it's into the boundary for 4.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Just flicking off the pass, getting up on his toes like a ballet dancer and playing that with real confidence and away from the field. He'll be happy with that shot.
Yeah, almost went for 6 as well. He timed it pretty well and picks up a boundary. A much needed boundary for his confidence. He moves on to 31. And at the end of the 31st over, 138 for 1. Amir Django is also averaging 31 with the bat in List A cricket. He's obviously got 100 on debut for the West Indies against Bangladesh.
You always want to do well if your first time up. You want to be, you never forget that first outing.
And an unbeaten 100 as well, so there's not much more he could have asked for on debut. And I think he's not done badly. He's taken his chances since then. He's got a half century against Nepal in a series where the West Indies really struggled.
Well, he has to continue from with this total. Try to come out not out today.
Good
to
shot
bring
from
up the
Webster.
victory.
Beats Durham, and there should be some runs here. Pick up 2.
So among the Centurions last year, become 118. Matthew Nandu, he got 116, 5 6s and 7 4s against combined campuses and colleges at St. Augustine, UWE. Javier Glenn, 114 with 6 6s and 10 4s of 96 balls against Leeward Islands. Glenn is from Jamaica. Taruba as well.
Good delivery there from Kofi James. Maybe just hitting him too high. There was no real appeal.
Then we had Kieran Utley, 112, 2 6s and 11 4s of 132 balls against Barbados at this ground, Queen's Park Oval. Quicker delivery there from Kofi James. You can see that Tian Webster wants to get on with it. He's in 79, is it?
75.
75.
Django scored 100 here against Guyana last year as well. 111. Would have been his maiden list day century.
Yes, I have him 111. Why did I say 1926? Yeah, 112 and 111.
And 150 odd there. He scored those 3 back-to-back centuries. And got him right into the West Indies team. And to be fair to him, he's kept his place. He's been there through and through since that. That's a lovely shot there from Django. Landeford gets around.
And Kieran Powell, Leeward Islands former captain, 102, 3 6s and 10 4s of 87 deliveries at Taruba.
That was for CCC, wasn't it?
Yeah. So Django got his century against Guyana.
You're right here.
Yeah,
At
the
the
9th
Oval.
of November last year. Trying to be good, 288 for 3. They won the match by 45 runs. Duckworth Lewis system, Guyana restricted to 201 for the loss of 39 overs. Kimal Savory, 69 not out. He was the top scorer for Guyana in that match.
A couple of changes in the field now for Gore. He wants to bring in Edward. In fact, as Peter's out there at deep backward square. And well, I think now Gore is going to have a bit of a conference with the vice captain Tuckett and Jamal Hamilton. Django's just waiting to
Patiently.
bat.
Patiently. He had played a very patient knock. You could see that he came out with aggressive mode. He wanted to push, to press on, but then he was facing up to Rakeem Cornwall, who had him in all sorts of trouble. And Durham from this end, so those two spinners really tightened the screw, so to speak, and kept things very tight. The two aggressors, Tobago, Tian Webster, and Django, they weathered that pressure, and they're still batting. They're looking to get Tobago to a victory, 142 for the loss of 1. So there's a recovery period, and now we see that recently we see some much more attacking stroke play.
Yeah, I think they're both set now, and we spoke about it earlier that it's not an easy wicket to score runs when you just come in. You have to get yourself set. We saw it happen to Cornwall, we saw it happen to Hamilton. And that's a lovely shot. There's no one out there, and this one could be a real boundary teaser. Kofi James gets around, can't stop it. And Amir Django picks the boundary really nicely, picked the gap really nicely, and he moves on to 36.
Superbly timed. and well placed. Enough energy to get it into the boundary before the fielder. He'll be happy with that stroke.
I thought the fielders were late to react because I think they're expecting Kerry Magor to have a sweeper out there. He has nobody through there, so once he beats those fielders on the inside, it's going to be 4. Gore going around the wicket now on a brilliant piece of fielding off of his own bowling. The Red Force, just about 68 runs for victory now, and a lot of time.
Well, they're
17 and a
in
half
cruise
overs.
control, I would say.
Well played there from Django, well bowled.
And they have a very strong batting lineup.
Come Jason Mohammed, the veteran. Look at that cover drive again from Django.
Jit Goli and the other guys.
Yeah, you got the power of Gully, you've got the silver swept away for a single. You've got the power of Terence Hinds as well. Yannick Karaya. These are guys who
Very, very long batting lineup.
I think when you have somebody like Abdul Rahim Toppin, who's pretty much an all-rounder, a young bowling all-rounder, batting at number 10, it shows that you've got a lot to come. And
Depth.
yeah, and I have to mention Ricky Jaipaul as a number 11, the best number 11 in Trinidad and Tobago. At least he tells himself that.
He tells himself that. So he has secured the number 11 spot.
Oh, good delivery. Good delivery. A little bit of turn on offer there for Kerry Magor. You could see Tion Webster. Amir Django that one just doing a bit. Finishes off his 7th over at the end of 33. 147 for 1.
I think Courtney Walsh probably have the world record. Holding on that number 11 spot there. The time he has batted for West Indies at that. There's so many guys have so many world records. It's unbelievable. No, it's all good. It's all good. It's all part of the game. The game has so many ups and downs. You take the good with the not so good, and you just enjoy life.
James to continue. 5 overs, none for 11. Spinners have been excellent. Maybe barring Kerry Magor, I think he's probably been a bit expensive. But Kofi James, Daniel Durham, and Rakeem Cornwall, who has not entered the field after the rain break. And those 3 have been really good, really tight and economical. So here is James to Django. Good line there. A testing line from Kofi James. Django played it well.
Django is reading these guys well. There are a few of them that is not coming onto the bat that he's struggling with. Otherwise, he's maybe very confident and his placement is very good.
Well, Webster on strike now. Looking for a quick single, excellent. Good running.
A good call there by Webster. It's 148 for the loss of 1 wicket. Trying to make a Red Force. They're in cruise control. Oh, through the
misfield there
fielders,
from
yeah.
Durham. So Django's going to look for a second here.
It's not on.
He picked it up quickly.
Tion Webster is on 77, about to receive from Kofi James.
The up for Trinidad and Tobago with that last single. The length that Kofi James has been bowling has been really excellent. I think anything shorter than that, anything fuller than that, Webster is able to capitalize on. He's been very, very good. The discipline of the Leeward Islands bowlers, you have to see, barring a few loose starts from the fast bowlers, the spinners have been right on cue. It's a good delivery again, and they'll get another single. They've picked out Durham as a weaker fielder, and they've been able to score runs anywhere, anytime that ball goes near him.
What they're doing is not hitting the ball, they're just guiding the ball along the ground. And he's a tall guy, he's not a quick mover in the field, so the single is definitely on. looking back at the we mentioned was made about the high score, apart from the Centurion for this year's tournament. I think he had mentioned Darren Ned of Windward Islands. He got 96, 6 sixes and 8 fours off 56 balls. Kevlin Anderson from Guyana, he had 83. He had 3 sixes and 10 fours off 60 balls in that innings when Guyana made 287 for 6. In the second match or the first game at this ground against Jamaica.
Well, Webster's struggling here, and the physio is back out.
Jason Mohammed, I think he got 87, 5 sixes and 2 fours against Jamaica at Toruba. November the 20th, that was the fourth game, and Cephas Cooper made 72 in that match. Trinidad and Tobago 256 for 8.
So it's going to be a short break now as the players have a refreshment. Tion Webster seems to be moving along fine now. And at the end of 34, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 151 for 1. When we come back, they require a further 63 runs for victory in 16 overs. Grima Gore to continue after the drinks break. Tion Webster on strike and a poor start from Gore. A wide ball signal and it's just going to be a single. 2 free runs added to Naprima College. In fact, to Trinidad and Tobago, I'm a bit...
Just studying football.
Yeah, you know, my old school is in action today.
The big match against Signal Hill, is it?
Yep, so if they win that game, they win the league. They're 1-0 up, 14 minutes. Django on a 39 on strike now. Well played again. This is good bowling though from Gore. I think out of the 4 spinners, he's probably been the most
steady. He's very steady.
He's been the most expensive as well. They've seemed to like what he's giving them as Django opens up over the offside. That's a lovely shot. And from
to lift it over the top, control it away. The fielders are fairly deep. They're close in over the top and his 4 boundaries because his outfield is very fast. I was expecting that shot a long time because he's very fluent and very confident in that area.
Yeah, it's a shot that he's good at. He likes to give himself that room, open up the stumps and hit over the offside. And I think with Gore narrowing in and zeroing in on that line, on that leg stump.
Yeah.
And that's good innovation again from Django. He just opened up the offside and now he's manipulating into the onside. Very well played. He's on to 44. His first game of the competition. What a time that Trinidad and Tobago have gotten him back when there's a
just the right
final.
Time. Just the right time. This is good preparation for the final.
He's getting himself into some form after coming back from West Indies duty. As this one is tucked away nicely from Webster. And a big long chase for the big man O'Shane Thomas. Django wants a third. And it's excellent. It's brilliant running from Amir Django and Tion Webster.
Thank you, Amir. Since this morning we were talking about that. Put the pressure on the throwing arm, on the outfielders. And this is what I like to see. I like to see this type of cricket. Put the pressure on the outfielders.
And I think
challenge the throw.
I think you got to pick out your fielders when you're coming out to bat and you know identify who the weaker fielders or the slower fielders might be. I think when you go hit the ball to Cornwall, you know you're getting 1.
Or maybe 2.
And this one is going to be 4. So a lovely late cut there from Amir Django. And this has been an expensive over for Karima Gore. 13 runs off it so far.
This is a fine exhibition of first-class stroke play. Very fine exhibition. He bidded his time, got his rhythm going, right? Rotated the strike, and you can't want a better partner than Tion Webster at the time. Because Tion is also an aggressive stroke player. And since they have changed the tempo by looking for the second run, looking for the third run, challenge the throw, and this is really good batting.
It's not just good stroke play, it's good manipulation of the crease as well. He's moving around and he's opening up the offside, he's closing down and trying to hit the ball into the leg side. So either way, he's found a way to score runs. An expensive over from Karima Gore comes to an end at the end of the 35th. 166 for 1. Django 1 away from a 10th list A half century. And Tion Webster on 81. He's just a couple away as well from what could be the second 100 in this year's regional Super 50.
Trying to make a coach Riyad Emirates will be happy to see Django, back in form immediately, and to be back to strengthen the team. Add so much of power to the batting order, and to find him in such a good nick and playing so well. It warms the heart and gives him and the teammates much more confidence for Saturday's final against Barbados.
So they'll take out the slip now, and they're looking to put Django under some pressure to get this last run, to get to his 50. They're forming a bit of a ring on the offside. He's got a backward point, a shortish third, and Django's off the back foot, punches it into the gap, and that is a half century.
Well played.
Amir Django right back into the team in some fantastic form. And it's been a good innings because he had to play himself out of pressure. And after Rakeem Cornwall came in this morning and really had him on the ropes, he showed some fight. And he's gotten himself a lovely half century. 6 balls.
Fighting power there.
I see the celebration.
Warmly received by the crowd too as well. They're giving him a nice round of applause for that half century.
He's a fan favourite. This one is worked off the hips from Tion Webster down to long on for a single. So Webster Django drives and Landeford gets around. It looked to be a little bit more in front of that man at cover. Lovely, lovely from Webster. Brilliant bit of fielding from Mikhail Louis.
Good
So
stuff.
he's definitely saved 3 runs for his team, because this oval outfield, as we mentioned, is in all its glory today. It's been very fast, and once you beat that inner circle, it's always hard to stop the ball. Let's have a look at it again. A good diving stop, one hand. Oh, I mean, Django there.
That's how the game plays out. Yeah, he's in that mode. He wants to continue the stroke play. Well deceived, and not in real control of that stroke.
Kofi James into his 7th over.
170 for the loss of 1. Trinidad and Tobago really cruising in cruise control. They're gonna win this game easily.
The partnership building nicely now. It's on 86. The Django plays this nicely. A late dab down to short third man past Daniel Durham. 2 more added to the total. So 42 runs required for victory now. And I think the best case scenario here is that these two stay till the end and they win this game by 9 wickets. And it looks
I think that's the
way.
plan. The plan is for these two guys to bat right through. You can see that the way that they have approached this partnership, the way that we communicating, they play and the singles and the twos. It seems as they want to go right on to the end and then bring home that victory.
And I think Tion Webster would really want to get himself 100 here.
He works very hard for it, and maybe he deserves it. And he's getting good, excellent support from Django, who has taken over the aggressive role and playing so many really top-class shots against these spinners.
They've not made it easy at all for the Trinidad and Tobago force. A lot of credit has to go to the out after the rain break and finish his spell. But
since he has gone in, I think they have missed him, and these guys recognize that they have a chance to win his game quickly before he comes out back.
yeah, I think exactly. Trinidad and Tobago realize that with Cornwall gone, they really have an opportunity to take full control of this game. But they didn't expect Kofi James to come in and bowl such a good spell as well. So Nathan Edward is going to replace Kareem Gore after that expensive over. Nathan Edwards' first over, just going for 12.
When you look at the flags, you can see that there's a nice little strong wind blowing across the Queen's Park Oval at this stage.
Edwards going to go round the wicket to Tion Webster, which tells me he's going to look to finish on the stumps. And that one a bit wider outside the off stump. Had a flash at it.
Tempting me outside the off stump, as they say.
Webster's on 83 now. 114 deliveries. I think if there's one note you can make or one flaw in the Trinidad and Tobago run chases, and I think they struggle to rotate the strike a little bit when Cornwall and Daniel Durham were.
But those guys are bowling brilliantly. You can't take too many chances. I think they did the right thing. Play them safely.
It's straight to Jamal Hamilton.
You have to give credit to both bowlers. They were able to keep it tight. They had the variations as well that troubled both batsmen and kept them, very quietly. They couldn't play their attacking shots. Now they relish the conditions and even the bowlers that they're facing up.
Yeah, but I think, when you've got a player like Amir Django who's got himself some international experience, he would know that you've got to find a way when bowlers are in that zone. You've got to find a way to make something happen to at least keep the runs ticking.
Well, you play in front of you because the guys are really deep.
So I pitch straight to Hamilton. Good
Yeah,
bit of fielding.
What you do, you drop it in front of you and run. Because they're deep. By the time they get there, you and your partner will cross for that single very quickly, so you upset them. But the captain now the problem whether you keep the fielders close in or you protect the single or the boundary. Which one?
Yeah, that's probably the best way. Probably the only way that you could have played what Cornwall and Daniel Durham were boarding at that point in time.
Yeah, just smother the spin and run the run. Because the guys are fairly deep on the circle.
There's Edward. Edging, and what a catch! Colin Bowen took it. What a beauty that was. Tion Webster has to go for a well played 83. But take a bow, tuck it. He always finds a way to get himself in the game. That's a wonderful catch.
Beautiful catch. Low down, he took that catch. He went for it and was able to hold on to it. Because when you go there and your hand drop on the ground, you could bounce out of your hand, held on that catch. And as I said, this young man, I'm impressed with him when he bowled. Right, and he's come back when he batted. He looked very enterprising, and he's come back and he is now rewarded.
He's a direct product of the West Indies Academy. There's Colin Bowen Tuckett, that is top player. A great attitude towards cricket as well. And he's a very, very hard worker. He's done well there. He's going to get himself noticed with a catch like that. Tion Webster has to go for a really well played 83. And the new batsman in at number 4 for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force is none other than Jit Cooley, the match winner in the last game against Guyana in that shortened encounter. I think he took young Lindell for 21 in an over.
Yeah.
24 in fact in the over.
Maybe the Guyanese will talk about that for a long, long time. Those who follow the game.
But I thought looking at that game that it was a risk that young skipper Nandu took to bring young Tyndall into a situation like that. And I think
when you had the frontline bowlers had overs to bowl. They have overs
on another day it might have worked. You know, he's a young man that has been brought into the team for a reason. It means that he's good enough. So, you know, they gave him the opportunity. It didn't work out on the day. But you don't really want to discourage him after just one bad over. You know, he's got a long career ahead of him. Obviously, Ghana missing some key components. Shufin Rutherford, Romario Shepherd, Shimanet Maya. All of these guys out.
Those guys are playing franchise cricket, so you have to, what you have to utilize, and you have to use to your best advantage.
Yeah, they've got young Thaddeus Lovell as well. Good, he's looking for the single. Daniel Durham once again has misfielded. He's had a hard time today with the field. With the ball in hand, he's been excellent, but didn't really enjoy the outfielding today.
Difficult to tell what's happening in his mind. He misjudging the bounce on the ground. He's covering it. He's going straight to it, but he's just missing it. Hard to tell.
I think he's picking his head up too early, maybe. That's the
All that is
41
possible.
runs.
All that is possible. 173 for the loss of 2. Later, Edward has added some spice to this proceedings with his pace and variation.
Yeah, that's a big wicket that he picked up there to break this partnership. You never know. You never know with a new batsman out there what can happen. Here's Nathan Edward again. Pulls out of his run-up.
He struggled there. Any deliveries tried. Wasn't comfortable to go through with it. And that's the best thing he did. Don't bowl the ball, keep it and come back, start all over.
Seems like Django sized up there to go big.
Yeah, he looks like he's in the mood to want to score as quickly as possible. But he has a chance to get 100.
Well played there from Django. Well bowled from Nathan Edward. Just minimizing the opportunities to score. I mean, Django not out on 54 and Jid on 1, just coming to the wicket. A good over comes to an end from Nathan Edward.
Let's say special good afternoon to all our viewers, wherever you are within the Caribbean and throughout the world. They're paying special attention to what's happening here at the Queen's Park Oval. And we can say this is a very good contest here today. If you've been following it from the beginning, both sides, we've had good bowling, we have good batting, and the fielding has been brilliant on both sides. 1 or 2 lapses, and that's expected because sometimes you're very too fast on the draw, as we say. You're trying to get a run out, taking your eyes off the ball, looking at the fielders when they're crossing, if they're going to go back for the second or third run. And you misjudge what is coming to you, an extra bounce, and you lost control. But overall, I think the quality of the cricket has been very high.
We've seen, you've been privileged to see 2 brilliant catches in the outfield from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Django dabs this one down to short third man. Mikhail Louis gets around. And they've now moved Durham from there and put Mikhail Louis because they realize that Amir Django is using that as a high traffic area. He's trying to score a lot of his runs behind the keeper. And they've put a stronger fielder there now. Yeah, we were privileged to see 2 absolute beauties of catches in the outfield. One from Cephas Cooper at long on.
And Brian Charles.
And Brian Charles in the end there, it's something
And
spectacular.
Cooper also took a brilliant catch here.
And that one at point to start things off, yeah.
Yeah.
Flight to delivery. Gully hits this one hard, but straight to Nathan Edward. Good bit of fielding there. From the former West Indies under 19 player. Played 2 under 19 World Cups, Nathan Edward. Couple of guys that would have played in more than 1 under 19 World Cups. Isaiah Torn out of Guyana, young fast bowler, who's not been in the team for this year's Super 50. I'm not sure if he's injured or if he's recovering from an injury. That's what's cut away from Gully, and that's 4 runs. That's a lovely shot from Jed Gully through the gap, and he picks up his first boundary.
That's a top class shot. Top class. Giving himself room, redrawing away from the line of the delivery, coming in close to him, and really seeing that extra cover drive. When you play those shots, you don't run.
I think what he did well there, and it's something that I've seen him first and work on, get back to it after this ball. So it's driven nicely. Remember back in, I think it was maybe September, right before the CPL, before he left for the CPL, he was working on getting onto the front foot, that front foot press when playing spinners, because he had some problems playing spin, and we threw in some balls at him in national team training. We had a big squad of about probably 45 of us right before trying back onto the back foot, manipulating the crease. He's shown a lot of improvement at playing spin.
I can see Courtly Ambrose on the monitor. Is it? Is him?
No, I don't think so.
No, it's not him.
That's the Red Force.
The Red Force team, yeah.
See Coach Riyad Emrit, Ibrahim Mohammed, all of the guys there. Pulled away from Django. It's in the gap. He could get 2 here. And he should get 2 quite easily. So Django is moving on to 57 now. Red Force not far away now. 33 runs required.
So it means that Django will not get a 50, even if we get all his strike.
He can't get 100.
100, sorry.
He's going for it though. He's looking to get as much as possible. He's got a golden opportunity here to get himself a high average at the end of this tournament.
Yeah.
You know, and it's funny because Django would have just joined the team today, and if once he plays in the final and he gets played in the final, he would play the same amount of innings as somebody from the Ghana Harpy Eagles who have been here for the entire tournament and have only gotten 2 games.
Someone even face a ball.
So Django people would say that Django's average is looking high because he only played 2 games, but the entire tournament, teams have only played 2 games because of the weather.
Yeah, the weather has been a humbug, so to speak, and a big disappointment for the players. Major setback for all the teams that have prepared and come here, but that's part of life and living.
Good stop there from Nathan Edward. There's no control really.
Mother's nature, you can't stop that.
You can't really do anything about it. Playing cricket in Trinidad in November is always a bit of a
Dicey.
you just gotta kind of hope.
Yeah,
Especially 50 over cricket.
any cricket, unless you have the Bayalar Cricket Academy and the Queen's Park Cricket Club. How many other grounds around the country that will allow even if rainfall, and you have the covers that will allow you to play?
But you got the National Cricket Centre. That it's not always been the best ground in terms of drainage. There's always been some issues there in terms of getting play once there's rain. So I think you stick to the 2 main venues. Pulled away from Gully. It's going to be a chase for Lander Forte.
That's a good shot and well saved.
There's been some good fielding on display today. I think you also think about the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. I think that's a good option as well. So, decent drainage there as well. So something to consider going into the regional 4-day competition. I think it shouldn't be a big issue at that time of the year in terms of the weather. But, it's a part and parcel of being in the Caribbean.
Any number of matches will be played? How many rounds?
So not quite sure about the
Itinerary.
Yeah, so await that. It's obviously been a cut in games this year to the no academy and no CCC team. Nathan Edward into his third over, 1 for 19. 30 runs to get, and Jit Gully on strike. Slower delivery, well bowled from Nathan Edward. Well disguised, but well kept out from Gully.
Edwards really employing good variation to both left-handers, recognizing that maybe Jit Gully more comfortable on the back foot, trying to draw him in on the front foot. In the case of Django, you're trying to force him to play on the back foot.
Driving up his sleeve, he hit that well. Daniel Durham this time picks up cleanly. The end of the 39th over, 185 for 2.
The target is 214. So 15 and 14 is 29 runs to get to for victory. So this would be probably my final stint here. So I want to say thanks very much to all the cameramen who's worked so very hard. Aiden Mamchan, Qadir Mohammed, Sachin Mohammed. These 3 guys have worked very hard here today. My co-commentator, Liam Mamchan. Vinod Mamchan, our main producer and the boss of the business, is coming to do the honors to wrap it up with Sean Divas, my good friend from Guyana.
Now you see the parents of Jit Gully always around when he's playing cricket. Good delivery there from Kofi.
So thank you very much, Vinod, and best wishes to the Trinidad and Tobago team for going to the finals against Barbados.
So Gully gets another single there.
I think Trinidad and Tobago supporters will be happy to see the Red Force. I hope they come out on Sunday in big numbers to support the team. Saturday, the finals at the Bayalar Cricket Academy starting at 2 o'clock.
You hope to get a crowd down there.
Yeah, I hope they come out and support the team. The team needs the support.
Oh, Django looking a sweep there, and he went hard at it because he knew if it got the top edge, it would go over the keeper. And a very good bit of fielding from Mikhail Louis, and Django gets 3. Good running. So they're on to 189 now. Good bit of running from Amir Django. Let's have a look at this again. He swept hard at it because he knew that once he got the top edge, it would travel, and it did. He did well there, Michael Louis. Tobago Red Force, 25-63 deliveries. Well played from Gully again. A lovely stop from Michael Louis. We've seen some excellent fielding on display.
Yeah, the out cricket has been fantastic on both sides. The Red Force, they set the stage this morning. All the guys, magnificent catching by the Trinidad team in the outfield. And we have seen the Leeward Islands, they lifted their standards. For the first time, we've seen they're so brilliant in the outfield. And that's what this is what good for cricket overall.
Gully looking to sneak a single there. Django not interested.
The over looks so beautiful today. Looks so nice, and the outfield is so fast. For a long time, we haven't seen it so lightning fast.
It's been
The
good to
ground
see.
staff has done fantastic work. Yeah, they deserve a credit for what they've done. Congratulations to Andy and the boys.
It's been good to see a day with no rain as well, no big rain interruptions, just the one, and it didn't cut any over. So that's going to be it from myself and Bridge Paris. At the end of 40 overs, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 190 for 2. And they require a further 24 runs in the final 10 overs.
Well, I have enjoyed this stint, and I know that Vinod Mamchan and Sean Devers will wrap it up nicely here this afternoon at the beautiful Queen's Park Oval. And this is cricket, lovely cricket in brilliant sunshine at the Queen's Park Oval here in the this bubbling city of Trinidad and Tobago, Port of Spain. Vinod Mamchan will do the honors with Sean Devers, and thank you very much, Vinod.
Thanks a lot to Bridge and Liam for taking us through the last phase. And as Sean Devers settles in, it's 190 for 2. Just a matter, Sean, as you settled in 24 runs to get in the last 10 overs or so. And it's going to be Nathan Edwards.
Yes, this is certainly going to be the home stretch. Going to be a short home stretch or a long home stretch?
Short, pulled away. It rushed onto him, but it's going to go into the boundary for 4. Michael Louis for once just couldn't stop it. He had covered the ground. He did what was right, but the ball just eluded him.
Poor cricket there on the boundary. Just fumbled. 2 fielders fumbled with the ball, and it went for 4. I was listening to Bridge Parsnor talking about hundreds and so on. He said that Justin Greaves got 300s in the last season. That's a record. He joins Ramnare Sarwan, who also got 300s. In those days, in the last time Ghana won in 2005, he achieved that feat.
Full toss, whipped away, down through mid-wicket, more runs here. As they just settle for 1. Kerry McCaw has posted himself out there.
In those days, the tournament was played in 2 countries. They played the preliminary rounds in Barbados, where Sarwan got 200s, and they played the final 4 in Guyana, where Sarwan got another 100 in the semi-final, and of course Chatugoon got 100 in the semi-final. In the final,
The circle on the offside. And for once there, Nathan Edwards not bowling to his field.
yeah, Tion Webster made his 7th regional 50 over half century before he was brilliantly caught by Carl Bowen Tuckett off the bowling of this man bowling here, Nathan Edwards. It's 83. Lasted 116 balls and was decorated with 10 fours and a 6. And the other batsman to be dismissed was Cooper, 28 from 36 balls. He fell at 81 for 1.
You can see Django is trying to play this on the own side because there are 2 fielders posted, one down at cow corner and one at deep mid-wicket on the boundary, and there's no one in front of him in the 30-yard circle. So you can see him there on that occasion, just looking to tap the ball in the gap there, just to push it in front of him to run, and just couldn't do it. It was too much and too wide outside the off stump for that shot.
Easy like a Sunday afternoon and a sunny Thursday afternoon here at Queen's Park Oval for the Red Force. And this is him backing away.
Good call from Gully, and he's up there. From the moment he played the shot, Gully could have shook hands with him.
Django
That's a 200 up.
Yeah, Django just backing away and steering it down towards the short third man position. So the 200 up
200
just
for
a
2.
matter of 14 runs left.
This is an emphatic performance
Yeah.
by the Red Force. Just the kind of performance you want shown going into our finals.
And I heard you talking about your Essequibo connections.
Mhm.
Well, Joel Andrews from Antigua, his
Mhm.
mother is in fact born in Essequibo. When he came back the last time, he went to visit her there when he played in the tournament.
Yep. Played away down to Cow Corner for 1. That's excellent. I heard that he had Guyanese roots.
Yes, good afternoon to Mistress Andrews in Essequibo. And of course, Joel Andrews, who became the youngest player to play a one-day match for the West Indies.
Yeah.
The previous youngest was Xavier Marshall. Yeah,
I remember Xavier Marshall facing Brett Lee, and
yeah,
at one point he tried to sweep him.
yeah. Xavier Marshall, he was a case. Talented batsman.
Ended up playing for the United States
Yeah.
after. So let's see. It's going to be Cowboy to continue from the far end.
To all my friends, especially in Antigua. Mistress
Kofi James.
Low.
I'll say a very good afternoon to your close friend, Vernon Springer.
Yeah, Vernon Springer. Good afternoon to you, Vernon.
The mayor of
James.
St. John's,
Yeah.
Vernon Springer.
James, a very passionate cricket fan, WhatsApp me every single day, sometimes in the middle of the night. James bowls and forward comes the strike. Even in the dying stages of this encounter, they're looking to run quickly.
Reverse sweep, and there is a misfield.
And that's
Again
4.
by Louis. And into the boundary for 4.
This is the first reverse sweep we've seen. When there's 2020, you see a lot of those shots, lap shots, reverse sweeps, and so on. But in 50 overs, it's now becoming more prominent to see those shots being played as the game is evolving so very quickly. I remember in the days where there were exclusive white clothes and red ball, and then the one day started. The first ever one day West Indies played was in Guyana in 1977, and that play was played with white ball, with a red clothes and white ball. Swept and misses as James goes past the bat. So sun continues to shine. Lucia looking to dab it away. Misses. Taken by the keeper. So crowd which is building somewhat. Still a small, very small crowd.
I don't think it's going to build any more, Sean. With just, 8 runs required?
I hope that when Trinidad, for the sake of the tournament and the atmosphere, it's good that Trinidad Red Force has gotten into the final. They'll play Barbados on Saturday at the Brian Lara Stadium from 2 o'clock, a day-night match.
Do you think a Trinidad Guyana
Yeah,
finals would have
that
brought
would've
more people?
More people. Because there are lots of Guyanese here in Trinidad.
And the rivalry.
Yeah, and the
is
rivalry,
fierce.
yeah.
Nothing against Barbados, of course. I know David Harris will be glued to the television set on Saturday.
Yeah. All my friends in Barbados on that 166 square mile island.
David Harris has walked every square mile.
And of course, Antigua is a 108 square miles, and they say they've got 65 beaches. 365 beaches a beach every year.
And on a leap year, they have 366. 207 for 2 at the moment. It's Blades. Beautiful place, Antigua.
Yes, I've been to like 300 of those beaches.
I know you frequent that island, Sean.
Yeah. And Courtly Ambrose. I tried to get him on my Tuesday night program. He says he's got to go and sing.
He's a big singer.
Yeah.
I see him belting out some
Yeah, with
soca music, some calypso, in fact, not soca, but calypso.
Yes, he had a band called Dreads on the Ball Heads. He's now
Yep.
got another name for that band. Good afternoon to you, Courtly, Sir Courtly.
He's here at the Queen's Park Oval.
Yeah, he's with the Leeward's team. Good to see the former players getting back.
Occasions today, but you can't fault him. That's the best thing, Sean, as a former bowler. You will understand if you're not
Yeah.
completely comfortable.
Yeah, just
pull
about
out.
the run. Yeah.
Yeah.
Before you bowl a no ball or you bowl a long hop.
You pull out.
Yeah.
It's always important to pull out in time.
And that will also disconcert the batter. He's ready to face and you pull out. He's got to wait for you a longer time.
Oh,
Looking to
that was dangerous.
looking to sweep the fast bowler.
Yeah.
And that went down the leg side. And no wide call because that one didn't go as far enough to be called a wide. That's the new rule.
Yep.
Once the ball goes marginally outside the leg stump, it's not a wide.
You can actually see the marks there,
Yeah.
Sean, that should guide the umpires.
Do you like that rule?
Yes,
Yeah, I like
I
it.
do. Come on, Sean, something for the bowlers, please.
Yes. I remember bowling and the ball pitching on off stump and turning down the leg side, barely down the leg side, and it's wide in
Yeah.
one-day matches.
I think it dictates too much to the bowler.
Yeah.
It will mean now that you as an off spinner has to go wide outside the
Yeah.
off stump, and there are batsmen good enough
Yeah.
with the timing and
Especially if
to
they
crash
use
you
their
through the
feet,
offside.
Use
Yeah.
their feet. But batsmen nowadays don't really play those shots to the
Mm.
spinners, using their feet, play inside out through extra cover.
It struck down the ground. It was a slower delivery. You could have seen that.
Yeah. Didn't time it as well as he would have liked, which is in his advantage, else he would have been
Yep.
caught.
A nice knock of 72 of 85 on his return from New Zealand, and this is what you want to see. When a West Indian player comes back in the domestic tournament, you want to see him dominate. Because you're just coming back from a higher level. You can't come here to struggle. As you can see here, slow delivery, and there he was taking a thick outside edge of the bat, really. Not middling it, as Sean said.
His 10th 50 from 65 balls with 6 fours. He's now progressed to 72.
Yep. So just 6 runs required for victory. It's a required rate of 0.82. You and I can get that, Sean. With Bridge batting at number 3.
He wouldn't get batting
He would not get the
because
bat.
you'd score all the runs. I'll be a silent part in the non-strikers end.
208 for 2 as Trinidad and Tobago, as you can see that one going down the leg side. Trinidad and Tobago will now qualify to play Barbados in the finals on Saturday, and that's at the picturesque Brandon Cricket Academy in South Trinidad.
Once again, good afternoon to Brian.
And that's a
And
4.
That's 4.
Yeah, Sean Devers, I know you're making your way up to 277, the restaurant, before you
Yes, I'll
leave
try
Trinidad.
to depart. Before I depart, I'll certainly look to go there. I'm hoping to see Brian, but I'm sure that he's all over the globe again. I think he came back just for the luncheon.
Yeah, but you never know. We might be there, and
Edwards, full toss, tipped away, and they only managed a single.
so the scores are level.
Yeah,
And for the Trinidad and Tobago sports fans who are locked into the stream here, what we can tell you is that Naparima College, they are playing Signal Hill from Tobago, and whoever wins this evening's game will be champions of the premiership here in Trinidad and Tobago. And at the moment, at the half, Naparima College leading 2-0.
football is a big sport in Trinidad.
Huge.
Because
Yeah.
I know Trinidad was the second English-speaking country to qualify for the World Cup after Jamaica. Of course, Haiti
Haiti.
became the first country to go to a World Cup, but they're not
Mm.
English-speaking.
So, Naps leading 2-0 at the moment. And once they win that game, they would lift the title. We have a number of men in our commentary box who have affiliations with Naparima College. Liam Mamchan, Iran Mamchan, both went to Naprima College, you could say nothing wrong about that school in front of these men. It's like Bridge and Bladen Hall.
Yeah.
And Naps Bridge says as well.
Yeah, he coached the whole Naps team. That's correct?
Well, I'm listening to him there now. He's talking about Roy Jagrup Singh, the deceased Roy Jagrup Singh. Well, look at this. Good old Hamilton has gotten himself a bogle here.
Yeah, if he picks up a hat trick,
You never know.
he get the man of the match.
And not with bowling like that.
Not.
I would love to hear the description of that ball from Jeffrey Boycott. And that's that. Trinidad and Tobago. They've won this match here by 8 wickets. Gully and Django bringing them home. 22 to Gully, 72 unbeaten to Django. And Trinidad and Tobago, they will now play Barbados in the finals of this tournament. It's the 21st time in the history of the tournament that Trinidad and Tobago has reached the finals. Of the 20 previous times, they have won the title 14 times. And
Barbados has
how
won it
likely, and Barbados 7,
Yeah.
how likely are they to go on, Sean, if you were a betting man? How likely is it for Trinidad and Tobago to go on and make it 15?
Very likely, but Barbados this year has come with a very strong team. I wouldn't write them out, and they're way ahead, dominated the other teams, mostly from the bonus points. But they've played good cricket this year. So that's going to be an exciting match.
Well, you can see the Trinidad and Tobago players there and staff, yes, sharing pleasantries. Keshava Ramphal, who was a Trinidad and Tobago under 15 coach. He's now with the Leeward Islands as an analyst. Joshua De Silva there out front. Didn't get a knock today, but he will be very happy that his team has made it into the finals of this tournament. And Terence Hinds, I think, could be in line.
Yeah.
So is that a good tournament, Terence Hinds? I see the Trinidad and Tobago boys there coming out. And just to recap, Trinidad and Tobago restricted the Leewards to 213 all out after 49 overs. And Trinidad and Tobago romping, so to speak, to victory at 214 for 2 of 43.1. A comprehensive
Yeah, an
victory.
emphatic 8-wicket win for the Leewards. Hamilton made 71, Gore made 39, and Cornwall making 22. Hinds picking up 3 for 50, and Ricky Jaipaul, I'm very impressed with him picking up wickets again, 3 for 26, and as you said, the Red Force 214 for 2 on the back of 84-run opening partnership between Webster, who made 83, 116 balls, 10 fours and a 6, and Cooper, who made 28 with 36 balls, and he fell at 84 for 1, and then Django and Gully
Yep, they brought
carried it home.
So we just wait for the presentation ceremony, and that should be done shortly.
Who do you think is going to get the man of the match this time?
I'm thinking Terence Hinds, because of the fact that he grabbed 3 very early wickets when the Leeward Islands batted. He put them on the back foot early. You look at the batting, and you had Django getting 72 not out. You had Webster getting 82. So I think they probably cancel out each other. They may well go for the bowler on this occasion.
Okay, let's see if you're a good man of the match, facilitator, or adjudicator.
Yep. Well,
I would guess.
well, I'm seeing Tion Webster, so I'm terrible at it.
Yeah.
Tion Webster is the man of the match. He receives a man of the match prize of $250 US, and that is congratulations to Webster. I thought they might have gone for the bowler on this occasion, but Webster did bat well.
And he set the pace. He started with a blaze of glory, then calmed down when Cornwall, who bowled 6 overs, so 12 runs.
Yep, Cornwall
But
and Durham.
Surprised he didn't come back. Yeah, Durham bowled 10 overs for 30 runs.
Yep.
Those were the two main bowlers that restricted the Trinidadians. But Webster was there, and unfortunately, he was out-caught. A brilliant catch, though, by Carl Tuckett-Brown, and he fell victim to Nathan Edwards for 83.
So,
yeah.
that's it, Sean, from us here at the Queen's Park Oval. And remember, the finals is on the Saturday. Trinidad and Tobago, they come up against Barbados Pride at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Bye for now.